It's the most difficult field the World Series of Poker has to offer. It's the most coveted bracelet for many of the best poker pros on earth. Last year, Daniel Negreanu added this victory to his resume. This year, who will it be? The final table of the 2025 $50,000 Poker Players Championship is about to go down in history. Back at summer camp and with a baddie. 50K Poker Players Championship final table, event number 66 of the 2025 World Series of Poker, coming your way this fine Saturday from the Horseshoe, Las Vegas. Ali Najad, Jared Blesnick, giving you your first glimpse at the final seven. Natalie Bodie working the sidelines. Climb aboard. This is gonna get interesting. If you're just joining us for the first time on this fifth day, there's a look at the tournament format in this one. A $50,000 buy-in, 100-minute levels, making this a protracted affair. 9 different games must be mastered. Michael Mizrachi, a 3-time champ in this one, threatening to claim glory a 4th time. 15 years removed from his 2010 bracelet at the PPC. Bryn Kenney, winningest poker player of all time, $77 million plus on his resume. If it's a big buy-in, he wants in. Esther Taylor, living the dream here, second ever woman to final table the PPC. Might she be the first to ever win it? Only time will tell. Ben Lamb, 2011's WSOP Player of the Year, still at it and still threatening here. Pot Limit Omaha specialist. He likes the big bet stuff. He currently sits, however, on the small stack. 1.1 million as you look at the leaderboard. Brought to you by PokerStars. 17 people with cash of the 107 entries. And Mizrachi with a 2-1 chip lead over Andrew Ye, who held the chip lead for much of yesterday and the day before's action. There's a look at the payouts. 1.3 million plus to the eventual victor. $175,000 on lockup. That brought to you by Octopi Poker. 100K was the min cash. And Ben Yu on the Stone Bubble did some interesting things and managed to ladder his way into an 8th place finish, but ended up on the outside of this final table. We're going to kick things off, Jared, with stud 8 or better.
Give him a show.
Split pot game.
This is we talked about this earlier, stud 8, one of the smallest games in the mix. I want to say something as we get into this final table.
Talk to me.
The grinder Mizrachi has won this tournament 3 different times.
Right.
In my opinion, if he ends up winning this tournament today, I think it will be the greatest poker accomplishment in the history of tournament poker.
What about Adam Friedman back-to-back-to-back dealer's choice victories at the World Series, Jared?
If the grinder can win this event, a 50K buy-in against the best players in the world for the 4th time, you have to realize this is all the best poker players on planet Earth in one tournament.
Yeah. Taylor bringing it in with the low card, 3 of spades. You see Vieira with the split queens and an ace, a couple of diamonds working, made it 200,000, and then Mizrachi with the 3 connected cards, seeking privacy, repopping it to 400. Look at Ben Lamb, 3 wheel cards, makes it 600, and now Albert's trying to figure out what's what. Split kings, he wants in, and he's going to 4-bet it to 800K. Very seldom will you ever see something like this in a stud 8 pot.
Yes, and the reason Albert's entering the pot as a 4-bet is because he wants to get other opponents out of the pot here. Sometimes if Mizrachi's raising with a 4 and a pair in the hole, he'll fold. 4, 5, 6 here, he's not going to fold. This is interesting because in this spot, I expect Joao to fold his queens like he just did.
Even with that ace in hand, the threat of someone being rolled up or having pocket aces is very real. So he steps aside correctly.
And we discussed in stud, when you're prepared to play a pot here on 3rd, look to play a hand on 4th, 5th, 6th, and potentially 7th Street.
Well, 4th Street comes in, 3 players taking it. Both of the low draws have gotten on that draw immediately with Mizrachi. The better low draw and an open ender, a 3 or an 8 to make the straight. 200K ahead, bring us to 5th. One of the 2 kings remaining in the deck with the other already in the bin. Now staring down Albert. He's not gonna make trips. He has not improved here. Neither of the low draws get there. Mizrachi barrels. Lamb has to call off the last 75,000 in front of his stack. Side pot will develop. 650,000 between the grinder and Albert. Note, by the way, that a 4, a 6, and a 10 are also all occupied, making it that much more difficult for Albert to make this 2-pair, but he makes it instantly, leading out with the 6s into the side pot.
And it's very interesting to know that when you have a high hand and you're going against 2 low hands, your high hand has so much more value because a lot of times you're going to win. Well, look at this.
Lamb's not going to win as we see him pair the deuce, but Mizrachi, having picked up the spade draw, makes it on the river. Daher checks, and this is a brutal blow.
Wow.
Grinder is going to scoop this one and shed Ben Lamb in the very first hand of this FT, Jared.
And I'll say this. Again, this is the problem when you play stud pots. If you're Albert, you have a pair of kings. It's the best high hand. But the problem is you're forced to see down 5th, 6th, 7th. And if you don't a lot of times improve, you can lose a massive pot.
Yeah, and even when you do improve, you can lose a massive pot. As Grinder got there both ways. The roughest of lows, 8-7-6-5-4. But the sweetest of pickups as a very tart finish. Leaving Ben Lamb puckered and out of here in 7th place.
Nice hand.
$175,000 and a tickle going home with him. And that's a 50K pay ladder that everybody just enjoys as we're down to 6, 224,000 on lockup with about a $75,000 gap if you make the top 5. There's the game order. Deuce to 7 triple draw will be next. You see 3 different big bet games.
Green in the front one.
2 draw games. Some flops, some stud. Really a nice helping of games that I think poker players would look at and think a respectable reflection of who's the best out there if you can conquer all that.
For sure, and I think that if they were to add 1 game to this mix, it would probably be Badugi would be the next game I feel like that a lot of these players are playing.
Yeah.
Returning to the action here, look at Albert. He brings it in, he's got a 3-4-5 in the hole. And notice how Ite folds the pair of 3s, showing a 3.
Vieira now with split 10s. He tried to play the high side before he saw way too much action to hang in there with split queens and an ace, a pot to go. Probably happy that he did, considering what the grinder ended up with, though things would have played out differently.
And if you notice, Joao just folded 10s there. And it's not a bad fold because he's looking at the game order. He wants to play more big bet with these guys. He wants to play more draw with these guys. I don't hate the fold. Remember, a lot of this tournament is about playing more hands in games that you're comfortable with and games that your opponents are weaker in than yourself.
Daher has an open ender here. Mizrachi fanning on 4th. Now making a pair of 6s against a made 7. Daher in prime position. Note that sometimes the limp in as the bring in will repop it in a spot such as this on 3rd Street, but you turn your hand a little bit face up when you do something like that. So here he is betting 400,000 on 5th, and the grinder looking over, deciding if he wants to stick chips in there. He says yes, asking Daher for the remaining 275. And Mizrachi could make a better low potentially. He'd have to go perfect to get there. Sixes interfering with Daher's high outs, which would be an ace, a 6, or a 7 for the time being.
Get a fucking queen or something. You ran good enough, okay? In that last hand, it was enough. Just let me have that tiny fucking
full
pot.
like hammer.
He makes a straight and a flush and a low in the same card. Like the Joker.
The Joker, yeah.
We found the fucking Joker. Just in case.
Now in this spot here, I know Albert has the low locked up. But the problem here is that Grinder's got 2 6s, so it's hard for Albert to make a straight.
He could still hit the ace, of course, and the 7 would do the trick.
The jack.
He's getting free roll now. He's getting free roll. Yeah, he's getting free roll.
What do I need? Jack 7, Ace 6.
Jack 7.
Mizrachi
Yeah.
will not be able to make the low.
Oh, no.
And now just hanging on. Daher is going to make the wheel and scoop this.
Wow.
Ace.
Made a wheel. No.
Sorry.
Albert made a wheel.
1,075,000.
So 2.5 million chip pot and a little rebate there after the trauma that Mizrachi doled out a moment ago.
This is where you need
No.
more.
He can't breathe.
Still north of the stack that he started
Trying
with.
so
And
bad.
before play started, the grinder actually took some time out to visit with our very own Natalie Bodie. Let's send it down and see what he had to say
Spots? I win
before
the
play
other one, you
began.
win this one?
Huh?
You want to exchange spots? Let me win the previous
didn't know that was
one,
my
just win
job.
This one?
Michael, in position to win this event for an unprecedented 4th time. What makes you such a force in this specific tournament?
Well, I mean, it's probably one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and I don't know, I guess it's the most prestigious tournament of the year. And I feel like every poker player wants to win it, and you're playing against the best players in the world. I've just been fortunate to, I think it's experience in this event. That's why I keep getting there, and I know what spots, to apply the pressure in, and I've just been lucky too. You have to be lucky too because you're playing against the best.
For someone at home who's watching and aspiring to master these different flop, draw, and stud games like you have, what would be your advice to them?
Watch the PokerGo show.
Simply put,
Yeah, we got the best guys in the world, so if you want to learn, this is the best time to tune in.
how will you use your specific experience winning this event 3 times, being used to the cameras and the lights to your advantage tonight?
Well, I feel like that's where it's going to have the big advantage because I've been in this situation. This is I think this is my 4th final table of 3 firsts and a 4th and a cash last year. So I've been in this situation, and and I'm the chip lead right now. I have a 2-to-1 chip lead against the second stack. So I feel like they're kind of going to wait to bump up spots, and I'm going to know that, and I could apply more pressure and put them in tough situations.
Best of luck. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Natalie. I feel like it's a prime opportunity, Jared, to point out that while the action is in progress here, we'll get to it in a minute. Looks as though the bring-in was Daher with that 3 of diamonds. He had split 3s. Now he's got himself the only low draw on 5th, betting 400,000. Mizrachi with split jacks. The cardinal sin in split pot games, Jared, is on this big bet fork in the road, sticking money in there with no shot at both sides of the pot, really just hoping to put in 3 big bets to pull them all back. Yet the grinder going to make this call. How do you feel about it?
I think it's fine. It's just a situation where grinder's kind of handcuffed. He knows he probably has the best high.
Not anymore, though. Once the 6 hits Daher, showing 4 to the low, 6s and 3s with the low side locked up. Can the grinder escape? Yes, he can, making queens up.
Look at this, but Albert filled up.
Oh, my goodness. Slept on the river for Daher, and he is now going to help himself to some grinder bucks once more as we go back to that discussion. I know you said you think it's fine, but the upside is somewhat outweighed by the downside. If Daher has the low, you know you're never going to make that side of the pot. If he has a pair and a low draw, he's doing really well against us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Albert in that spot, I think grinder, like I said, he put himself in a bad spot. When you're showing multiple low cards, you're hoping that your opponent paired one of them like Albert did. Turns out he ended up making a full house. Albert, though, I will say, professional poker player, plays a lot of cash games, plays the biggest games in the world, super talented poker player. Not as much experience in this setting as guys like Grinder, Joao, and Bryn.
You saw his Play Poker Go bio board there showing 5.2 million plus in career tournament earnings at just 38 years of age. Likes to dabble in prop bets and side action. In fact, you're entangled with Albert, as I recall, Jared.
Yes.
Oddly enough.
Yes, Albert and I were playing 3 and 6,000 right before the tournament. He said he wanted more action himself. I booked him at $1.20. So he has 20% more of himself against me, unfortunately, here. And I am shorting him.
I thought you were 30% short. Was there a renegotiation?
So I short him for 20% at $1.20. And then for some reason I bet on Bryce Yockey on another 10% when he had the same chips as Albert. And then Albert busted Bryce. So it was a complete disaster.
Oh, yeah. That's not fun. Far from disaster here is this 4th street for Bryn Kenney, who's up against the split aces of Albert, who is heating up, interfering with the gut shot for Kenney.
And again, Ali, this is what we were talking about, right? So Albert has a pair of aces, a hand that can almost never fold until 7th street unless Bryn shows, actually in this spot, it doesn't matter. Albert has no folds on 6th or 7th. And if Bryn now somehow makes his hand, he's going to scoop a huge pot. And now Bryn's free rolling.
Yep, he's made the low. Aces up for Daher, as he does interfere with the wheel or the 7 high straight with ace-6 in hand.
And here's the thing, right? If you're playing a cash game in a spot like this, if you're Albert, you can find raises. But in a tournament here, he elects to call, and I feel like that's the correct play. And look at this. Wow. Kenney backed into 3 7s.
3 7s and a 7 low.
And of course, Albert just handcuffed.
And you know, Ali, these stud pots, we've seen 3 hands. Look how big these stud pots are getting.
You know, in the beginning, though, you said stud 8 is one of the smallest, if not the smallest game in the mix. These guys are showing us a different take, though.
Yeah.
On 7th, yeah.
Oh, the aces up.
I believe that's a diamond-encrusted Panda that Bryn has come with today. I don't believe any Pandas were harmed in the making of that piece. I don't think it's constructed with bits of real Panda. That would actually drive the cost up.
And to Grinder's point in his interview, right? Look at him, 6 bracelets. He's won this event 3 times. Experience deep in a poker tournament like this, Ali, is so important. Being able to get there over and over and over. Someone like Ite, who's a great player, is going to fall behind here a little with not having as much experience in a spot like this.
We've seen her take some conservative approaches at times, perhaps the product of that. Center field, by the way, those 4 players bookended by Ite and Daher, 13 bracelets spread among them. Taylor and Daher looking for their first as Ye brought it in. Kenney with 3 to the low, completing it. He'll come back around to Andrew. Ace and the 3 of diamonds, the jack dangler, and he shows some discipline, in particular against one of those bigger stacks.
And look for Mizrachi here to apply a lot of pressure.
Well, we don't want to pressure you, but the NAPT is returning to Resorts World in Las Vegas this November for the 3rd straight time. The series is running November 3rd through the 12th, so maybe consider paying a visit. There's a 50K Super High Roller, a 5K main event, and the 1K PokerStars Open, not to mention a 1K Women's High Roller, spotlighting some of the game's best talent. If you're playing on PokerStars in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, you've got a shot to win your way there. Just check the PokerStars lobby for ways to win. You know, I casually threw Ontario into the mix on the heels of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Michigan. I don't think we've annexed Canada just yet, Jared. I know there was some murmurs of attempts to do so. I don't think that our friends north of the border are going to acquiesce, though, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
you gotta,
I mean, there's so many Canadian
then he'll
poker
know.
players
that would fight for independence. No fighting thus far. Taylor's dad, by the way, joining on the rail here. Always nice to have Pop in tow. As Mizrachi completed here with the 5 showing. This is a stone bluff against Kenney's low card, which brought it in, just trying to attack and maybe help himself to a pot Kenney wasn't interested in, but Bryn defends, picks up the good 4th street, and takes it down with a barrel. Well, how about Bryn Kenney? We talked about the 77 million in earnings. It just seems like he shows up and outperforms with such regularity. Former #1 Magic the Gathering player. That's a game, Jared, that produced a lot of talent in the poker world. David Williams, Ike Haxton, as I recall.
Efro.
Yep, that's right. Eric Froelich, also a part of that. That bio board brought to you by Play Poker Go. We're going to transition now to Deuce to 7, triple draw. 4 betting rounds, 1 winner game. No qualifier.
And now,
Albert, you
now,
should
now we're
consider
playing
just
deuce.
getting
Straights and
involved.
flushes
This
count
is gonna
against
be
you. The
bloody.
ace is a high card only
Yeah, it
here.
was all like just
And now
no
as
one-
we're
there were no chop
six-handed,
pots
you're
and
going to
crazy
start seeing the
hands.
ranges
Really
loosen
fucking
up a
crazy.
little. Look for
You saw how
Grinder
long we did yesterday.
to
Like,
be
let's
very
speed it up a
active.
bit, you know, today.
Might raise hands with a 3-card draw. Is going to raise a lot of his 2-card draws here. I expect to see Joao and Ite and Albert to play a little tighter as they try to ladder up here. And now for those folks that are watching that want triple draw, this game is actually about making the worst hand possible that's not a straight or a flush. So the number one hand in triple draw is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Straights are bad for you, flushes are bad for you, they go against you. So just think about making the worst possible hand, which with ace being high.
But never before have you been more excited about making the worst possible hand. It's oh so sweet when the wheel comes in. Something Nick Schulman was tweeting about. He's out there at a final table or threatening to make the final table of a deuce to 7 event, also taking place in the room right now. Look at the chip counts after the departure of Ben Lamb, brought to you by PokerStars. Marco Johnson, along with Ben Yu, part of the final 9 in this one. Marco, a prolific, fantastic mixed game player. And I started to talk about it after that Grinder interview. Jared, you get a look there at the Chip Reese Trophy, 06. He won it. Some real legends up there. Deeb, Scotty Wynn, Brian Rast, also a 3-time winner of this one. You went on record as suggesting that while the best players in the world buy into this event, these final 7 that we were going to take in, not necessarily on average, per your opinion, the finest of what was on offer potentially.
Yeah, I would say for this specific tournament, I've played it almost every year for the last decade. This is probably the softest final table of poker talent that you're going to see. A lot of these guys don't have a ton of experience playing mixed games. I believe Albert is actually the most talented player at this final table.
Put it in the box so they can
In a
scan it.
tournament setting, I would have probably put Grinder, Bryn, and Joao there. But
With this card in
like
the
I
box.
said, we've seen a lot of unorthodox play so far, and it's been working out for a lot of these people.
Nothing unorthodox about the pre-flop play here. Kenny was the party
This box,
starter,
not that
raised it
box.
up. Daher 3-bet it, drawing
Didn't they
1.
already see it?
Ite then made it
Oh,
4 bets,
sorry.
drawing to
Discard it
8
in
perfect.
discard, so when they
She
put it
then
here, it
makes
says discard
8-7 here as it went check on the first draw. Daher failing to make his 8-6. He will be calling and taking 1 here.
Okay, and so Ite has Pat. Albert's taking a card.
Got it. I drew 1.
Now here's where, on the last, I believe this is the last
This is
draw.
it, yep.
Ite has 2
A7.
options here, and again,
She ends up checking. Daher checks back the 10-8, no bluff. But go on.
so I would say most players in that spot, if they're Ite, I think your hand's strong enough to get value. If you have 8-7-6, I would prefer check. I think 8-7-5 is too strong of a hand. If Albert were to make a 9 there, he'd be
Dad,
forced to make
calm
a
down.
crying call, or even a worst 8. That's not betting, but it's calling.
Get him hype. He needs a beer.
Her
He
hand is
needs
just too
rum.
strong.
Jay, get him rum.
Well, her stack's a little bit stronger than it was moments ago, as you see Papa looking on proudly in the gallery. Tournament summary now brought to you by Oats Overnight. 107 entries, bringing the prize pool to 5.1 million plus. We're down to our final 6, having already lost Ben Lamb. 1.3 million plus up top to the eventual champ, along with the name engraved on that Chip Reese Trophy, and of course, one of the most respected bracelets of the summer.
You know, I would love to see Ite make a run here. We talked about it the other day. I would love to see her win this event. Be great for poker. She's a great poker player. Unfortunately, I wish Ben was still here. Super talented. Kenny here opens, is going to be taking 2. Ite is going to be folding here on the button with a 3-card 8 draw. Joao here would do 6-7 here. I would expect him to call, but if there's anyone at this table that might fold here, it would be Joao. But let's
You
see.
think he might fold a 3-card 7 draw?
Well, here's the thing. Joao doesn't like playing hands out of position. Like I said, he's probably going to call, but I wouldn't hate a fold here. Position is so important in both single draw and triple draw. Being able to see what your opponent does in front of you is so big. And it's going to go 2-2 here.
Yep, both players on the 7 draw. Slight advantage to Kenney, but not so much from the hand, certainly much more so from the position that you mentioned, Jared. And let's see, Vieira promptly makes 8-7-6.
And here's the thing with Joao. I'd like for him to lead here. You could obviously check raise, which he's going to do here.
Well, let's see whether or not Kenney is going to barrel at it. It will be contingent upon what he drew. I thought the ace and 9 were already in hand. Perhaps we didn't scan whatever it is that he picked up, but given the check back, we know it isn't anything 8 or below that's unique. And you see Vieira checking and then patting. This is always a little bit strange because we presume that our opponent out of position would be more apt to lead into us. When we check back, they assume that we didn't improve to a draw 1, so sometimes they'll pat and snow their way out of this.
Yes, and it's very important to know that if Vieira, if Bryn improved on the 3rd draw, when it would go pat 1, I would love Joao to bet there, because when you check pat, then it can look like you're snowing there a lot, and it can look like you're potentially bluffing there.
No bluff and no further contest as Kenney concedes.
You know,
Vieira picking it up.
Vieira, phenomenal big bet player, more limited in the limit games. Look for Bryn to play a lot of pots of no limit hold'em. Triple draw here. Bryn's got deuce 4-6. I expect him to open here. And folks, very important, okay, in triple draw. It's one of those games like Oh My 8 or better where you want to start with an ace in the hole. In triple draw, you almost want to have a deuce when you're entering the pot, especially.
I mean, no almost about it. You do not want to leave home without a deuce.
Yes.
However, sometimes in situations you play aggressively absent a deuce with an 8 draw, maybe one of those gut shot 7 draws from time to time.
And it's funny because we saw Ite on day 3 open full deuce 3-5 in position, and now, as I stated earlier, the ranges get opened up a little. We're 6-handed. She's got deuce 3-6. She calls, and here we go 2-2.
Yeah, Kenney with deuce 4-6 did end up flatting. No, Kenney was the opener to 400,000. Taylor in position flatted him. Now he leads out, having picked up 6-4 trade deuce. Taylor with intel, though. That second deuce reduces perhaps some of the likelihood that Kenney has a deuce, although given his position and the situation, we don't expect draw 2s to not contain a deuce at this point.
Now, the players have watched a lot of the footage, right? So they've seen Ite play a lot more passive and not show a lot of bluffs. This is a spot where I would love Ite with her image, right? Let's see what she does. She's taking 2. This is a spot for Ite having 2 deuces and seeing that. I would love for her to maybe find a bluff at some point, but she actually backs into a 10-7. And look at this by Bryn. He makes it number 2.
Yeah,
Ali.
that's the best possible card in the deck for him. Finds the 7, leads out. Ite only can chop with a 4, but of course, she didn't call that last bet to walk away from a 7-6 draw. So she'll make the call. Bryn's going to be pat. That'll be a little bit deflating to her because if he were to have drawn 1 there, she could pat the 10-7 and be a favorite against that hand. Instead, now she's forced into a little bit of a decision.
And here's the thing. Ite's going to think about it, but I expect her to drop the 10 here because she's drawing so smooth. She has to assume if she catches a 4 or 5, it's going to be the best hand. And there she goes, releasing the 10.
Yep.
And this is a spot on the river here where Ite never value bets thin. If I'm Bryn here, you go for value now. You don't try to get. And look at this, Bryn. He's checking it. I don't like it.
What, 2? Oh,
and that's the thing. I like to check against a guy like the Grinder or a guy like Albert.
But who you think have the bluffs in them.
Yes, but the problem is Ite's never going to value bet light there. And you have to, not only do you have to check, but you have to get called when you raise.
Okay.
Poorly played on the river there.
Yeah, and you know that check raise looks so dang strong. It's really tough to get paid.
But I will say this, Bryn is still the #1 tournament winner.
Can never be too sure.
Yeah.
Well, a look at the tournament update brought to you by Splash
Jay
Sports.
over there already got me.
Average
with,
big blinds
you know,
at
when I
present
went for the raise with the 7.
53.
And then I had to pay off 3 bets instead of 1, so I already learned my lesson.
That. You didn't like that. You did
Yeah,
not like that.
no. Don't like that when you hear number 3 and well, you got like number 4
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
you just
feel
know
good.
you're fucking beat.
Doesn't feel good at all.
Average number of Frankie C.
Just like that
Brownie
hand didn't feel good.
packs at the table, 0.33,
Could've
although
felt
that
worse.
figure
You
was
could've
not
hit
available.
the
You see it,
second
right?
best
This
card
is
and
his
lost
new
2 bets.
Yeah.
snack.
Yeah.
You're right.
Perhaps an overlay associated with the blatant furnishing of the brownie.
And notice how 3, 4, 5, 6 goes right into the muck. Again, not having a deuce. Having 3 deuce is way better than having a 3, 4, 5, 6 because it's so much harder to make your hand. Look at this. Mizrachi's going to go 3. Kenny's going to take 2. Mizrachi should be checking here at almost 100% frequency.
Yeah,
here.
but he picks up the 8-7 perfect draw.
And here's the
Does
thing.
check it as you suspected. We don't know what Kenny's working with. After Grinder limped, faced the raise, made the call. He check pops it. Now Kenny's going to take another peek.
And I'll tell you this right now, Grinder's check raise here is actually a bad play because here's the thing, right? There's a lot of times where Bryn should still improve. And the fact is that the fact that Kenny's, okay, here's
So
what
it's
I'm saying.
going 1-1.
Yes. So Grinder is putting more money in out of position with a lot of times a weaker holding here. He doesn't need to build a pot. Now he's going to check it. It's going to go bet call, 1 pat. And this is a spot, Ali, where you need to keep the 9 if you're Kenny, right?
Of course, with the open ender, you can't just hope to make a deuce as an 8 or a 3 would give you a straight and be disastrous. This is the second best card that was available to him.
Yes. And now this is a spot where Grinder's going to think and make a call. And if he makes his 8, he needs to lead.
Can he assume that the fact that Kenny is betting in position after he got check raised and it went 1-1 is almost 100% going to be a pat?
I would say Kenny is probably 95% pat here.
Okay, so given that, the 8-7 isn't quite as durable as you'd hope it to be. Even when you make the 4, you're not really getting value out of your hand all that often. You're forced to check and call or bet and concede to a raise.
Yes. Look at this. Mizrachi pairs his 8.
Top pair oftentimes likes to bluff,
9-7.
but this is not one of them. And Kenny able to show that 9-7 and take it down. You see Grinder realizing that in all likelihood it was the open ender that found a 9.
And that's a spot where Kenny, played his hand perfectly. But again, Grinder didn't need to raise the first draw there. Just because if Kenny were to improve 2 cards and be pat, you're just putting a lot of money in a spot where you're drawing an 8-7, and you just don't want to build the pot out of position with somewhat of a weaker draw.
Well, the Grinder definitely earned his way into this final table, and with those chips, by taking perhaps the lesser explored and more aggressive lines. That's on brand for him, Jared.
Just happy you drew 1.
He's one of those guys, when he shows up at an FT, he shows up with a stack.
Yeah, and I think, Grinder's not looking to get 3rd, 2nd, 4th.
Nah,
Grinder wants to win this tournament. He wants to go down as the biggest accomplishment in the history of tournament poker. Winning this 4 times would just be unbelievable. Look at this Ite. He's got a 4 card to an 8.
Yep, she's going to be drawing 1.
And again, Joao's thinking now, am I going to flat here? Am I going to 3-bet because she raised under the gun? I would assume he'd call here just because it was under the gun raise. I like it by Joao.
In a cash game, you could see someone 3-betting just to kick out some of the more marginal draws behind, because as you mentioned, position is so important. Being heads up is so important.
But the other thing is, here's the beauty of playing the tournament. If you're Vieira, you're not worried as much about people behind you coming in with weaker hands, because they don't want to enter a pot knowing that their chips are so much at risk here. So this is a spot for Ite where most players would just lead. Notice how she doesn't improve in leads. I don't know if I love it in a spot because Joao's folding 0% of the time. She didn't improve. And a lot of times Vieira's going to improve, and again, he's in position. And the chips are so valuable right now, especially with Albert having $2.5 million in chips.
Yeah, obviously that pay ladder of 75,000 roughly is not negligible. That's
And
1.5 buy-ins. And Vieira's going to draw 1 to the 9-5. pairs his deuce. Ite
And a lot of people, by the
makes
way,
the 8-6.
yeah, I was going to say a lot of people on the first draw would drop the 9 there. If I'm Vieira, what I expect here is
Well, this is the second draw, right? Or was it the first he picked it up? Forgive me.
that was the first draw. He kept the 9.
No, it went draw 1, draw 2 pre,
Oh, then yeah.
and then draw 1, draw 1. So
Yes.
he's keeping the 9, I think, in particular to protect and provide himself an opportunity in the 1-1 spot in position to try to take this pot away unimproved. He's paired the deuce, but he's facing another barrel from Taylor, and I think that barrel suggests she's going to be pat.
So here, yes, and the fact that she led, she's pat here again, probably about 95% of the time. Vieira has options here. He could fold, which is I think what he's leaning towards here is to fold.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So notice how Vieira waited, and again, that's the valuable thing about position, right? Getting to see what your opponent does in front of you. If she checked, Joao was able to play the hand perfectly. The fact that she bet, Joao had to release his hand.
Sound procedures there from Portugal's finest as Taylor continues to ascend. Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tourneys, and play the brand new no gamble, no future sit and goes, no deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic poker. We highly encourage you to sign up and hop in one of the free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Do they have deuce to 7 on Play Poker Go? I don't know, but you know, I would love to see it.
But again, Mizrachi said it perfectly, right? Folks, if you're trying to learn these poker games, this is must-see coverage right now. You're watching some of the best poker players in the world playing in the most prestigious tournament on planet Earth. And Albert here comes in the small blind, and look at this. Ite's going to 3-bet this.
Of course, drawing 1 to a 7.
So
100% 3-bet spot for her against Daher, who came after her liberally with the 8-4 tray.
1.2? You started with 1.2?
No, more.
1.4 around 1.5.
Okay, thank you.
So the fact that Ite has 4 to a 7 in position against a 2-card draw
750.
makes her such a massive favorite in a hand like this. And I'll tell you this, if they get to the end here, Ali, there's a good chance that Albert might be all in, because he only has 3 big bets left.
Well, he's going to have to put another 200,000 out there, which he does. It'll go 2-1. He didn't come here to make a 9-8. Going to check, very standard in the dark against the lower draw.
You bet
And
already?
Ite makes number 3, no waiting.
1.
And
Daher
again,
with the 8-6, he's improved.
and this is the problem,
there?
okay?
Hang on, I
Albert,
gotta look. My hands are wobbly.
Albert is in
Yeah,
a spot
I am.
where he's
There?
drawing
Yeah.
to an 8-6. And the fact that he's taking 1 card near here, now
Check.
he's basically forced to call down this street as well.
Oh, he's made the 9-8, but Taylor having padded, I don't think he's going to be in the mood to get sticky with something like this.
And again, this is where it's easier to play against certain opponents like an Ite, right? If you're playing against some of the top players in the world and you're Albert with a 9-8, there's people that could argue to pat this hand, right? Maybe get my opponent to fold a better, break a better hand. Albert's really thinking more about calling here or folding in a spot. I can't imagine Albert keeping the 9 here. Regardless, this is a very bad spot for Albert to be in.
Is 8-6-4-3 good enough to invest against this pat hand?
I think it is, just because Ite took 1 from the jump. So the fact that she took 1, her hand is not supposed to be as strong as it actually is. The problem here is if Albert improves, he's out of the tournament. And in this spot, he's going to check fold.
Yeah, but the other problem, of course, is that it cost him half of his remaining stack to pair this 4.
And you know, we've talked about it, Ali. The limit games in this format play a lot bigger than the big bet games. So with 6 left, it favors the people that are better at high limit poker.
I'm not comfortable like that. I can't sit like a normal human. Okay.
It's a new game or just the last hand?
I
a
can't sit
seven?
like a
It's a
normal
mini game.
human.
Yeah.
And now,
Declare it.
the fact that
Yes,
Albert has
you asked, I
350,000 in chips, look for everyone else besides Mizrachi
fives.
and Kenny
You needed a five?
to play super tight until Albert can go broke.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I'm drawing dead against the 7.
Yeah, this is just
Goodness.
proper tournament procedures to be very
Goodness.
different
I guess.
in any sort of cuspy situation as we transition to no limit hold'em.
50. 50?
First glimpse at the
Sometimes
big bet
it's good to
action.
miss.
Yeah.
Oh, no limit.
Yeah, and by the way, we've seen
Everybody
everybody,
makes 7
play a
the whole
hand
time.
so
You know,
far,
I haven't made one the whole
except for
tournament.
Andrew Ye.
Not 1-7.
Seems easy.
Huh?
Seems easy.
Ms.
right?
Rocky, couple
Literally
of sixes.
not 1-7. I'm not even saying real.
Clicks
not
it.
1-7.
Put the blinds at 50 and 100. Kenny, King Jack, making the call.
And notice how Kenny, okay, they're both 9 million plus deep here, no limit. Kenny and Mizrachi are not looking to play big pots here with each other, again, because of the fact that Albert is so short.
I'm used to like limit games.
Ace-9 tray and a couple of diamonds.
I don't have
Flat calls from Kenny
No, I
versus
know.
an early open from Mizrachi should contain some pretty strong combinations, and you would think that he's not going to have an appetite for 3-betting and inflating things with Daher's tiny stack out there. So the ace-X's of the world do continue to loom. That king of diamonds definitely factoring into Kenny's peel along with position.
And again, this is where Kenny is so good at no limit hold'em, okay? He's playing the situation, expect for Grinder to look to check here, and I look for Bryn to potentially start betting here. And this is the problem when you're playing against the best no limit hold'em player in the world, out of position. And look at this, Kenny checks behind, thinking maybe his King Jack is good. At this point of the hand, look for Grinder at this point. There's no value in him betting. He's not going to get a better hand to fold. Look for Grinder to check here.
And by the way, this line does not remove ace-X from Kenny's holding. You could see him being very cagey,
I'm not
given
the,
the
best, but I
dynamics
can hang in. I'll
stack-wise.
just try to survive.
And Kenny just shuts it all the way down. Mizrachi not put into an uncomfortable situation as the pure value of King High, perhaps more on Kenny's mind than anything else there, and the perception
Yeah, I'm not
that
playing any hands
Mizrachi
in that game.
is getting frisky.
But no, these guys just aren't going to play big pots with each other in the big bet.
They're not supposed to, but don't rule anything out when it comes to these two. The Grinder, 44 years of age, from Miami Beach, 3-time PPC champ, as we mentioned, 6-time bracelet winner, finished 5th in the main event back in 2010. That was the first year he won the PPC. 21 World Series of Poker final tables and $9.3 million in career earnings at the WSOP, nearly $18 million when you factor in what he's put together beyond its borders. Jungle Man, Dan Cates, by the way, 2-time winner back-to-back, with the second of those victories being so incredibly improbable, given one specific pot involving Ryan Lang, as this pot once again involves Mizrachi with 6s. Daher going to try his luck with a King Jack. Didn't work for Kenny.
I think it's going to be a very long time until Jungle Man wins this tournament again, Ali. I would short Jungle Man for the next decade.
Any particular reason, Jared, for that? You play with him a little bit lately? You feel like maybe he's not at peak form?
Let's just say I have a little more information than most about Jungle Man's game as of late.
Right.
Now look at this, Ali. Albert, 3 bets to 500K. Okay, he's pretty much all in. Now Joao has an interesting decision here, right? Because, this is so interesting, right? If you're Vieira, because what do you do here, Ali, right? It's hard, you can't really call. I feel like you could either fold or even put a raise in here.
Yeah, the call is so treacherous because the Grinder can just come back and put you in a blender if he actually had any sort of holding, or even if he didn't. And not feeling comfortable enough to re-raise, he's going to allow the Grinder to ask for the last 50K, and we're off to the races. 1.4 million in the middle, and once again, a player all in and at risk. Ben Lamb got showered when he was in this spot. Daher hoping for a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, if Joao in this spot were to put more money into the pot, Grinder would have folded his 6s.
Ace Jack or something?
Yeah, look at that.
What?
Out of Jack. Sixes and king jack.
And again, we've talked about Albert's talent of reading hands. He knew exactly what Vieira had.
Oh, more Albert.
Queen 9-5.
He needs a king
Add
jack or
10s to the cards offering salvation.
Queen 9-5. Queen
To
9-5.
third on Lebanon's all-time money list.
King
Updates
jack
being
against
given to the
sixes.
rail.
10.
Joker.
Gut shot. Couple of overs.
3.
None of what's needed on offer on
game,
this
boys.
turn.
Good game.
10 outs
no,
with
there we go.
2
Oh
missing.
my God, you shouldn't have said that.
Ritual.
That last little thing.
Grinder
Professional.
trying to claim another pelt already. Will the chip leader
Smallest part of the tournament.
ascend further? Yes, he will.
Good game. Well played.
And I'll tell you what, the path to victory at this final table has been cleared, as Daher will take home $224,000 and change, leave the remaining field with an almost $75,000 pay ladder, as $298 and change is on lockup for these final 5. And Jared has exhaled the 20% short, now no longer going to be at risk of being more painful than it already was.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know exactly what the short was, is that I now owe Albert 20% of what he cashed for, which was, I guess, what, 244,000?
So 44K lighter in the pocket,
Yes.
but it could have been as bad as 260 some odd thousand if Albert won this. So
serious
in a
shades
weird
today,
way,
huh?
you are relieved.
I
I'm
am
a very
thrilled
serious
right now,
person.
folks.
Yeah.
You can tell with the shades and how you're wearing
And let's
them.
watch some more No Limit Hold'em. Again, the fact that
I want to
Albert's
look
now
really
out,
intimidating.
you got the grinder and Kenny with a lot of
Pick up on
chips.
the table.
Look for them to play a lot of
Very serious.
hands. And now Joao is going to play ultra tight as the short stack. Ite's chipped up. I'm very excited to see how this is going to end up playing out.
225.
Well, I'm excited to see Andrew Ye potentially play a pot, given that he's the player I am most familiar with from a personal standpoint, having played so much cash mixed games throughout the years with him, and I know how much he's grown as a player. His payout has grown on 2 separate occasions.
Now, Vieira's best game is No Limit Hold'em. Realizes that Kenny's going to open up a lot of pots. If I'm Vieira here, you can't really flat call. I like a raise to like 600,000 or a fold in this spot. If I'm Vieira, which he elects to fold, again, we just discussed this. He's going to play ultra tight, looking at the dynamic of the table. Look for Andrew to fold here in the small blind.
Note that Vieira inherits the short stack, though, Jared, so it's not like he's trying to outlast someone else. He has
You feeling it's gonna
26
be a big
bigs
one?
here in No Limit.
But
All right, I
Vieira
like my hand
knows what a lot of other people know, that there's definitely some weak players here in other games. And as good as Vieira is in No Limit, he wants to play the other games with his opponents.
Now look at Mizrachi showing an appetite to get involved with Kenny yet again. Fearlessness courses through the veins of these two gentlemen. 3-4 offsuit, outflopping the ace-deuce, 200K follow through.
And Grinder has a hand here where most players would flat and call here. Grinder, again, plays differently, but he does elect to call here. And this is a spot where most turn cards are going to end up going check, check. I expect it to go check, check here. Again, these two are not looking to play a big pot. Mizrachi checks. Bryn feels like he could have the best hand, but he decides to check.
So we get to the river, which provides a third 4 and a big helping of comfort to Mizrachi, who can now chase value.
And I expect Mizrachi to go fairly big on the sizing here.
This is $500,000.
And this is a spot for Kenny where a lot of times he has to call, and which he does. And again, the reason he has to call there is Mizrachi's very aggressive. He's going to float the flop with a lot of holdings. There's a lot of straight draws that missed. I don't fault Kenny there for calling their nice hand to the grinder.
You know, Mizrachi
Not so big.
has a
Big enough.
reputation
It was good for you with that hand.
for playing all parts of the deck. In fact, I got a hand
It's gonna
history
be tough for
report
you to win a big
specifically
one,
Yeah.
from a No
Would've been
Limit pot
easier
from a
for you
friend
to
of mine
lose
who
a
was
big
in this event
actually.
at one point in time,
my
involving
hand.
the grinder, who got involved with 8-9 offsuit for 3 bets pre-flop, out of position, flopped an 8, rivered an 8 against pocket aces.
Yeah.
Picked up a nice helping of chips there. He lives and dies by that sword, though, Jared.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing with Grinder is that he's the type of player when all the money goes into the middle, he's probably not going to have the best hand more often than not. But what people don't realize is that there's going to be so many small pots that grinder wins that his opponents will not. And that's so important in tournament poker here. And look for Andrew here to open on the button, queen 8 of clubs.
Oh, I was like, dang it.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Thanks.
First time he's gotten after it, and I don't think that's something lost on the players that might elect to get involved with him. Queen 9 offsuit is certainly defendable. Second in chips, Kenney. Pipping Andrew, and finding second pair on this 10-8-5 board is Ye versus the gut shot, which checks over.
Now here in a head-up pot, button versus big blind, I would like Andrew to make a bet here. Bryn has a very interesting decision. He's never folding. Does he call? Does he raise? I think it's a spot where he knows Andrew's pretty tight. I expect him to just call here.
Right away.
Let's see a turn card.
12.2.
It's another brick here. And I would like to see Andrew continue the betting here, okay? He knows Kenny's very aggressive. He would have maybe heard from him on the flop with a hand better than an 8. I would love for Andrew to bet like 600,000 here.
And especially when you make that bet, not only is it on the strength of the queen 8, but it provides additional focus and clarity with respect to Kenny's holding, as opposed to checking back and then facing perhaps a big barrel and not really knowing where you're at. So pursuit of clarity and a little bit of value ends up fruitful as Andrew takes down the first pot that he plays.
And again, in a mixed tournament, ranges are different in big bet. You're going to see a lot more tighter folds and hands that don't go to showdown as much as they normally do.
Thank you.
Well, career tournament earnings for Andrew Ye, number $1.6 million. The bulk of it coming right here at the World Series in 2022 when he won the 10K Horse Championship, showing off his mixed aptitude. And then he finished second just this year to Brian Rast in the Limit Raz Treats, and one that felt like it may have gotten away, originally from Houston. Degree in casino management. I gotta tell you, he helped me manage that mix game pretty damn well.
Lose a pot.
Though I don't know that he needed a degree to do it. That bio board brought to you by Play Poker Go. Enjoys golf, arcades, e-gaming,
Okay, so
and ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff.
Andrew here is opening ace-9. Grinder here has I really like this by Grinder. Again, taking advantage of the fact that Vieira is short on chips. It puts Kenny in a bad spot in the small blind. Andrew has one of those hands where he probably should just fold here when it comes back to him, even though he's getting such a great price.
I mean, that ace-9 offsuit does lack durability, even though he knows Mizrachi is a candidate to get frisky and leverage some ICM. $500,000 to go. Taylor
And the thing is
hung
this,
up on King-5 offsuit for some reason. There she is.
So Ali, like in this spot, right? Andrew has to call 275,000 to win. You know, he's getting a great price, but he also has to factor in Vieira at the table that has almost half the chips as him. He also has to figure out that he's out of position. He also has to realize that Grinder's a better player than him. And what does he do when he flops a 9? Does he think it's the best hand? What does he do if he flops an ace? And this is why Nolan and Hold'em is such a difficult game to play at, because it's hard to know where you're at in a lot of these spots. Let's see a flop.
Andrew up to the task as a little bit of speech play came in from the Grinder, and a better hand comes in on this Queen-Jack-8 board where he's got a pair of jacks up against the gut shot. Andrew checking over.
Now the problem here is if you're Grinder, okay? The problem is if you bet and get raised, it's a complete disaster. A lot of players would check here. Again, a fair amount of players, you could see a bet, which is fine. He's looking to go pretty small here.
Yeah, and in an otherwise dry desert, a little oasis of humidity given this board texture.
And again, Grinder's bet's so small where it's, Andrew's almost forced to see a card here. Let's see what the turn brings.
Deuce of hearts?
Yeah.
That's a perfect card.
Deuce of hearts.
Suppose.
7 of hearts. Not adding any excitement to Andrew's holding. And let's see, Mizrachi, we know he likes to be aggressive, but 2 million in the middle. Andrew called our 3-bet pre-flop and called our post-flop follow-through. Bet check bet is often the line assumed by a hand such as this, but not for the grinder. Comes after it one more time, and this time he means business. 1 million.
And again, grinder has the best hand. He realizes how Vieira is short. He's using that as leverage. Because here's the thing, right? There are situations where Andrew could actually fold a better hand than grinder. If Andrew had a hand like Ace-Jack, Ali, what does he do? You know, in a spot like this.
You think he check folds?
He
We
could.
know the Ace-9 check folds.
Must have been a real bad hand.
I was ahead.
I'll show you right now.
I have 2 pictures in my hand. I have 2 picture cards.
Well, let's send it back down to Natalie Bodie, who's standing by with our 6th place finisher, Albert Dar.
Yeah, with 2 picture cards, I think you're ahead.
Albert, what are your immediate thoughts on your performance at this final table?
I think I played fine yesterday. I think was I did some mistakes. I was like very tired, long days and stuff. So, but today I think I played fine. The hands were just didn't go my way. It just makes games and a lot of luck and variance. So I'm happy with how I played.
Do you think that mixed games have an even bigger future in poker?
Oh, I hope so. I think it's really fun to play. I heard that like in Asia and they're like start to learn and like they enjoy these games and they're doing like smaller tournaments there. So I'm hoping it like picks up. Overall, it's always like a fun and more chilled experience and less intense than like No Limit Hold'em. And I think maybe it's a bit intimidating in the beginning because there's a lot of games to learn, but like once you like get into it, it starts to like become very enjoyable and not that hard to actually be good at it.
Certainly. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Guys.
Albert is just a class act, phenomenal player. Really sad to see him go in most spots except for this one. I don't think I could be any happier. I love you, Albert, but thank you.
Not personal, just business is the anti-sweat. And Albert will get a kick out of that and understand. As we bring you up to speed here, 1 in progress. Mizrachi, the opener, to 200,000. Vieira defended and has flopped top pair, which is still sitting pretty on a flop that gave Mizrachi a flush draw. It went check on the flop, and you can see Vieira felt comfortable enough, understandably, to fire 400,000. And now Mizrachi, having picked up the open ender to go with the flush draw, is leaning on Joao, asking him for the rest.
This is one of my best friends. And this
How
is mine.
awkward is this if you're Vieira?
Well, so here's the thing. Vieira has made, I would say he makes a lot of tighter folds than most. I like this play a lot by the grinder. The fact that Vieira's in the big blind, his hand is weighted towards a lot of hands, like about what he has. It's very hard in this spot. There aren't that many spots. The fact that grinder's raising with 3-4 suited. See, I don't think Joao realizes how loose grinder is opening. And if he did here, it'd be a lot easier for Vieira to make the call here.
Got to elevate.
But again, it makes it easier for Vieira to call the fact that he is the shortest stack in the tournament. He has to make a stand at some point. We've seen a lot of big folds from Vieira. I would be a little surprised here if he actually calls off here.
It's so awkward. The pre-flop raiser checking back, and then on a deuce of spades turn, suddenly asking us for everything. We have nothing more than a weak jack, but perhaps some suspicions. No shorter stack than ours remaining.
But here's the thing, right? Joao knows that Mizrachi's not doing this with like a pair of 5s or a pair of 9s. Those type of hands are most likely to bet the flop.
That's a better one.
card.
He's also not doing this with 3 deuces either. So Joao has to think about a type of hand that he beats that checks the flop on a draw-heavy board and then raises all in on the turn. Does he think Mizrachi's doing this with like ace deuce or ace 5 or trying to get him to fold a better hand? I don't know. Like I said, the way we've seen Joao play, he's leaned on the side of more folds than calls. Let's see what he ends up doing here. Grinder looks so comfortable. And there is the fold by Vieira. I don't love it. I expected it. Again, top player. In this spot, he made the wrong decision.
You know, he's going to be able to fight on with 1.4 million, but he's got less fight in him than he did before that altercation. He's aware that Grinder likes to play all parts, makes him a difficult opponent to play against.
And again, Ali, Grinder is going to attack. He's got over 14 million in chips. He's going to keep on raising, and he's going to keep on putting pressure now, and he's going to use the leverage of Vieira's short stack to keep pounding his opponents. Ite's going to fold here on the button. She has no reason to get out of line. Joao's going to still continue to play super tight.
Yeah, he's not a shoreline alligator with a mouth agape waiting for prey to hop into it. He's swimming around on the hunt.
That's not coming in the river.
And he's doing it with ace 6.
And look at this for Joao. This is a spot where I think he needs to move all his chips into the middle. You're playing 5-handed. A pair of 3s goes way up in value, short-handed. He knows Mizrachi's opening up a lot. And look at Joao here. And I love it.
Pocket 3s, small blind.
And again, notice, Ali, how he didn't actually move in.
This is the in case of emergency, leave ourselves 600 back. Andrew, king, queen offsuit, pretty under other circumstances, but he concedes here.
Still a sweat.
And
Mizrachi here,
yeah.
It looks like he opened with looking at an ace. He's not going to put any more money into this pot. Against Joao's range, he happens to be flipping, but against Joao's range here, he's actually in horrible shape. And
I suggested that Joao was going to fight on with 1.4. Apparently he had quite a bit more than that, but here he is now, 2.3 million rebounding.
Wow. Yeah. That's a good sweat for sure.
And it looks like we're going back to a stud here. This game.
Ace and no side?
Ace 6.
Oh, that's his hand.
Ace, Jack, calling ace 10.
Go on, stud.
Stud.
Ace 10 or better.
Double suited, yeah.
This is going to be a
nothing in
spot where if
between.
Joao enters a pot, we'll talk about the rules here. 2 hole cards, 4 up, 1 down.
Only ace 6
whoever has the
off.
best hand face up will have the lead in the betting streets. If Joao gets a 7th street in this round of stud, he probably will be all in with these limits.
For sure.
And again, this is another game where if the grinder is showing pretty much any picture card, it doesn't matter what's in the hole for grinder. Look for him to raise. Any ace is going to be a raise. Any king most likely will be a raise here. 5-handed and stud.
Yeah, looking at the chip distribution at the top of your screen here, Andrew is certainly mindful of Vieira's 2.25 million. Taylor as well, to a lesser extent Kenney.
50.
The players bookended by the grinder and Vieira on the hunt for the pay ladder. The difference between 5th and 4th is $115,000.
Look for this round of stud to be played very, very tight from the shorter stacks. Look for Ite, Andrew, and Vieira to play super tight.
Well, I wouldn't call it loose to be opening with ace king in the hole and a queen up top as Andrew collects this one.
Kidding, I'm kidding.
And again, a lot of stud. For those that are trying to learn stud, a lot of stud is
That's not a spot to
representation.
show.
A lot of stud is not about what you have in the hole. It's about what's shown face up on the table.
I don't know
okay?
about, I don't think you
So
have
when
a
you're
queen
showing a
deuce
hand
three.
like an
I'll bet
ace, when
against
you're
that
showing
one,
a
yeah.
king, and your opponent's showing a 6 or 7.
Wow, crazy. And you didn't raise it? That's when you got to use the blocker, Mike. Come on.
Yeah.
These are a lot of spots where you want to be
Utilize
overly
that blocker.
aggressive. Look at Kenny
Depends how
here
you
with
feel.
a picture card here.
Split queens.
And look at this by Kenny. Okay, why is he limping here with a queen? I'll
Because
tell
a
you
king
why.
and an ace are out.
Exactly. And that's the thing. The reason he's limping is if, let's say, a king opens as a raise and then an ace 3-bets, Kenny can fold his queens on the first street and lose the minimum.
Okay, now Taylor has limped behind with 2 hearts and 3 to a straight. No cards that interfere confronting her in terms of 5s, 6s, 10s, and jacks. Now Vieira, 3 suited with the ace and the king, will complete it, giving him some flexibility to represent. Mizrachi split deuces with the ace in there.
Yes, and the thing is the grinder's making a loose call. If his ace in the hole was like a jack or a 10 or a 9, he would fold his deuces. The only reason he's calling is to try and make aces up here, knowing that there's only 1 ace that's been exposed.
To 4th Street we go, 4-handed. Vieira picking up that jack of diamonds, perhaps the prettiest of the 4th Street holdings. You see Taylor pairing her 8. Grinder, that 5 of spades is something that'll keep him interested. Joao first to speak. The other thing to take note of in stud, unlike in something like Hold'em or a button game, position and the betting lead changes all the way throughout 3rd through 6th Street.
Now Kenney here is leading. I would love to see Ite actually put a raise in here. She has to invest an extra 200. She folds. Okay, I don't fault her for that, but if she was going to enter the pot, I'd love for her to raise and try and get head up.
Well, doesn't she need to be mindful of the idea that some of the limps by Kenney could be the split queens given the presence of the king and the ace? Some of them could be 2 diamonds in the hole, which are looking maybe to get her sandwiched between Kenney and Vieira, who could have split kings. Instead, Joao flats. Grinder does as well. Taylor out of the way. Open jacks now for Vieira. The grinder picks up the ace-high flush draw, a very dusty 5th Street for Kenney, and Joao comes out swinging.
Now here's the thing. This is interesting because Mizrachi has 4 to a flush, but he also caught a jack, and Joao's showing 2 jacks. And now look at this. Now Kenney actually just folded the best hand, but Mizrachi is now in the lead as a favorite with a pair of 2s and 4 to a flush. Let's see 6th.
Open 5s now. Note that a 5 is also sitting in front of Vieira, so interfering with trips for one another.
Now the fact that Mizrachi called once he saw Joao show jacks here, I hate this bet by Vieira. Okay, once Mizrachi calls and he's showing a pair of jacks, once Mizrachi calls, Joao almost never actually has the best hand right now.
The only thing is, as we see Grinder making the ace-high flush here, Vieira failing to improve, but Vieira maybe wanted to buy the ability to represent kings and jacks credibly, whereas if he were to check on 6th Street, even if he feels like Mizrachi has to pair. Yeah, I tend to agree with you here, but I think Vieira's just trying to sell the story of kings up and maybe get 5s and deuces to concede.
And Grinder here is gonna think about it, and he's gonna put a raise in here. He backed into a flush. I want to say this actually. I don't fault Vieira's bet here on 7th because, like you said, Ali, you're 100% right. He wanted a hand like 5s and deuces to potentially fold, which probably would have on 7th.
Yeah, I think that bet on 6th Street is also designed to allow him to more credibly represent that,
yes.
But it was an expensive choice. Well, not only is Octopi Poker home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, but they're also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at PokerGo.com/winmasters for your chance to win.
Small raise for you on the river.
Good one for TV.
So Vieira has now eroded to 550K, and that is going to put some shackles on everyone out there other than the grinder who has brought it in. Kenney with split kings must raise.
Now here's the reason why Ite's thinking here is, like I said before, Kenney is basically forced into a raise spot. He happens to have 2 kings, but a lot of times here he's not, and that's what Ite was thinking about, of potentially putting a raise in. Ite needs to be aware of her image at this table right now. If Ite wants to run very high-level bluffs at this table, Ali, I'm telling you, it will work.
Yeah,
promise you.
I think she could leverage her table image as well. I think, though, she's much more keen on a Vieira bust.
Yes, and that's the thing, again, because Vieira's got 500,000 in chips.
I didn't have rolled
You mean rolled down? You mean rolled down?
Look for their opponents to play very tight until Vieira goes broke.
Is that a
You know the
roulette
difference,
tattoo
right?
I think
on the inner forearm of
It is.
Mizrachi?
Grinder loves
That bluff,
to
that bluff's
gamble.
too big to bluff.
Anything with gambling,
That cannot.
Grinder
That
That's
can
all he
never
had.
loves
got
to
two
gamble.
pairs. That's all
All
you
he
can
had
do,
was
right?
jack. That's all he had.
Grinder loves to
Obviously, that's all he
gamble,
had.
he loves to
Yeah.
party, and he loves to win this tournament. And he's looks like he has a good chance of doing it for the 4th time.
Andrew, split fives with the ace, a couple of diamonds working.
Yeah, I'm interested in
Completing
seeing
it.
That one for sure.
Nothing interesting taking shape thus
I had
far
a good hand
behind him.
too. I had a pair of queens.
This should get right on through.
Picked up flush off that I better than make king's speed.
That makes sense.
He won dead ace, but his hand was pretty live.
Yeah, your hand was very live.
Yeah.
And Joao here is going to release.
So dusty.
He can't, as short as he is, he's going to wait for a better spot. Remember, the beautiful thing when you're short stacking stud in a tournament, the antes are 50,000 a man, right? So there's 250,000 in the pot before you even see the cards. So with Vieira, he can actually win a hand and get to over $1 million in chips.
No, but I mean, like underneath, that you like just
It's a
went
little
on
beauty
four,
and it's
too,
a little
and you had
beast,
king
though,
high in, like,
because
3 ways with a short
every one of
stack,
those
so it went
antes
crazy and just got, like,
are 10% of his remaining stack.
I know, but Ali, his hand is just too weak.
I agree.
He has to assume his 9 if he
I guess
pairs
that's
it, or
the
his
game.
king is good, but he's not really getting the right price here to continue with this hand. The other thing is, Ali, do you know what the next game is?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
Because that matters, and that's what I promise you, Joao's thinking the next game, he ends up folding here. If it is PLO, that would be very helpful for Joao. Okay.
Omaha 8 or better, by the way.
Okay, so Omaha 8 or better. So Joao's also
Back to-
thinking,
or at
hey,
peak now.
I can play a
Got
small
your
or
14,
split pot
dialed
game.
back over to 14 now.
Give us some green,
That's over.
please. 8 million.
Not an ace with one, so. I figured that's what you're trying to figure.
Thank
Worthy
you.
of mention, by the way, we play
bad,
7
it's okay.
hands of each game.
Tell me, what's up, buddy?
Then we get down to 3-handed. We go to 6 hands of each, and then heads up 4 hands of each player. Or of each game, rather.
All right, so this
Split
is
6 is Vieira forced to bring it in again. And I think he will go with this one.
so Ali.
Grinder completing.
I
3
would've-
suits for Kenny with the queen.
I would have actually loved for Vieira here to actually open as a complete with his hand. Because now look, he's going to invest all his money here, okay? But if he opened as a complete, then a hand like Mizrachi might have folded that hand, and then he might have gotten heads up against Bryn with a lot better hand here. See, like, I don't like this because now he's playing 3 ways, and his equity goes down tremendously in a 3-way pot.
Well, even if he had repopped it here, Jared, I don't think he's going to lose either player.
No, but what I'm saying is he was to bring in
No,
for
I
50.
get it. Yeah,
I
I
would have
get it.
just actually completed it to 200 with all the money in the middle. If he's not folding, he should apply more pressure early. Instead, it's going to be, he has the best hand, but he's only 45% to win 3 ways.
Yeah, the grinder, having caught the ace, leads at it again. Vieira now all in. Dry side will take shape between the grinder and Bryn. Oh, open aces for the grinder. Diamond draw acquired for Kenny. So we're going to keep this train rolling.
And look at the math here, Ali. Kenny has 4 to a flush, and he's flipping against a pair of aces and 3 to a flush. And now Vieira is most likely to be out of this tournament here.
He hasn't improved.
And look at this, Bryn makes a pair of 9s with 4 to a flush. This is getting interesting.
Looking at open aces, though, of course, Kenny isn't going to be leading out.
And again, they're check. Now here's the thing in this spot. If I'm Mizrachi, he makes aces up, but in this spot, he doesn't actually have to value bet. He knows Kenny most likely has a draw. I would like for Mizrachi to check here, aces up, even though it's most likely the best hand.
And by the way, Kenny could have some 2 pairs, probably not queens up, but maybe something modest wired. Kenny not having improved here.
And look at that, grinder does check, and I like it. Again, aces up in a cash game, I would bet it. In a tournament, There's really no value in betting.
Yeah.
I don't. I caught the.
And not to be overshadowed, Jared, the fact that Joao Vieira has been eliminated. Some respect being shown to one of the finest
Again, bro.
to do it. I have the privilege of talking about Vieira's procedures
Yeah,
abroad when he plays no limit and plays it damn well.
What you had, Michael?
I want to say this for the record.
What you had?
Joao Vieira is my favorite guy in all of poker. That guy is a true gentleman, a top talent, and one of the best poker players in the world.
$298,000 to add to his career, $21 million as he is forced out in fifth. Andrew Ye and Esther Taylor jockeying down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Bryn Kenney sub 6 million as the grinder breaks away from the peloton. Yellow jersey on him, and he is pedaling full steam ahead. 17.5 million as you look at the leaderboard and the 3 casualties thus far on the day here in the 50K, brought to you by PokerStars. And all of the bust outs brought to you by that man right there, like a hot knife through butter.
You'll never fold.
Never gonna go through.
You'll never fold anything with these jacks.
Let's wait 2 weeks. Can never get through.
Way to do.
No.
Locked up payout for these remaining 4. $413,000 now and over $180,000 hop.
So look at this, Ali. Mizrachi has more chips than all 3 of his opponents combined here.
Such a great spot for him as Andrew brought it in. Ite completed. Andrew defended with that 3-5-6, picks up a nice looking 4th street, but Taylor picks one up of her own. Ace of clubs along with that queen allows her to bluff her way through this one.
And again, this is where Ite and Andrew are going to have a lot of difficult spots. They're not comfortable playing a lot of shorthanded poker. It's going to be a lot of difficult for them to navigate here with 4 left.
Listen, I'm telling you, don't sell either of them short. Ite's been around the cash game streets for a minute, and so has Andrew, as Joao Vieira is going to take a minute with Natalie Bodie. Let's send it down.
I'm sure it wasn't the result you wanted today, but having already won a bracelet, a final table in this event, do you consider the summer for you a success up to this point?
Of course. Even if I hadn't won the bracelet, as long as I wake up to my best, be happy with what I do on the tables, that is a success. Today it was a success.
This event is unique and very prestigious. 9-game mix usually attracts the best players in the world. What is the biggest challenge in this event?
Stay focused, stay disciplined. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of opportunities for you to make big mistakes. So it's very important to just stay disciplined and structure. Try not to make those big mistakes because eventually people will do it. And just stay in the present and just do your best.
Great run at it. Thank you for the time, guys.
Thanks, Natalie.
Such a gentleman.
Yeah,
Vieira.
truly. So we shift over to Omaha 8 or better. Kenny with the aces. Grinder with 8-4-4 deuce. Road travel was a Kenny raise. Grinder defended his big, picking up the diamond draw. Turn is a 9. Kenny with the nuts as it stands. Had flopped the Broadway wrap. Very comfortable follow through here.
And the fact that Mizrachi here has no high potential besides making a flush, I can't see him continuing here. The fact that he has 3 diamonds, he also has to realize that if he makes his flush, he may not get paid off, so he doesn't have a lot of implied odds, and he's out of position. I'd love to see Grinder release this hand. Remember, just because he has all the chips doesn't mean he needs to be in all the pots on all the streets. He can find a better spot. I'd love to see Grinder get away from this.
The other thing to be mindful of is in general, and granted ranges open up a little bit, when opponents raise in Omaha 8 or better, Jared, they tend to have an ace in hand. And those aces are often suited. And just because we have the 8-4 and deuce of diamonds doesn't mean that another diamond dangler isn't a part of what Kenny is barreling with, as an ace comes out on the end and Mizrachi check folds.
Yeah, I don't like that turn call by Grinder because the problem is he can never win the hand unless he actually makes a flush. Because if Bryn doesn't have a pair of 4s beat, then he's going to bluff at it anyway. So poorly played by the Grinder. And again, 0-8 now, split pot game. When you're playing full ring 0-8, you're looking more to make low hands. When you're playing short-handed 0-8, you want to be making more high hands. 9-3 deuce deuce. This is a game where you want to have an ace in your hand a lot. You don't have to. You want to have hands with 3 wheel cards in them.
Yep.
Hands like 8-8, 7-7.
Hands like this one right here.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal hand, double suited. I don't fault Bryn here for defending his big blind. Let's see a flop.
Yeah, he's got no suits, 6-5 deuce 10, but he's got the discount. Checking over to the nut flush draw, which fires.
Yeah, hands like ace-9, 3-5 double suited, Ali. Those are the hands that are like, you know, the hands that you love seeing. A lot of high potential, a lot of low potential.
Yeah, that's Omaha catnip right there.
Thank you.
Number 3, Omaha 8, 1-2 blinds.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Well, Jared's closed his shorts, but for those out there trading, you want to be long Michael Mizrachi, and you want to be on your way to Vegas come November, because the NAPT returns to Resorts World for its 3rd straight run. 3rd through the 12th of November. A 50K Super High Roller, a 5K Main Event, and a 1K PokerStars Open are on offer, along with a 1K Women's High Roller. If you're on Stars in Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, got a shot to win your way right on down to the 702. Check the PokerStars lobby for ways to win. Kenny looking to win with King 10, 8-4. Couple of clubs here. This is a small blind limp into Ite.
Ite is very good at Oh My 8 or better. This is one of her better games.
She checks back. They both have an 8-4. To the flop we go. 8s and 4s on the monotone 8-6-4 board for both players. However, when the low is already out there and you don't have one, you tend to get pretty shy about continuing. Kenny not obligated to continue, and that's a very sound choice out of position in 08.
It's a very good fold by Kenny because he's not thinking about what he has on the flop. He's thinking about what does he do on the turn when an ace hits? What does he do when another low card hits? He already knows that if Ite just has a low, he's getting free rolled. Great fold there by Kenny.
Yeah, not to mention she could have the spades already. I don't think he had one in hand. The cardinal sin, as we talked about in split pot games, and it takes a little bit of discipline, is to remind yourself, heads up, you do not want to draw toward just half of the pot, because all you're doing is shoveling chips into the middle in the hopes of pulling them back.
Exactly.
And that can be very, very costly.
Exactly here. Now Bryn, again, four-handed, very strong hand on the button here. Ite has a hand that's phenomenal in PLO. I expect her to fold here in the small blind. Again, it's a two-way hand. It's a really bad low, a good high. Doesn't need to be played out of position. And now Andrew has a hand that he should not be continuing with in the big blind, which I do not agree with this play by Andrew.
Jack 9-9-7, no low draw. He's got the wolf pack, and on the ace 8-5 board, he's got a medium flush draw and a gut shot, along with a pair of nines. Kenny with the made 4-3 low, a redraw to the wheel, and of course an ace.
And here's the thing, right? When you play such a poor hand like Andrew's doing right now, is you're now forced to see a turn card, but it's a spot.
He makes the flush, by the way, and has the high locked up.
Yes, but Bryn here should continue the betting because he knows his 3-4 is good. And the problem with Andrew is he can never raise, and now he can never fold. He has to just call down and hope his flush is good.
Yep.
And now it's going to go check, bet, call here. Look for Bryn to put another bet in here. He knows most likely he's getting called and he's getting half, but the problem is he has 2 4s and he knows his low is good. And now he thinks Andrew can maybe make a mistake and fold a better hand.
Yeah, he ends up actually looking at a pretty nice run out in the Jack and Queen of Diamonds, which made a 9-high flush, the third nuts, but relieved, of course. But I like the point that you make, Jared. Defending the big blind with that particular hand there, as tempting as it is from a numbers standpoint, put him in a position where he potentially would have been shoveling chips into the middle, drawing it only half.
Yes, but Ali, you just explained this to us, right?
Yeah.
Andrew put money in, begging to just get his money back, right? So again, I don't like his call pre-flop, and I'll say this right now, from what I've seen, I think he's the weakest of the 4 players left. What's most likely going to happen here is it's probably going to be Grinder and Kenny head up. But look for, I'm interested to see what happens here. And look at this hand for Kenny. Very strong hand, double suited. And now here's where this is interesting, right? Ite has a hand that does not play well multi-way. So if she's going to enter the pot here, I'd love for her to open as a 3-bet. I don't like calling hands like this because you don't have nut suits. You don't want to play this hand. You don't want to invite Mizrachi in the blind or Andrew in the blind. And I don't agree with it, and she just calls.
Yeah, it's snug, but obviously it's a little bit hazardous. And the other benefit of 3-betting, Jared, is oftentimes those 3-bets are going to be attached to a two-way hand. A big pair along with a low draw, and you can maybe bluff some of the high boards.
Yes, but the other thing is this, right? A lot of limit poker is taking control of the hand, okay? Now look at this.
She's got control with an ace-4 low draw and a made flush on this 10-8-3 board. Kenney, with ace-4 and nothing more to speak of, is going to follow through.
And I would love to see Ite put more money in right now. She has a two-way hand. She has a flush and an ace-4 low.
Yeah.
And I can't stand it. I hate it.
I know.
But I mean, she could potentially, as we see the 5 roll off, so now it's 3/4 for Ite as it stands.
Now here's where it gets interesting, right? I would love for Kenney to check here. I like it. Because the problem with Kenny's hand is he has a second nut low, but he has no high here. And Kenney knows how tight Ite is in the button, and a lot of Ite's hands have ace deuce in it. So he could be getting free rolled right now. Ite needs to bet this turn now.
There's no question in my mind that she will. Not in a hurry to do it, and I respect that. Not the product of apprehension, but just trying to be balanced about her timing. Kenney makes the call, winds up with a pair of 6s and that second nut low.
And here's the problem, Ali, is that Kenny's going to check and Ite's going to bet. And the thing with 08 is that Bryn is forced to basically call here. He backed into a pair of 6s. Ite has the best hand, and she's going to 3/4 Kenney. But the problem is Kenney is forced into calling this river.
Yeah, and he's going to get quartered by the flush and the same low.
Ace-4 and a flush.
3/4.
I see flush, same 41.
And again, I probably would have checked the flop with Kenny's hand, but once he saw the turn of river, he was forced to call down.
Nice pick up there for Taylor as she snacks on Bryn. Talked about this being her best game. Well, let's check in on somebody else who's got some game. Already a no-limit deuce bracelet under his belt, and here is the man who I'm often seated beside, working his way through event 71. I don't think he's at this particular table. No, there he is. Just spying him there. He looks like he's ready for Sunday school on a Saturday, if I'm being honest. Very buttoned up. Nick Schulman, 7-time bracelet winner, on the hunt for number 8. There he is.
Ali, Nick Schulman is the best draw tournament poker player on the planet. And also at this table, I want to give a special shout out to my best friend on planet Earth, Matthew Schreiber is there as well. Brian Tate, Oats Overnight owner, is there as well.
Yeah. He's doing it 2 ways. He's secured sponsorship, and then he's turned himself into a billboard and a threat in that 10K deuce to 7 final table.
Okay, back to the action here. Ite's got double suited kings. Andrew flats. And the thing is, notice how Andrew's flatting on the button here? I like it more with a hand like that, with ace-6, 3-2. We're head up here, or multi-way in a flop here. Andrew needs to bet this flop. He flops the best high hand, and he has the nut low draw. Okay, now look for Ite here to just call. She's not going to raise. There's no value in her raising. Her only play here is to just call.
She knows it. As another 600K gets into the middle. Great spot here for Andrew.
Let's see a turn card.
A jack. That
So
actually
now,
connects with Kenney.
and here's the thing, right? It's probably going to go check, check. Okay? It's probably going to go check, check. Andrew actually doesn't have to bet here in position. I know he has the best hand, and look at Ite leading here. I like it. I like it by Ite being aggressive here.
Yeah, she's got the overpair and she's got that king high flush draw. Without a low card rolling off, she's targeting people on the low draw, trying to charge a price.
Yes.
And both of those ace threes are hanging in there. Note, Andrew with the sixes and deuces
And look
had
at
the best
this.
low until this. A high heart is an absolute dream for Taylor.
And I think Ite's got to continue the betting here. And
Ooh, but she
again,
checks.
it's a disaster, Ali. And it's going to work out for her
Yeah.
again.
Andrew, I feel as though this lead, by the way, with sixes and deuces is maybe turning it into a little bit of a bluff, trying to rep the ace high hearts.
And again, you got to give Ite a lot of credit. A lot of people would bet there for value, and she made more money by checking.
Well, are you surprised that Andrew actually took a swing there with sixes and deuces?
I'm actually not, because the fact that he flat the turn, he could have a lot of draws in it. Because if Ite just had 2 kings there, she would have folded the river.
By the way, quickly want to shout out my buddy Alex Wilkinson, who is the chip leader in that 10K deuce to 7, where we saw Shulman, Tate, and company. Also want to shout out PokerGo, who are ready to level up your game. Upgrade to PokerGo VIP and get everything in the annual subscription, plus access to over 100 elite training videos from legends like Phil Galfond, Jason Kuhn, and Dan Cates. For a limited time, VIPs also score a merch credit to the PokerGo shop. Don't just watch. Learn, play, and win with PokerGo VIP. Upgrade now at PokerGo.com. Andrew, back at it now. Ace 4, 8, 9 double. Ite in the big with a serviceable ace 5, 6 king will be the only patron. By the way, I pushed back a little bit. I know you mentioned you thought Andrew was the weakest player at the table. I don't feel that way, and I also think this is perhaps his best game. He won that 10K horse bracelet back in 2022, and he finished second to Rast in one that a lot of people would argue he should have won that one. There was some shenanigans, but you know, he's got some game, is all I'm going to say. And he's got nothing more than a pair of 4s on a Jack 5-4 board, while Taylor has a pair of 5s and an ace 6.
And this is a tough spot for Taylor because she's got a bad high and a bad low draw. She knows Andrew's been playing very solid. Andrew has the bottom of his range right now that's betting. Ite's also thinking to herself, she has 8.5 million in chips. Does she want to get involved here? Does she want to wait for a better spot? No backdoor flush draw. I think she's going to let this one go.
You know, as I'm looking at this image, Jared, I don't know how much Sunday brunch you do, but there's always that one friend that kind of straggles in a half hour late
Win one, lose one.
and looks mildly disassembled, and you're like, wait, have you slept?
Yeah, that's
and perhaps, you know, for Ite, such a big moment, unclear how much sleep she did get coming into this one.
So hot and under.
I think she's
so fucking hot.
Feels like
she probably got 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
Feels like I'm like
but she does
sliding
look
out
a
like
little,
bit
out of
way
it.
around.
Be like,
Don't let the imagery fool you. I'm just
Here.
zeroing in on some tilted
Oh, it's like
shades
there's a
and nothing
breeze
more,
even
perhaps
back here.
making a meal of
breeze
things
back
as
there?
we
This
transition to
it's like a
Raz.
different
All the
place.
heat
As I
centered in the
pointed
center
out.
area. So.
Andrew second in that 10K Rast to Brian Rast earlier. This is a game where you're trying to make the ace through 5. Don't like stud. High card brings it in. That'll be Andrew here with the 8. Everybody with a decent door card.
Flushes and straights don't hurt you in this game.
Nope.
Best hand is a wheel. Grinder there. Look for Grinder to be very aggressive in this Raz round. Grinder actually opens 5-6-4. Ite flats with ace 5 deuce. I actually love it for deception. Now,
Ite finds the 9 low draw. And as is very standard and
I think
customary,
Perry
the
did
player
it.
with the better board development will be the one betting.
Last time he had a jack in the hole, remember?
Mizrachi peeling and finding a deuce. That'll put him on a 6 low draw, while Ite
and Ite's
has the
probably
made
going to
10.
check.
Yeah, she does check, recognizing that she's drawing to a 9, while Mizrachi is in all likelihood drawing better than that, given that he called 4th Street with the jack, even though she has the better made hand. Now she picks up a 9 low. The 8 is problematic because she's drawing to a worse hand than the one that Mizrachi is showing.
And now this is a spot for Ite where she's forced to call. She's drawing to a 7. She has to assume that Mizrachi doesn't have to have an 8 here for the record. He could have a jack, he could have paired, he didn't.
So
Let's see
Esther's
7.
drawing dead and actually improves. Forgive me, I said she's drawing dead. She was drawn to a 7 with a made 9. Apologies for the oversight. Mizrachi is not improved and Taylor has him dead.
Now here's the spot where Ite's not probably going to raise.
7.
Yeah, so Grinder comfortable enough to barrel, knowing that with a 5 and a deuce showing, it would take quite a bit for Taylor to decide to raise, even if she made the best possible hand she could, which would be a 7. So he flashes a smirk as his brother Eric, better known as Iwi, on the rail there, taking it in.
I didn't even have to look at my hand.
Well, with Taylor picking up that pot, let's check back in on the leaderboard. Brought to you by PokerStars. A clear shorty is Andrew Ye as Esther ascends to near 10 million and second in chips with Bryn Kenney trailing her. Mizrachi down to 15 million in chips, but certainly still feeling very comfortable with close to what all of the 3 others have combined.
50? 50.
Andrew with the 3-card 8 will take us upstairs, I thought, but I hadn't seen the other door cards. So this limp with the 8-4 ace, Jared, is just keeping things cozy, given that Mizrachi is showing a deuce and Kenney is showing a 7. You see the Grinder take it up, Kenney out of the way along with Taylor, and Andrew will make this call and see what develops.
I don't mind the limp for Andrew. I would have preferred a raise just because we're 4-handed.
Well, Andrew would have preferred something other than the king here on 4th Street, and these are sort of the pivotal ones, as Mizrachi catches pretty good, but Andrew is going to peel. Can you fold the 8-4 ace with the king on 4th Street?
I wouldn't, because it's the Grinder. And again, he happened to have it in this spot, but a lot of times he won't. I don't fault Andrew there. I probably would have opened on the first, on the 3 draw.
You mean on 3rd Street you
3rd
would have
Street.
raised
Well, I
it?
want my
Yeah. Just because, you know, Ite was showing a face card.
Yeah, but he's got those 2 larger stacks to his left, showing a smaller card. And, you know, when you do open, you actually allow some bluffing in the form of a re-raise from a smaller door card, right? Somebody just looking for better board development and to punish you. And Andrew is running lean on chips now and is fortunate not to be forced to bring it in with the queen, given Taylor has a king. Now ace versus ace here.
See, even though Grinder has a queen in the hole, I would love for him to raise here.
Instead he limps.
And again,
Kenney will complete as a result.
Yeah, see, this is, I don't love this by the Grinder.
Both players catching a wheel card on 4th. And the reason you don't love it?
10.
I just feel like...
Does it cap his range?
Yeah, but more importantly, I mean, once Bryn enters the pot, he knows Bryn has a decent holding. That's a lot better than his hand.
9.5. 9.5.
And
well,
look
now
at
an
this.
open pair for Bryn. The
Doesn't
Grinder
matter.
catching
I
a
don't care.
5.
I don't
Obviously,
care.
Kenney interfering, given that he has a couple of 3s. Well, 3 of them now
Yeah, exactly.
in total.
I will say this, Grinder has run very good in a lot of the Raz and stud pots in this
Got
tournament.
2 lows. Doesn't matter the 3rd one.
And like we've talked about, these stud pots get so big.
You know, Jared, I feel compelled to just amend your statement to Grinder has run very good, full stop. Like, as long as I've known him, and I'm not going to take away anything from his, you know, street poker style, which has been very successful throughout the course of his storied and long career, which has been a profitable one. But that dude has run pretty pure in some spots. There is no doubt about it. And that, you know, that doesn't bring any shame to someone. I'm green with envy.
For sure.
I haven't even looked yet. Yeah, I'm going to when I play my hand.
All right, so it looks like Andrew has completed it and Mizrachi has repopped it.
And Mizrachi continues to get massive Raz pots, Raz hands here.
Yeah.
Let's see 4th Street.
The thing about Raz, if you've ever played it, is it doesn't matter how good your hand is on 3rd Street, 4th and beyond.
And look at this. Mizrachi continues to catch Jin here.
King. Oh, even better.
Look at this.
And see here, Andrew pairing the ace openly, forced to get out of there. Mizrachi just smirking and giving the boys a look, as if to say, listen, I know you think I might be dancing, but
I'm running insane.
Yeah.
Ace deuce 7. It's perfect. It's a perfect start. For the board at least.
And you know, the next game here is going to be Pot Limit Omaha. Very important. Another game where plays a lot smaller than a lot of these other games. Andrew can kind of wait there, maybe get a double up there in Pot Limit Omaha. Mizrachi brings in a 10.
Believe that was an ace face up for Bryn that he folded, if I'm not mistaken, with the 3 and a 4 behind him. I didn't clock it.
And this is a spot for Andrew here where I would not fault him here to putting more money into the pot right now. He has 3 to a 9, but he's showing a 4. He's very short on chips. Ite almost doesn't have a forced raise spot, but she's opening here very wide.
Well, and Andrew knows that Ite is super tight, and I
Yeah.
think that has a lot to do with his decision to let it go. He doesn't
Phenomenal
feel
fold.
like she's bluffing, but when someone is tight, sometimes we can target them with aggression in the hopes that we have the better board run out. That's a lot of what Raz is about.
Yeah, a great fold by Andrew there, being aware. A lot of players there would actually not fold in that spot. I would love to see Ite win this event.
I would love to see Ite go to a local optical shop and get just a quick tune-up, you know, recentering on those. I mean, it really is. It's just, it makes it look genuinely like she slept somewhere in this room last night.
Yeah. All right, so there's 4 lowish cards out. Grinder here is going to open. Catches another massive hand in Raz. And again, Andrew here is going to have an interesting decision. He's showing an 8. He's got 9-6 in the hole.
Well, we're held up on Ite real quick. Wired 7s. Feels somewhat doubtful that she's going to try to participate.
I think
a pair is pretty bad.
I think she thinks we're playing stud high right now.
I think she thinks Grinder's just been overactive. He's been showing the hands. There she is, begrudged, but binning it. And once more, Andrew forced to fight. Note the fold he made against the Ite open, but you know, the defense with the bring in with a hand that's a little bit worse, but against the Grinder, who again is running so pure.
Yes.
Showing a 9-6 draw, Ye just folding on 4th, and look at the Grinder, just laughing his way to the bank.
I don't even think Grinder, I think he continues to laugh to realize, I think he realizes how insane he's running right now.
Doesn't matter because he caught 5 good ones. I caught 5 quicks. Made no difference.
See Mike the Mouth Matisow, who also made a deep run in this one on the rail. Efforting his official finish. That was 12th for 108,000. In a year where Matisow was feeling a little bit aggrieved by 25K fantasy draft, lack of love that he was shown. I think it was a pretty validating performance turned in by him. Long-time vet. Now Andrew cooking with some gas here.
I believe.
Are you taking your break?
Yeah, I think
okay,
so.
cool. Let me.
Mizrachi here has an interesting decision. He realizes Andrew has 1 million in chips left. The way he's running here, I don't expect him to. I expect Andrew to catch paint and Mizrachi hit an ace.
Well, Andrew does find a good one, but Mizrachi finds a better one. So we're showing a 7 versus 4 deuce. Now the interesting thing here is while Mizrachi is leading at us, and we do need to be respectful of it, Andrew is going to determine that the flat pre from Mizrachi is somewhat capping. Now a board pairing deuce for Mizrachi Andrew has the 8-7 made with a good redraw.
And Mizrachi needs to fold his hand now. He paired. There's a 10 in the hole.
Yeah. Well, a rare sight there. Andrew Ye picking up a pot as half of his remaining stack was put out there. And that is a good note on which to finish, but it has been a difficult first frame of play for Andrew Ye.
Quick, everyone's gone.
He'll continue to fight for bracelet number 2, but do so lean on chips as we give you a glimpse at the leaderboard, brought to you by PokerStars. There he is, 4th with 1.8, Bryn Kenney. 3rd with 4 million, Ite just shy of the 8-figure stack, and Mizrachi still up top where he started this one. 50K PPC coverage will come your way in about 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
The grinder Mizrachi has won this tournament 3 different times.
Right.
In my opinion, if he ends up winning this tournament today, I think it will be the greatest poker accomplishment in the history of tournament poker.
What about Adam Friedman back-to-back-to-back dealer's choice victories at the World Series, Jared?
If the grinder can win this event, a 50K buy-in against the best players in the world for the 4th time, you have to realize this is all the best poker players on planet Earth in one tournament.
Yeah. Taylor bringing it in with the low card, 3 of spades. You see Vieira with the split queens and an ace, a couple of diamonds working, made it 200,000, and then Mizrachi with the 3 connected cards, seeking privacy, repopping it to 400. Look at Ben Lamb, 3 wheel cards, makes it 600, and now Albert's trying to figure out what's what. Split kings he wants in, and he's going to 4-bet it to 800K. Very seldom will you ever see something like this in a stud 8 pot.
Yes, and the reason Albert's entering the pot as a 4-bet is because he wants to get other opponents out of the pot here. Sometimes if Mizrachi's raising with a 4 and a pair in the hole, he'll fold. 4, 5, 6 here, he's not going to fold. This is interesting because in this spot, I expect Joao to fold his queens like he just did.
Even with that ace in hand, the threat of someone being rolled up or having pocket aces is very real. So he steps aside correctly.
And we discussed in stud, when you're prepared to play a pot here on 3rd, look to play a hand on 4th, 5th, 6th, and potentially 7th Street.
Well, 4th Street comes in, 3 players taking it. Both of the low draws have gotten on that draw immediately with Mizrachi. The better low draw and an open ender, a 3 or an 8 to make the straight. 200K ahead, bring us to 5th. One of the 2 kings remaining in the deck with the other already in the bin. Now staring down Albert. He's not going to make trips. He has not improved here. Neither of the low draws get there. Mizrachi barrels. Lamb has to call off the last 75,000 in front of his stack. Side pot will develop. 650,000 between the grinder and Albert. Note, by the way, that a 4, a 6, and a 10 are also all occupied, making it that much more difficult for Albert to make this 2-pair, but he makes it instantly, leading out with the 6s into the side pot.
And it's very interesting to know that when you have a high hand and you're going against 2 low hands, your high hand has so much more value because a lot of times you're going to win. Well, look at this.
Lamb's not going to win as we see him pair the deuce, but Mizrachi, having picked up the spade draw, makes it on the river. Daher checks, and this is a brutal blow.
Wow.
Grinder is going to scoop this one and shed Ben Lamb in the very first hand of this FT, Jared.
It would probably be Badugi would be the next game I feel like that a lot of these players are playing.
Yeah.
Returning to the action here, look at Albert. He brings it in. He's got a 3, 4, 5 in the hole. And notice how Ite folds the pair of 3s, showing a 3.
Vieira now with split 10s. He tried to play the high side before he saw way too much action to hang in there with split queens and an ace, a pot to go. Probably happy that he did, considering what the grinder ended up with, though things would have played out differently.
And if you notice, Joao just folded 10s there. And it's not a bad fold because he's looking at the game order. He wants to play more big bet with these guys. He wants to play more draw with these guys. I don't hate the fold. Remember, a lot of this tournament is about playing more hands in games that you're comfortable with and games that your opponents are weaker in than yourself.
Daher has an open ender here. Mizrachi fanning on 4th. Now making a pair of 6s against a made 7. Daher in prime position. Note that sometimes the limp in as the bring in will repop it in a spot such as this on 3rd Street, but you turn your hand a little bit face up when you do something like that. So here he is betting 400,000 on 5th, and the grinder looking over, deciding if he wants to stick chips in there. He says yes, asking Daher for the remaining 275. And
2 blockers.
Mizrachi could make a better low, potentially. He'd have to go perfect to get there. Sixes interfering with Daher's high outs, which would be an ace, a 6, or a 7 for the time
Get
being.
a fucking queen or something. You ran good enough, okay, in that last hand. It was enough. Just let me have that tiny
Not
fucking
the full,
pot.
like, hammer.
He makes a straight and a flush and a low in the same card. Like the Joker.
The Joker, yeah.
We found the fucking Joker. Just in case.
Now,
in
in this
case I
spot
had
here, I know Albert has the low locked up.
needs one runner.
But the problem here is that grinder's got 2 6s, so it's hard for Albert to make a straight.
He could still hit the ace, of course, and the 7 would do the trick.
The jack.
He's getting free rolled now. He's getting free rolled. Yeah, he's getting free rolled.
What do I need? Jack 7, ace 6.
Jack 7.
Mizrachi will not be able to make the low.
Oh, no.
And now just hanging on. Daher is going to make the wheel and scoop this.
Wow. Made a wheel. No.
Sorry.
Albert made a wheel.
1,075,000.
Likes to dabble in prop bets and side action. In fact, you're entangled with Albert, as I recall, Jared.
Yes.
Oddly enough.
Yes, Albert and I were playing 3 and 6,000 right before the tournament. He said he wanted more action himself. I booked him at $1.20, so he has 20% more of himself against me, unfortunately, here, and I am short.
And we're back with 4 players remaining, all vying for a spot on the Chip Reese Trophy and the halls of history here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. Ali Nejad, Jared Blesnick, Natalie Bodie, continuing coverage of event number 66, the 50K PPC. Let's get a peek at the payouts. $413,000 locked up. $595 representing 180K plus jump. 100K min cash as well in the rear view. 1.33 million up top. That glimpse brought to you by Octopi Poker. Transitioning to pot limit Omaha now. Another one of the big bets in the mix, of which there are 3. Those unfamiliar, you must use 2 cards from your hand along with 3 from the board. Those 1-card flushes that you're used to in Hold'em, not a thing here in pot limit Omaha. And going all in, also not a thing. The maximum bet at any given time is the size of the pot.
Like 1.5 to start or something?
1.8.
Nice.
2 jacks and spades for Mizrachi, your chip leader. With the blinds at 75 and 150, he just clicks it to 300. Andrew with the 10-7-6-5, inferior spades, but a little rundown here in the big blind. He is your short stack, and he needs to be very precise about his decisions. Jared.
Yeah, I mean, Mizrachi here, jacks is actually a really poor hand at PLO. Grinder's taking advantage of the situation. Andrew defending here completely standard. Let's see a flop.
Queen 7-4. Andrew with the open ender and a pair of 7s. The jacks are still best. This is high only.
You know, if Grinder can bet here, he likes to bet small a lot on these boards. If he does bet, which he
doesn't.
Okay, so now he's checking.
Board pairing queen is a pretty cozy card for him.
If Andrew checks here, I'd love for Grinder to put in some sort of bet.
This is actually a pretty golden opportunity for Andrew to represent. I think he imagines that most hands better than a 7 would have been heard from on the flop, but here he is just betting 250.
And Grinder here has 100% a call. Let's see a river card.
A lot of ways for Andrew to win.
And that's actually a great card for Grinder because now it eliminates Andrew a lot from bluffing here.
Right.
I expect Andrew to check here, and Grinder will probably check behind, and happy to go to showdown with his jacks.
To be fair, if Andrew wanted to get heroic, a bet there would put an ace in an awkward spot.
It would, but the problem is Andrew's not necessarily good enough in that spot. The problem is when Grinder checks the flop, he doesn't have a lot of queens, but he has a lot more ace-type hands.
Yeah, but think about it. If he says pot with his whole remaining stack, all of a sudden, the ace-X has itself an issue.
The problem is, though, it's more about the hand, the visibility of the range. And that ace hits Grinder a lot more than the big blind. And I don't know if Andrew's that good to do it.
I've seen you do some things like that out there, Blizz. To be fair, in all the years that Andrew and I played together in Mix, Pot Limit Omaha was not one of the variants that was included in that mix. So all of the experience that he has, it is much leaner on this particular variant than the others. Not to put him on Front Street, but facts remain. And
of course.
I think there are those who flourish in big bet games that are drawn to the PPC, those who play a lot more limit mix, those who maybe play a lot more draw.
But, you know, for example, you saw a guy like Alex Foxen play this tournament, one of the best big bet players in the world, not as good in some of the limit games, and then you get some of the guys that are great at limit, like Nite, that may not be as good in big bet.
Are you sick?
You don't like your spot? You're second in chips with 4 people left.
I love my
I like
spot.
this raise
I love my
by
spot. You said
Andrew.
good job.
Good job. Folding to my
Really
big
good
blind.
hand, blind versus blind. Grinder has a hand that should be folding here. Andrew would be limping all his medium strength hands. I think this hand plays really bad against a raise by Andrew from Grinder. And Grinder, his strategy here is going to want to enter a lot of pots instead of calling raises. And if you've noticed, he's taken a lot of control of hands.
I don't have any fans.
I'm your fan.
Good fold by Grinder. And it's very interesting to see that Andrew here, if he opens a pot, he needs to be opening pot size raise. Okay, he needs to go 550. He has 1.4 million left in chips. He doesn't want anyone calling him out of the blinds. Ite's under the gun here.
Yeah, you want to leverage as much fold equity as you can out of what you got left. Suited aces are always attractive, but 2 7s and a 4 alongside, and Ite looking over at Andrew's stack decides to bow out. Yay also folding the button. Now Mizrachi, ace jack 6 deuce.
I would love to see Mizrachi just complete here. I wouldn't want him to put a raise in. Doesn't have a suited ace. I like it. And then Bryn keeping the pot small in the big blind, checking his option.
Looks like Kenny has dipped into that all-in brownie, by the way. Maybe the tank running a little bit lean on a 5th day of 50K action here.
Neither player really flopped anything. It's a very wet texture board. Expected to go check, check.
That it does. Queen on the turn now.
And
Mizrachi having picked up the Broadway draw. Kenny with top pair. Still has the gut shot.
Bryn here is going to elect to call.
Yep, being asked the question and answering it. 200K a man, another 400 into the kitty. And a board pairing queen completes the diamonds, but does leave Kenny with trips. Ace of diamonds is relevant for Mizrachi.
And here's what's interesting is Mizrachi has the ace of diamonds, right? So I love this bluff by Mizrachi, even though it's most likely not going to work here. Bryn backed into 3 queens here. This
$500,000 bet and called. And that is something we haven't seen a whole lot of, not just Mizrachi losing a pot, but having a bluff instead of a good hand.
And that's the first time, Ali, where Mizrachi has gotten to the river and actually showed a bluff.
You can't bluff if you got it, buddy. So Bryn Kenney narrowing the distance between himself and the one man with more chips than him for the bulk of this final table. Number 1 on poker's all-time money list. Won the biggest prize in tournament history back in 2019, over $20 million, 12 career 7-figure scores, 10 career 7-figure years. And that $30 million he picked up in 2019 definitely put the poker world on notice. Such an appetite for the nosebleed, altitude.
Right now?
And also, perhaps some of the most expensive garb that anyone will don at any given feature table.
Saturday.
Specifically,
If Andrew takes
I
the
christened
shot,
him Sensei Bryn Kenney because he goes
Might
to
as well, this
Japan
one.
and he buys like
Yeah.
really obscure high-end designer stuff that you won't find anywhere else or on anyone else. He's got a real
don't see why
knack for
not.
that and a huge foodie as well.
Send one of the crew to get a good bottle of something.
Yeah.
Tell them to grab a good bottle of tequila from like Total Wine or
You
something.
get it from like our break. Actually, there's dinner break after this, right? I think it is. I don't even know.
No, probably not. At least one. I think usually it's after 3 levels, right?
It's whenever you want, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's probably
we can
whenever we
discuss
want.
it. It'd be like 7. We can discuss after this
We
one.
probably don't even want a dinner break, do we?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even care. All right, play.
There's that beautiful
I'm okay,
Chip
no
Reese
dinner.
trophy.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Just 15-minute breaks.
Yeah.
I don't
That
want. Do
thing
you want
looks
dinner?
heavy.
I mean, just yeah. Doesn't matter to me.
Quick story about Bryn Kenney.
Not. I'm not thinking about dinner
About
yet,
15
that's
years
for sure.
ago.
No.
Take like a 20
You know,
minute.
we're both
I feel
from
like we
Long
just
Island, New
woke
York.
up.
If somehow it's like even in chips or something and it's like 9 p.m., then maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do 20-minute breaks though. That way it's easier to navigate all the people.
Yeah,
There's
or
more
like
to that
try
story,
to
right?
not have a break with this
Yeah, I
other
hope
one.
so.
Try like
I hope so.
20 minutes to the next level or something.
Looks like they're negotiating a bottle of liquor and also perhaps a skip dinner
15
break.
is
Maybe
good
it's
as
gonna
long
be a
as there's
liquid
not
dinner.
1,000 people in the hall.
Yeah, I know,
Rocky.
I know.
Bryn Kenney came to me about
I'm,
15
like,
years
little
ago and
tears,
said,
I'm like-
Jared, he said, a lot of these no limit hold'em players just aren't
Navigating
that
through.
good. Okay, and he was explaining
Gotta
to
walk
me
at
why
the
they
pace
weren't
with the
that
crowd,
good at the
otherwise you
time.
get ran
And this is
I
before
do. The main event.
he had
Oh my
any
God, I can't
massive
even.
results. And then over the last 15 years, he decided to win like 50 million straight.
Papa. Papa's in the
I've
house.
decided to win that much straight. I've never done it though.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, think they could play great. It's hard. In poker is one of those games where when you're in the moment, it's very difficult to make the right decision.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of all 4 of these players who understand the gravity of this, but nobody gets it more than the grinder, who's planted his flag at this summit on 3 separate occasions. Meanwhile, the board plants King, Queen, 4 out there. Nothing of interest to Andrew. Every one of those big blind defenses are expensive. Grinder.
About like 150.
Very understandable c-bet.
I'm not even betting one. I might be able to call 150. Maybe he might have bottom pair and hit the trips.
If he does, he deserves it.
Look at the
Give
grinder's
him the
bio.
2-outer for RFI
PokerGO.
250.
On the hunt for bracelet
I might
number
call up to
7.
250.
That is rarefied air.
Maybe.
Never mind. What
Right.
Jared,
We
you've
can peel a small
explained
card.
would be the greatest accomplishment in tournament poker
Couple
history if he were to win this thing
all
a
around
4th
before.
time. Brian Rast has won it 3 times. Jungle Man Dan Cates has won it twice.
You were just too excited.
Rast
It's too
has won
big.
this event 3
Let's just get
times?
this money in.
Yes, sir.
Really?
I'm gonna put it in anyways.
You're surprised by that? As
Of
talented
course.
as Rast is?
Rast is one of the best mixed game players in the world, but I
Right.
actually am surprised by that. It's so hard to win this tournament once, let alone 3 times.
How many shots have you taken at this one, Jared?
I am buried in this event.
I am played it like 10 times.
I'm probably down like 450,000 lifetime in this tournament.
Ouch.
And it feels great.
You and I have different definitions of great.
Okay,
Mizrachi
so
defending here. King 9-9 trade with the spades. Taylor with a very solid King Jack 10-9 with diamonds. It comes 9-5 tray. Top set for Mizrachi. Top pair for Ite.
So Ite has a spot here where she can go either way.
She quickly checks back and finds herself with this 6 on the turn.
And Ite here is going to check the turn as well.
I thought she had picked up the club draw. I stand corrected. She just had 1 club in hand. Board pairing 6. The grinder couldn't lure her into a bet. Now he's all over this million chip pot.
And I would have liked Ite to go a little bigger here on the button. She forced the grinder in here to call pre-flop with a medium strength hand. Ite just can't call here, even though grinder could be bluffing. The problem is Ite just loses to so many hands.
You are bluffing this time, though.
Prove it.
I might.
With knowing grinder, by the way.
What?
Yeah, go on.
You think he's drinking alcohol?
That would be a tall pour of clear liquor.
What is it? Million?
I feel like it might be with a line.
1,025,000.
Look at Ite, by the way. She's threatening to try to pick this one off.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to call here. I think she loves this moment right now, and she's enjoying it. She does have the 10 of clubs. The problem is she just loses to so many hands of Grinder here.
Well, remember, Grinder defended but checked both flop and turn.
You're not talking as much.
But the problem is, Ali,
You had
is
the
all.
nuts last time. You were
Say it
so.
again?
When you had the nuts last time, you were so. Tuka, tuka, tuka.
Oh my God, I got a big hand, yeah!
I have a big hand.
Obviously, it's not that big. You would have called it already, or raised.
You can't tell me what to do. All right, take it.
Well, little does Esther know it, but that is very much the right decision there. What were you saying, Jared?
Well, I was saying that all of Mizrachi's made hands on the turn, he would be checking a lot of his medium flushes. He'd be checking all his 2 pairs. So it's really a board texture where it's really hard for Ite to actually call there on the river.
Had nothing more than a bluff catcher.
What did you get here?
I will say this, Ite has made a lot of really good decisions on the river in this tournament.
You know, there were times where both of us maybe skewed a little bit critical of some of her aversion to getting involved in situations where we felt like perhaps her hand warranted it. But that conservative approach has earned her way into the Final Four of this PPC, Jared, and the results speak for themselves in that regard.
But look at the limited experience that Ite has playing shorthanded poker. She's got double suited 8-8-6-4 and limps the cutoff. And again, she makes the wrong decision, but she's probably going to get rewarded.
Well, Andrew with queens and sevens shoots it up to 675. Now, the grinder, ace, king, 10-8 with clubs.
Now, here's the thing for the grinder, right? He has a suited ace with ace, king. I would love for Grinder to throw this hand away because when Andrew raises a limp from a tight player like Ite, he has a hand. I feel like that's the bottom of Andrew's range. A lot of the raises that Andrew has here are hands that have Grinder's hand dominated. So I would love to see Grinder fold this hand, especially in the small blind. He also has to be worried about Kenny in the big blind as well. And also the fact that Ite has 9 million in chips, she's capable of limping a really big hand there in the cutoff as well. And I really hate this call by Grinder. If anything, I'd want to 3-bet and maybe raise to 1.2 million to get head up and get Ite now to fold. I really don't like this play by Grinder.
675.
And now you're going to price Ite in to call with a hand that could bury you. And that's what he does. Poorly played pre-flop right now by the Grinder.
Listen, he lives and dies by the aggressive sword. Obviously, flat calling is not aggressive, but perhaps speculating and looking to claim Andrew's pelt, as Ye has just $500,000 back in an inflated one, is what's on his mind. It comes ace-jack-9 with 2 diamonds. Here he is with the 2-way straight draw and top pair. Comes out swinging right away. Ite with nothing more than the 8-high diamond draw to take any pride in. She's going to peel queens with no flush draw. I mean...
here's the thing, right? Going back to the pre-flop here, if Grinder liked his hand pre-flop, I would have liked him to try and 3-bet or 4-bet and get head up with Andrew here. But now he puts himself in a bad spot out of position against Ite, who's fairly tight.
Well, it would have been a 3-bet because remember, Ite limped and Andrew raised. He would have been third into the pot and perhaps would have shed Ite. Instead, he's going to have to contend with her, but he is outperforming the entire field and Andrew's doing math.
And I'll tell you this right now, Andrew really cannot continue here. He has no back doors.
Oh, but he's going to do it. This, to me, is very dicey and just a man that feels like he needs to gamble, and the shot at this 3.3 million is more important than fighting on with 500K. Not sure that I necessarily agree. It sounds like, Jared, you don't either. 5 of spades on the turn, failing to render any assistance. Dry side pot, it goes check, check. This run out is so safe for this ace king. And it does get checked down. And with that, Andrew Ye is vanquished in 4th place.
Grinder I don't think he could have played that hand any worse. And again,
he's now busted every single player thus far at this final table, Jared. Israel loves it.
What a good run out for, I mean, you could hit some straights.
GG's.
Too, but like,
Andrew, $413,000.
5-3.
Another deep run.
Yeah, diamonds on a pair.
Flirting with bracelet number 2, but the romance coming to an end.
Oh my God,
the grinder.
Seven's no good.
Spoiling things.
Yeah.
7 was no good for you either.
Oh, he makes that
Good
better
run by
straight.
Andrew.
7 would have been nightmare for you.
Very respectable performance.
For the most part, Andrew played great.
7 comes to make a straight.
I don't agree with the queen, 7-7 there.
Ace is with a king.
No, so we're going to the 7s again.
Pre-flop decision making or just there on the turn?
Pre-flop, he played it perfectly. I just think once the flop hits, you have no back doors. A lot of your queens and 7s can make straight outs for your opponent. I think he could have saved the 500K, especially that he was raising off of the button, so he had another free hand behind it.
There.
And now I think they're playing limit hold, or they're still playing PLO.
And the Mike Mizrachi train, moving fast.
So we're down to 3 players. A massive pay ladder of 180K bestowed upon the remaining podium finishers. 595 on lockup, and this is a very significant jump.
Especially if you're not the one winning the pots. And
Second biggest, as to be expected. Almost $300,000. The difference between third and second. It is getting very real out here. Kenney limping the 6-5-4 deuce. Not exactly a choice cut. Does find a deuce, but nothing further. Ite does as well with the better kicker and the diamond draw.
The longer this tournament goes on, heavily favors the grinder. You're going to start seeing Ite have a little difficulty with some of these pre-flop hands, what to do with them. Short-handed poker is a game where it requires a lot of bluffing. You're not always going to make a lot of hands. You have to play a lot of hands pre-flop. Let's see what comes here on the turn as Ite makes a flush. Look for Bryn to check here on the turn. And I would love to see Ite actually check behind here. There's no reason for her to bet a 10-eye flush. She's either way ahead or way behind. I love for her to see a free card here.
We take less pride in flushes when there are pairs on board, and the 10 high diamonds aren't exactly nutted. So a kosher check back.
And I expect Bryn here to check. And in this setting, I think Ite's probably going to check back the way she's been playing, just because she's not been getting value betting. She hasn't been value betting light. She has not shown any real bluffs. Look at this. Kenny's going for chips, Ali. And again, it was a great check by Ite on the turn.
Yeah, she's earned this bluff from Bryn. It does feel like it might be futile, 6 1/4, and the straightiness on the river there, maybe, you know, Bryn perceiving Esther to be tight just removes flushes entirely from her range and decides he's just going to bluff at this with 0 equity.
Ite's going to think for about 37 seconds and call.
How deep are we into those 37 seconds, by the way? I'm not
about 15.
Okay.
Give her about 20 more seconds and she's going to call. And Bryn's going to say, you got it.
Will you eat the banana peel on the desk if she folds?
If she folds, I won't be able to. I can't take it. I can't take it, Ali.
Well, you're seeing exactly why Bryn Kenney made the choice that he did there, as Taylor.
I can't take it.
Bins the winner. Let's send it down to Natalie Bodie with Andrew Ye.
What's up, bro?
Andrew, out in 4th today, but nearly matching the best live score of your career. What's your reaction?
No reaction really. Just try to play my best and hope for the best usually. So.
Were you pleased with your play at this final table?
Thought I made a couple of mistakes, but that doesn't really bother me. It's, you know, it happens.
Speaking to other players, it seems one of the biggest difficulties is keeping your focus during an event like this. How do you do that?
Well, I have a disadvantage, also an advantage, where I don't really have much of a short-term memory. So once the hand's over, I tend to just forget about it. So I can just focus on the next thing, usually.
Congrats on the placement. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Natalie. GG's, Andrew.
Ali.
My group chat blowing up right now with a lot of positive praise for him in his performance over here.
I said it earlier, Ali, and I'll stand by it.
Okay.
This is probably the softest 50K final table that you're going to see. But you know what's great about this, Ali? This is going to introduce so many new people into playing mixed games. Folks, if you're watching, there's a lot of hope to be great at poker. There is. Believe me.
Well, Kenny placing hope on this suited connector as we play Limit Texas Hold'em. Mizrachi, small blind, popped it. Third scoop applied by Kenny.
Love the 3-bet by Kenny, taking control of the hand here. Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, you talked about in Limit Poker, this is what we want to do. And of course, we also want to flop something like trips. The deck shining down on Bryn. He checks back the texture, looking to lure Grinder perhaps into a barrel.
And again, Kenny's checking in a spot where most players would bet in Limit Hold'em. It's a really good advanced check here. And now it makes Mizrachi think his ace high might be the best hand here.
Well, it's troublesome because if you think that, you're going to have to call this 500 and then maybe another 500 behind it. So future game considerations.
And the other thing is the fact that Kenny 3-bet pre, it doesn't have a lot of nines in it. Good fold getting away from it by the Grinder.
Yep.
But again, you're seeing the difference between Kenny and an Ite.
Nice bluff,
Ite
Bryn.
would have flat out of the big blind with 8-9. Bryn comes in for a raise. Great play by Kenny.
Brownie power.
Bryn suggesting the brownie is what did it. Perhaps an ingredient in the brownie. Want to play at the PokerGo studio? True Classic and PokerGo are giving 15 winners a shot at doing just that with a $5,000 package. To compete in a signature event at the end of the year, all you got to do is tell us your poker story at trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo for your chance to win.
Like lucky brownies.
Submit now and take your shot.
Better
You
eat
know,
one if you want to stay in.
all the ingredients in the all-in brownies kosher from what I've gathered.
125.
You got to check the box of having a brownie.
You know, people talking about brownies and giggling, you might not think so, but
Yeah.
not that kind of brownie. What percent of the 77 million in career tournament earnings by Bryn, by the way, Jared, do you think has been spent on clothing, jewelry, and watches? Like, just give it a ballpark. How many million?
Percentage-wise, probably 84%.
He may have overpaid for a few of those things, is my guess then.
The thing with Kenny is he's all about enjoying life.
Yes.
You know, he likes to spend money.
Forget we have to act
He's a
so
foodie.
fast
Yep.
Great dude.
He may have eaten $1 million plus
In
of the
Japan,
77.
if anyone could spend $1 million on sushi in Japan in the last 2 years, it's Bryn Kenney.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's got a little, you know how there's a hole in the ozone? There's probably a hole somewhere in the Pacific, you know, like a dead zone where you can't find tuna anymore. And Bryn sponsors that particular void of life beneath the sea.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he has sponsored a call with Queen 10 of Hearts, failing to improve on the 7-6 deuce board. Same story for the Ace-3 suited, which checked back.
And look at the
still
way,
no betting.
I'll tell you right now, Ite is going to have to get hit with the deck here, three-handed, because she has the best hand, but she's playing so passively. You know, ace high head up against a big blind hand is going to be the favorite there on a flop a lot. I want to see her take control. I want to see her being more aggressive here. I want to see her using her image to her advantage. And we're not seeing that right now, Ali.
You know, I sympathize to an extent, Jared. I try to close my eyes and visualize myself as a mixed game player. Let's say somehow, some way, I worked my way into this event. And I was fortunate enough to get down to the final table. And I was playing against very storied tournament opposition with accolades aplenty. You know, I want to believe that I wouldn't seize up, that I would be aggressive, that I would take initiative. But if I'm being honest with myself, I do think that maybe I too would be guilty of something like this. And so I can relate, you know, and I can sympathize to a degree. But it is important, obviously, not to let those things creep in and adulterate our approach. As we see the king besting the 5, on this flop where Mizrachi raised and Taylor defended.
Good fold there by Ite.
Yeah, check, and then check bet.
Yeah, once Grinder checks the flop, he has a lot of kings in it. He has a lot of pair types. Grinder is almost at 20 million in chips right now.
Running away with it. You want a short Grinder, Jared? I know you like to kind of lasso, breakaway sort of talent.
I will never short Grinder. He's one of those guys like Ben Lamb. They play a different style, but they somehow always get it done when it matters.
You could say the same thing about Bryn Kenney, by the way. No limit deuce to 7 single draw.
That's probably a bad hand.
That looks like a fold.
Blockers.
That's a good start.
And again, look how comfortable Bryn Kenney here is three-handed. Look how comfortable the Grinder is, right? They're playing for over $1 million right now, and it looks like they're playing like a fun home game right now.
Yeah, they're chilling.
No
doubt about it. Railcam appears to have spotted someone of note, we're being told. Do we have a shot? There he is! Lon McCarron, legendary voice of the World Series of Poker. You think he's short or long? Anybody right now out there? You think he's got a taste?
I think he has no invested interest in this. I will say about Lon, you know, him and Norman have gotten so many people into poker. You could go back 20 years.
Yeah.
Some of the great, you know, the ESPN days, the old days.
Yeah.
Oh, poker was just so much fun as it still is today.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun in No Limit Deuce when you can look down at 7-6-3 deuce as the Grinder has here in the small blind. A very strong draw one.
475.
Does take it upstairs. Let's see what Kenny's cooking. A draw two. He will defend. Short-handed in particular, Jared, I expect that we're going to see a little bit more of that draw two stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny's got 2 5s. He has a forced call there. Let's see what Mizrachi he actually makes an 8.
Kenny pairing.
And here's the thing, because Kenny took 2, Mizrachi, I'd love for him to bet this. This is where single draw, the sizing, you know. The thing is this, right? Look at this by Grinder.
He's looking to induce Kenny. And Kenny doesn't bite.
Yeah.
Pair of threes. Just lets it go.
And again, I don't fault Grinder for checking.
8 million, you don't.
I drew 2. I'd have sweat to beat it. Yeah. But I paired my 3.
I started 2, 3, 6, 7. I didn't even see the other card. I had 2 sweats.
That's sick.
The reason why I would have bet there if I was Grinder is Kenny's
How
not.
much in the middle?
Kenny's not going to be bluffing a lot in that spot with his chip
Give me
stack.
a chance to
But
bet,
more importantly, he's going to call very light, knowing that
was
Kenny
thinking
took
about
2
raising.
cards.
Really?
Because I had 2 pairs also with it, so I had like.
He's trying to reel one in.
No. Versus your, I was. The good thing you didn't give me the chance. That one was more what I was thinking.
Look for Grinder here to be very aggressive on the button. He's going to fold that
When you
hand.
check it, I was like, I don't think I can win this
Wow,
one.
Kenny's got deuce 3, 4, 5. He should come in for a raise.
Super sexy stuff.
Raise 475.
And now
You
Ali,
started, we're the same, like, right?
you
Like
know,
8?
this is a hand in a full
you
ring
have a good
game
bit more
where it
than
would
me.
be folded
I'd like
pretty much every
4.3
time.
maybe to start.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
see.
But I would not fault Taylor here for calling here and taking 1 in position and drawing to the 10.
Would be very standard for her to do that. The 10 draws, even when they're rough, especially short-handed, have some durability.
Yeah, and it looks like she's going to draw to that 10.
Yep. In position in particular. So here it goes, 1-1. Taylor ends up with an ace low. Did Kenny pair or find that dreaded 6?
Now, if Kenny catches a 10 or better,
oh, he's made number 5.
Wow,
A powerhouse, and again, some trappiness out of position. No bite from Taylor.
What?
Chop it up.
What is this?
Chop it.
Chop it up.
Chop the pot.
What the fuck? 2 8s in a row.
I'll quit the tournament if you can top. I'll sit out the rest of the thing. So you're like, come on, hit your perfect card.
Well, that 10K deuce to 7 triple draw final table. Not the only one going on right now. Keep your ears preened out here, and you're likely to hear someone saying the words Lady Gaga with high frequency, and it's going to be that man right there. Our Poker Stars Star Spotlight, Ren Lin of China at the 3K No Limit Hold'em final table. You play much with Ren Lin, Jared?
I played with him for the first time in the Bahamas.
So you have like 7
in the PLO. He bluffed me in a big pot.
Oh.
He is one of the more entertaining guys to play with. Great for poker. Look at this. Taylor's in the small blind here.
So fucking hot.
Now again, Ali, as we discussed hand ranges, wow, look at this.
A pat 8-7 from Mizrachi. Taylor with, I don't know if I can even call it a convertible jack. Obviously, in case of emergency, maybe we draw to the 10, maybe we break down to the 8-5-4, but let's observe what Mizrachi wants to do.
I would love for the grinder to go to like 1.5 million here. Oh, this is way too big by the grinder.
2 million is going to lose a customer like Esther with a hand such as this, one would imagine.
So here's the problem, Ali, for Taylor, okay? She has a jack 10. She can't really call and draw to the 10. She can't, she's handcuffed here, right? Because if she goes all in, she's out of the tournament. So she can't really do that. But the problem is if she calls and pats, and her hand is, she's basically giving away that her hand is somewhat weak.
I'm looking at the brownie.
Grinder actually, in my opinion, made an error here and raised too big. And now I feel like Taylor's going to be able to get away from this hand. She can't call and she can't raise in this spot. She has to get rid of her hand.
I don't play a single hand in this game. But you know that.
Esther copping to the fact that she doesn't play no limit deuce here. But even with a lack of experience, I think her intuition is suggesting that this 2 million from Grinder is tethered to a pat hand, and Jack 10-8 is underperforming, and you don't want to spend 1.4 to draw to 10-8 out of position.
I do.
Good fold.
Yeah, great fold by Ite. Grinder just sized up too big there. I mean, you get an 8-7-5 in this game. I mean, if you get beat, you get beat. I would have wanted him to go smaller on the size to give Ite a chance to draw dead against him with such a worse hand. Because if Ite had a 9 draw and he went to 1.5 million, she's forced to basically call. Instead, you priced her out.
Costly. 600K delivery across the way to the chip leader. Taylor now flirting with that Kenney 5 million. This is such a perfect setup for Grinder, by the way. The war of attrition is very real toward the bottom of the leaderboard. And as we talked about, an almost 300K pay ladder is what they're jockeying for. And they're not very deep right now in terms of bigs. Sub 40
and here's
for each.
And here's where Grinder, a lot of players would not raise there and take 2, but you have to with the ICM.
Jeez, Brent.
Back-to-back pickups
That's
there.
how bad it was. And get this
for Mizrachi as we reflect upon the history of this 50K Poker Players Championship. Almost 20 years removed from the debut, which was just horse. First champ was Chip Reese. Touched on Mizrachi's 3 titles. There it is officially, Rast's 3 titles, with the most recent back in 2023 after Jungleman went back-to-back. And Negreanu is the reigning champ as he picked up bracelet number 7 with a very respectable 2024 win.
I won't. I promise.
Pushing back on some of the
doubters. You want me to make it?
I don't think I'll make it that. Or maybe
now I can do 22 million.
You can't?
What is going on? This is not normal, by the way. Ring, let alone three-handed. We've had multiple 8s. Another pat good one here. Taylor.
Wow.
With
what?
dust.
Made 8.
4 4s?
Made 8.
Wow. I'd have made Broadway.
Can you fish some more cards from the deck?
We're gonna go to.
I'm glad they don't deal me a good hand.
Yes, sir. What's it now? 75?
Where's your party at tonight, Grinder?
Okay, so we've
Oh,
officially
down
played a
to the right,
full
yeah.
orbit of games here.
What is that?
We
Yeah, back
started
to
with-
stud 8.
Yeah, we started with stud 8. Again,
I thought you were pointing at your
three-handed
hat.
ranges are going to be very wide here.
You just fold the button when I got a mate 8.
Oh, yeah.
We expect to see a little bit more bluffing.
What's
Note
the
that we are
bring-in?
only playing 6 hands of each game.
How
That
come they have all
ensures
the
that
green and I have none?
everybody takes the button and
Seems
the
kinda
blinds an equal number of times.
Because you steal,
That
you
means
guys,
play
because you
tight.
guys steal all the
That means you play
blinds.
tight.
Kenny completing it after Ite brought it in.
And
Take it, sir.
When you play three-handed stud, there's going to be a lot of raising and taking it pre-flop. Not as many hands are going to go to 7th Street. We're playing 6 hands total. I would expect at least half of them to not even go past the up card. Especially with the limits, Ali, being 250 and 500,000. Ite and Kenny both have around 10 big bets.
Split deuces for Ite this time. Kenny choosing to just flat, showing the 6. Both players picking up card under an 8 to show a low draw. Neither of them are on that draw. Now Kenny betting. And Ite might be asking herself, well, would you ever limp here if you actually had 3 low cards? So she's going to stick. Finds a very pretty 5th Street in the ace. Kenny with something delicious as well in this 5, which gives him an open ender. And with a check in front of him, he will continue to barrel, applying pressure.
Now the problem here with Ite's hand is her board is ace-7 deuce, but underneath it she's got a pair of 2s and a jack. I can't see her continuing here.
No, she has no low draw.
Yeah.
I was
And
like,
just
that ace
deuces.
isn't good until I hit my best card in the deck.
Well, I was going to say that's a very good card.
That was the best one in the deck,
I
yeah.
can't even think of a worse card.
No, there wasn't one.
And another reason why I love playing mixed games, look at someone like Bryn Kenney, the winningest no limit hold'em player on planet Earth. Look how friendly he is at the table. Look at the banter. I can't imagine he's doing this when he's playing for, $5 million, first prize at a no limit hold'em against guys like Chidwick and Ike Caxton, guys like that.
Listen, Jared, I'm there front and center for a lot of those FTs, and I got to tell you, Kenny, if he's any more nervous in those circumstances, he certainly doesn't show it, and he's, pretty true to form in those streets as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Wired Kings from Mizrachi, a pretty 3-suited low draw here for Taylor, including an ace. When Mizrachi completes showing a 10, you skew him toward the high side. Kenny repopping it though with the jack, also skewing toward the high side. 7-3 working in the other direction, but the 3 diamonds, that which he's looking to leverage and maybe shed Mizrachi were it to be split 10s. As we can see, it's kings. But once Taylor calls 2 scoops, you know she's in there with the low.
you know that, but more importantly, she has 3 cards in her hand that are either a straight draw or a flush draw with the 7. Because if she had deuce 4-7, she wouldn't call here. Look at this. Ite makes a 4 to a flush.
Yeah, for not picking up a low card, this is as good as it gets. Immediately putting her on the flush draw. The grinder interfering with a jack, now leading into Kenny, who is paired a 3.
And look at the percentages, Ali. Ite is a massive favorite on the high, and she's still 33% to make a low here. I would not fault Ite to put more money in the pot right now.
Don't we turn our hand face up, though, when we do that? Maybe prevent ourselves from getting value if a spade shows up?
Yeah, but yes and no, I feel like. I mean, with Ite, I would say you're right. With other players, I would say no necessarily, but...
Well, she does just flat as Bryn makes trip 3s. No one's going to give him credit for that hand.
Wow.
What he's representing is something like jacks up, but with Mizrachi having caught a pretty ace of hearts, he does check it over and look at the grinder.
And I'll tell you this right now, I would love to see Bryn raise here.
Yeah, you want to kick Taylor out of this hand.
You want to make Taylor pay if she want to keep her in. And again, we've talked about this in stud. The fact that Kenny's got a 3 buried in the hole makes it so much more deceptive to him not having a 3 threes here.
Wow, he just flats though, Jared.
And it's bad, Ali. It's bad. And now you're pricing Taylor into call here to see 6th Street. Because you have 3 threes, right? But you also don't want Taylor in the hand here. Let's see 6th.
She's been invited to continue and she makes spades.
Yeah, see, this is, and look at Bryn checking again. And Mizrachi also catches a spade.
Yeah, that obviously reducing the probability that Taylor is in here with this ace-high flush.
Taylor needs to bet. She caught gin. Now she's got 4 to a low as well.
Kenny, by the way, has picked up the diamond draw. Kings with the gut shot.
And I'll tell you
really
right now,
pruning in a hurry.
Grinder needs to get away from his hand right now. Okay, the fact that Taylor's leading, she doesn't have a low yet. So if Taylor's betting here, it's very, very heavily weighted towards having a flush.
Yeah, she's not the type to lead out here with a single spade and a low draw.
And I'll tell you right now, to me, the only reason why Grinder's thinking right now is because he does have 3 spades. So he's telling himself, how does Ite have a flush here when I have 3 spades in my hand? But he also has to worry about Kenny behind him. Good fold by Grinder.
Yep.
And now here's Kenny is just going to call here. I know he has 3 threes and 4 to a flush, but he has to think he's beat right now. Let's see 7th.
Kenny needs a pair or the ace of diamonds.
Board 7, 10, queen.
Have we registered these rivers yet?
Kenny is leading here.
Oh my goodness.
He's telling his opponent that he's improved. What did he catch on?
You think he's got the boat?
He's not leading here with 3 threes. He's improved.
Wow, and he announces full house. Ite devastated. Did she make a low? It sure looks that way. Is she calling him back? No, wait, hang on.
At a flush.
I know you had a flush.
No, she didn't make a low.
Okay. What you just watched was Bryn Kenney.
It wasn't a
chop anyways, chop.
It wasn't a chop.
She made a flush on 6. Yeah, of course.
Oh no, it is a chop. Yeah, she did make the low. Okay. She seemed so demoralized, but it was mostly because she thought she had that thing scooped. But Kenny catching the 7.
And what's crazy, Ali, is how does Kenny not check the river as he improves? If he knows Ite made a flush, she's forced to bet. And then once Bryn raises, she has to call.
Yeah, he could have maybe cornered her into losing 2 big bets if she was left with nothing more than the flush.
I really hate the way Kenny played that stud pot, and he got rewarded there by keeping his opponent in the pot.
Yeah, he took a remarkably passive line.
He should have raised 5th. He should have check raised 7th.
Onwards we march. Ite once more forced to bring it in. Kenny with the almighty ace, completing. Wire 3s with a 6 showing. Serviceable.
Now again, in this spot, Ali, she's probably just going to call, but I would love to see her get aggressive and raise here. Kenny almost has a forced raise with an ace. And if she did raise...
Pair of 6s.
Open 6s here versus a 7 low draw showing. Kenny was just trying to snipe, so he gets out of there in a hurry.
I'll tell you this from my feeling is that Kenny, I would say, definitely has the least amount of experience playing stud, 3-handed here.
Oh, just full stop. Least experience playing stud.
Yeah.
You know, most of the East Coast players, as we see some rhinestone cowboy vibes,
we got like 20
out there.
We got like 12, 6 each.
Is that Liberto?
8.
Was it?
I think that was Liberto. He was one of the few guys in this tournament that I thought played really well, Ali, from Baltimore, Liberto.
Yeah, he was a part of a deep run. comforting his official finish.
Okay, so Ite defends here. I don't falter. 2 to a low, 3 to a straight draw. Let's see fourth.
14th, by the way, was Justin Liberto for 108,000, although I don't know if that was him.
I would love to see Ite take the lead here and bet, and she doesn't. Hate it. Look for Kenny to probably check here. I'd love for Ite to bet.
That's exactly what she does.
And Bryn really can't continue here. I know he's got 3 to a flush. He's got a straight draw, 3 to a low. And again, you're watching the limited experience of Bryn Kenney in stud.
This is pretty ambitious because we have to assign a low draw and perhaps even more to Taylor, like backdoor hearts. As we can see, it's just the open ender. She makes open 9s, swinging once more. What did Kenney catch here on 6th? Was it a 9? No, an 8.
And but Ali, this is why I don't like Kenny's call on 5th, because now he just puts himself in a really bad spot here to now draw to a really bad low. And now Taylor just has 9s. Let's see what Kenney catches. He's going.
He's going to bet. Is it the 8 low, or is it a bluff? Maybe value with a pair?
Now here's what's interesting, Ali, is that Taylor just has a pair of 9s. But the problem is for Taylor that if Kenney backed into a low, he's forced to bet, okay? And the thing is, Kenny's hand is more likely a low than a high because he sees that Taylor's showing a 9.
Yeah, I don't think he's value betting one pair here. I don't think he's going to try to bluff at it. So it does skew 8 low, which means she should feel forced to call. Wish we had this card registered. What do you put him on?
I put
8 low?
I put him on making an 8 low.
Okay. I suspect it's on the smoother side too, like a deuce or a 5.
I mean,
yeah, there's the deuce. 8 perfect.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense for Kenney. Like we said, Taylor knows that if Bryn made just a low, that he has to bet here. Ite's getting 6 to 1 on her money.
You get half.
Yeah.
Instantly being advised you get half as she can exhale. Relief to hear that from Kenney as Ite found the call. Took her a minute to think through it, but I think ultimately very straightforward.
They think
What's the point of asking me though at the end of the hand to put my cards in the box when it's the final thing?
I was trying. They didn't know what you had for 7th Street, and I was trying not to interrupt you.
Well, let's get a look at the leaderboard brought to you by PokerStars. Bryn and Ite in a dead heat, just shy of 6 million in chips. Mizrachi with over triple that, 20 million plus in front of the 3-time PPC winner, who's trying to get it done for 4th time. Well, while he's a legend of the PPC, winning it here a 4th time would perhaps get him involved in the nominations for Poker's Hall of Fame, Jared. You would have to assume he would earn his way into the discussion as you get a look at this year's class. Only one will ultimately be inducted, and you can make an argument for quite a few of the names on that list. Looking at Seaver and Schulman and Osmus, Galfond, Ted Forrest, Matiso, take your pick. As we're going to pick on Natalie Bodie, who is standing by with a little update on the 10K Limit Deuce Triple Draw Championship.
The 10K deuce to 7 triple draw is down to a final table, and among the 5 players remaining is Nick Schulman. The 7-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner and Hall of Fame nominee is competing at his 2nd final table of the summer, still in contention for that top prize of $333,000. An 8th World Series of Poker bracelet would certainly bolster his already strong case for the Hall of Fame.
That it would. Thank you for that, Natalie.
I got the other 10.
Ali, if you want to make a bet,
talk to me.
And one good card.
You're just so greedy.
I'll take.
You just
I have the first
5-6
pick.
suited with a 10.
I'll take one player nominated for the Hall of Fame, and I'll give you the entire field.
You think Shulman's the
Give
shoe?
me respect. I just call it.
I guess we have no
I
bet.
had a good hand. I wanted you to.
I like your side too. I mean, obviously,
Well,
I have an
we got some
emotional
Like
investment.
last time when you came with the jack.
I mean, I'll
I'd
say
ace 4
this.
jacks and 3 spades.
I know. I'm just kidding.
I would be shocked
That's a
if Nick
good
Shulman does not get into the Hall of Fame this year. He is one of the best all-around poker
And
players.
there's another jack here. I'm not just
He's just great in every game.
stealing the jack queen 3 or
And
something.
he's out there trying to win a triple
didn't
draw
think
title
that.
At least
after
it's gonna be ace
already
jack
having
or
won
something. Maybe the
a
steal could be
no-limit
ace
deuce
jack
bracelet.
rag or
Draw
so.
game master. We're going to play some triple draw here now.
It'd be a fun bet, though, right? If I said I want to take Nick
Triple
Shulman and I give you the field.
You know, it's deceptive, though. It's like when all of a sudden you look at an over-under and you're like, no way they're going to hit the over here. It's so high. And you're like, but I better take it.
Yeah.
They know, book knows something I don't know.
I will say this, though, and we've been talking about it for years, and I want your opinion on this.
Talk to me.
I think there should be more than one person inducted every year.
I absolutely agree with you. At this point, there are so many worthy candidates. You don't want to force somebody into waiting 15 years removed from, you know, the first year of eligibility. And I do think that there's a little bit of what have you done for me lately bias as well. You're trying to play catch up and maybe anoint and induct people that were worthy, you know, based on a stretch of time. But the further down you go and the more removed you are from those performances, maybe the less attached and aware you are of those performances as you focus on who's here and now. And I think that would allow you to kind of pick somebody from, you know, the recent class and then also somebody who's, you know, been eligible for a long time.
Well, the other problem is that, you know, you look at our generation, Bryn Kenney, the guys that are in their late 30s, a couple of years from now, you're going to be starting talking about all these different players getting in. And it's going to be really difficult for some great players like Scott Seaver and Jeremy Osmus to get in.
Well, I suspect that those two will be in there at some point. As you get a look at the bio board on Ite, suggesting that she doesn't necessarily have all of her chips in one basket. The owner of Choice Charcuterie, mother of one, has results, but has dipped her toes into the entrepreneurial waters.
Because, you know, you look at someone like Bryn Kenney, right? 38 years old. What's going to happen in 2 years now when you have guys like Seaver and Osmus, Shulman? They're going to change it. They just have to. You can't just continue to have one person in. And that was going back, I think, to what, the 60s or the 70s, where poker was not as mainstream as it is today. And, you know, you look at some of these fields that are so big. Poker has gotten so big in these fields. I mean, the main event. You know, I tell people this every year. The greatest feeling in the world as a poker player is going deep in the main event. There's nothing better than that. It's the one tournament every year. If you have to play one poker tournament, play the main event. It's just an incredible experience.
I know it's sort of a different animal, but I also think the other greatest feeling is being absolutely buried in a cash game and then getting out. But that feels great. That feels better to me than just coming out of the gate and just winning every single pot and then booking a huge win. You know, it's like if I knew I would find my wallet every time I lost it, I would love to lose it every day.
But you know what's interesting is that as a, you know, as a pro for 20 years, I was always a cash game player, right? And as I've gotten older and I look at all the poker I've played,
right like this, like,
what's great about poker tournaments is it's so prestigious. Everyone's watching. You know, when you win in a cash game, no one knows about it. No one really cares. These are the moments to me that make poker great. These are the opportunities to invest money and play with some of the best players in the world and compete at the highest level.
Yeah. I would like to invest money and play against the stone worst players in the world for approximately the rest of my life. But that's the cloth from which I'm cut. As you see Kenny with a lot of intel here, a couple of draw threes.
And here's where I would love for Kenny to snow. For those of you that don't know what snowing is a term for bluffing here. He has the perfect hand to do it. Look for Kenny here to be pat. And as I apologize, he's already looking like he's drawing. And again, you're seeing very limited bluffing. A lot of great players with Kenny's hand there would snow. Why? Because he's looked at 3 deuces and he's still taking 2. And the fact that Grinder took 3.
Oh my gosh,
this.
He makes number 2, and look at how much intel Kenny has. Now, maybe you wanted him to snow on the previous street, but here with 8s and 5s, you could see a case to be made as he barrels unimproved, still drawing 2. And You know, when your man drawing 3 check raises you, this is a deflating feeling. He's seen 3 deuces, 2 5s, and 2 8s. He might think that what Grinder has is a little dusty.
Now here's the thing, right? Look at this by Kenney. I could see Kenney. Oh no, the graphic was wrong, Ali. Look at this. He's actually drawing to an 8-5.
Oh, okay. So this is a whole different dynamic. Of course, drawing dead unbeknownst to deuce 3 5 8.
Look at this, Ali.
Draw, and he makes number 5. This is nasty. Against a draw 3, Jared, we have to raise. We never expect a 7. And here we go upstairs with all of that intel. 3 bets, no waiting from the Grinder. And
yeah, I call. Huh? Number 2.
This is sick.
Wow.
This
every
is
fucking
the surface
card. I
of
have
the
3 8s.
I'm going to say this right
2s,
now.
3 5s, and I make a fucking 8 fucking perfect.
Grinder's rail loving it.
Okay.
Ali, for those that don't play draw, that's
what a fucking.
Bryn just ran kings and aces right there.
Wow,
That's the
he got
comparison.
the last of fucking whatever it was, deuce.
You don't often see
Wow.
Bryn looking like his cage is rattled. but
I knew somehow I was going to lose that fucking hand. I should never lose
I was gonna
there.
wear that
I had
today.
every pair.
I was gonna wear
Almost
that today.
impossible to make a hand. I was going to call you. I was going to call you with any card I hit too.
I'll tell you this right now. You can't run worse than Kenney did in that triple draw pot. I mean, he had all the pairs. I would have liked for him to
When
snow.
I've seen 3 5s, 3 deuces.
That's incredible. Ite's going to fold you on the button.
Probably have an 8 now. Oh yeah, of course.
That was a frosty exchange there. And Kenney has really had his brain scrambled.
And now, as tight as Ite's been, she's going to be so tight with Bryn having $2.5 million in chips
Talking
here.
about a 300K pay ladder between 3rd and 2nd. If she can punch her ticket into heads up with Mizrachi, it would be so profitable. And with just 2.6, that's 5 big bets for Kenney. Grinder here, already on the 1 draw to an 8-7. Activating. Ite, of course, going to hang in with another 1 draw.
Now look at this, okay? I would love Taylor to just call here, Ali, and taking 1.
Yeah, I agree, but it's because of the ICM and the stack dynamics, lacking position. We don't want to necessarily turn our hand face up. And by the way, we sort of abscond the strength of our draw when we don't 3-bet and draw 1 out of position. So perhaps Grinder will interpret this as a capped range.
Yes, listen, I've watched this tournament. This is the best hand I've seen Taylor play the entire tournament by flatting pre and taking 1.
You're never going to expect number 1 or number 5 to be shown. If she does manage to find a 7 or an 8, she pairs her 3 for a little intel as Mizrachi makes the 8 right away, continues to run white hot for the time being.
Oh, it's fucking ridiculous, man.
And again here.
Kenny's talking to himself on the rail. I don't know if you caught that.
Folks, when you're playing triple draw 3-handed and you get dealt deuce 3, 4, 5
You know I
three-handed,
gotta call at least once.
you're most likely going to raise her out of the big blind. Ite's being a good awareness of the table, sees how short Bryn is, and like Ali said, if she can catch inside, as she does in here, I'll tell you this, no disrespect to the Grinder, Ali, but I don't think I've ever seen someone have a smoother road to get all these chips. The Grinder has not been in any tough decisions the entire tournament at this final table.
No.
And it's funny because his image is so good, but we've seen that he's only bluffed really 1 spot.
Yeah.
He's just made a lot of hands. And here's where it's interesting for Ite is that, again, she's getting a great price. She knows a 7 is good. She probably knows an 8's a good, and she might think a 9 is good.
Well, let's see. Can
And she
hit?
doesn't improve.
No. Jack perfect, when it's all said and done, is the best she can do.
And she's going to check, and Mizrachi's going to bet half the time and check half the time here. Again, if Mizrachi had 8-7-5, he's always betting. But he also knows that Ite's calling with a draw that can beat him. So I would not fault Grinder in maybe checking this. Betting is fine too.
I made a good hand too. For this hand. For this hand.
The problem here is that Ite doesn't call light. So it's like the bet there against her
Yeah,
is not.
I think it's a bit of a negative free roll. You're not going to get called by worse.
You might get called by 9, but then you're getting raised by all better 8s and 7s.
Maybe not though with the ICM. Maybe Ite flats with some 8s. I'm not sure.
You're right.
Well, the NAPT Las Vegas is going to return to Resorts World this November for a third occasion. The series runs November 3rd through the 12th and features a 50K Super High Roller, a 5K Main, and a 1K PokerStars Open, not to mention a 1K Women's High Roller. If you're playing on Stars in Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, win your way in online. Check the PokerStars lobby for ways to win. What about all the other states and provinces? What the heck? You know? I guess I'm staring at Congress when I say that, not Stars.
Mizrachi has such a huge chip lead here, 24 million.
I thought you were going to say he has such a huge horseshoe rectally inserted.
That as well. That as well. But look at this. I mean, we're three-handed. I'll tell you, Grinder wants to play three-handed as long as possible.
Well, with this kind of stack and this kind of pay ladder and the opportunity to put Esther in ICM prison, play Warden, and apply max pressure to Kenney to wake up with something, why wouldn't he? Now, Taylor is the one that has awakened on the button, 2 kings. In the no-limit streets here, just clicks. And an ace in the big blind here for Kenney, defending in desperate need of a needle. Instead it comes queen 8-6.
Great flop here for Ite. I think if Bryn had a lot of chips here, he could potentially call the flop with ace high. You're out of position. I think in this spot, if Ite bets, I would like to see Bryn just fold here on the flop with his stack of 2 million behind.
550 and take it.
Oh, I apologize. I thought this was a limit hold, Ali.
No.
Okay, no limit.
Yeah, it was a click pre-flop that might have led you to believe that with the blinds at 75 and 150, but that 550 was a meaty follow through. Ite feeling a little bit more comfortable, perhaps.
Seriously. 225 in the hole?
Hauling that one in.
220. All right, I'll have a drink now with you if you want.
All right.
If Bryn does.
You don't have to twist Bryn's arm, by the way, to get
Hit the cocktails.
the cocktails flowing.
What is that? Is there alcohol in there? Add a little bit.
Boom, scoop. Thank you.
The rail appears overpopulated with a number of random things. I'm looking
got
at
like
that box right there, trying to figure out what's in, much like Brad Pitt in the movie 7.
2 to 6
what's in the
to
box?
to all of them.
I don't think it's a severed head, of course, but spoiler if you haven't seen the movie. Apologies, but you've had 2 decades to do it. See what I mean? You got to read on that what it looks like. Anyway,
I kind of had
Not
it.
bad hand.
I kind of had it too.
That's
A
good
little
hand.
bit. A little
Good
bit.
hand.
I'm easily distracted, Jared. You know, I'm guilty of that.
You take it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take the juice. Where's it at?
Need Alan's lucky
I'm gonna
juice.
put this on my bicep. It's too hot up here.
Esther's patched up. Normally, you know, cutaneous patching delivers nicotine. Here it just delivers a check, is my guess. The BetMGM on the bicep.
I'll tell you this right now, right? You know what some of the best no-limit hold'em players like Bryn and Mateos and Makita do in that spot with Mizrachi in the small blind is they would 3-bet, right, in a spot like that, because when it comes back to Ite and you 3-bet, it's like she's almost forced to fold like 95% of hands.
You talking about the king's hand?
I'm talking about right now.
Oh,
I'm talking about live. It doesn't almost matter. Once Ite raises the button, I would love to see Grinder just attack Ite here.
Well, instead, Kenney ends up calling. He has himself a 5. Ite with the check back and the gut shot, picking up a flush draw. Facing the 175K with mountains of equity. Oh, and she's going to jam. And this is nice from Ite, as you see the 5 bend promptly.
Very good play there by Ite. Bryn is sitting here on about 7.5, 8 bigs.
Well, today's coverage is brought to you in part by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. As they give you a glimpse at the tournament summary here, most recent eliminations were Portugal's Joao Vieira and the U.S.'s Andrew Ye. $5.1 million prize pool has the chunkiest distributions on tap right now. A 300K pay ladder between third and second. What we're working with at present as Kenney puts Queen Jack suited to work. Jams into Taylor, who's asking for a count with the inferior suited Jack.
And this is where Taylor's not, No
call.
You call, Mike. I don't want to say I'm too embarrassed. A decent hand.
Don't worry, you can tell him.
King 10?
No. Jeez.
Yeah.
I'm bad, but I'm not that bad.
You're probably lucky then that you didn't call.
I had Jack 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, you were in very bad shape.
Yeah, I don't want to double you up.
You should have called with your hand, but you were in fucking
I know,
horrible
exactly.
shape. I had Queen Jack of clubs.
Oh, wow.
50, 75.
Well, away from No Limit Hold'em we go.
You probably would have hit it.
Stud high now.
My trend was on the big downslide. I don't.
Oh yeah, that's true. I should have taken.
There was like a flip.
Yeah, totally.
This is the game that Jared, you and I presume that Ite being based on the East Coast and Grinder having played mixed for a long time are going to have some slight advantages over Bryn Kenney.
For sure.
Mizrachi to bring in with the 3. Split kings don't require a ton of experience to navigate. As Kenney completes it, Ite.
Raise.
Re-raising to 500K. Not sure what he's got wired. And the 4-bet from Kenney.
I got one of your 7s. Forgot we're in prison over here.
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like Ite wanted to get them all in. Kenney interfering with a 7, which I believe is what Esther had.
Burned, right? Yeah.
We need an 8 or a 6. Any 3 or 4, 3, 4 or 5. 3, 2, 3 or 4 side.
Kings
7,
versus
9. King 7, 3. Stud high.
It's been a while since we've had it all in.
Kings versus 8s. Kings versus 8s. Stud high. Wait. Did you?
Yeah, that's a good
Crowd
card.
on their feet, and it's pocket 8s. I thought it was a 7.
Oh.
You already burned.
Hold on, yeah, you burned 2 cards.
You messed up.
Yeah, you messed up.
You already burned before.
We're going to be able to reconstruct this, so it isn't tragic.
I saw that too. I realized she burned
But
early and then burned again.
She burned her. She already burned.
The cards are wrong.
Isn't going to be given this 6 of spades. The 9 of diamonds will be backed up, so she will make a pair open and make 9s and 8s, which is actually better for her.
Her card and the 6 is mine.
That's her card, and that 6 is his card.
And the 9 will be the next burn.
That 9's the next burn card.
Oh, I actually got it wrong. We're going to push the cards forward, not pull them back.
100%.
As the dealer burned twice. So the next burn will be the 9 of diamonds. The 6 is given to Kenney, and what will Ite end up with?
Much
A
better,
4.
and the 9 is burned too.
So now we're back on track?
Yeah, now we're back on track. And we have a burn already.
All right, where's the other 6?
It's always nice when a hiccup can be fixed. Not always the case. No harm, no foul. Good shot, straight draw. Now for Ite as Bryn makes trip king. So it is only the 10 that would spoil the fun for Bryn Kenney here, and even if Ite hits it, he can always fill up.
Wow, improved.
And what's great when you're short in stud is it's so hard to it's so easy to accumulate chips here. You get hot in stud, and Bryn can just have 5 million here with ease. And here it is, Bryn's double.
Yep, Ite bricks, inconsequential river, both players receiving the ace.
What is it? What's the total?
1.550.
1,550.
Yep.
Good hand.
3 big bets.
Sure.
Floor over to verify.
Your turtle, Bishop.
Well, Kenny's not going to go down without a fight.
Good hand.
This much we know.
You just had to have it, of course.
Well, I looked down at King 7-2 and I'm like, oh, too bad. That means you can't have anything. You got lucky that you had 8s under because I had one of your 7s.
Good hand.
I was like, oh man, with my stack, I'm gonna have to open this king with whatever 2 cards is the time you get raised if you don't have another one. So lucky you have another one.
Split 8s here for Kenny. The bring in, split jacks for Ite.
What's the 250?
Taylor completing. Kenny hanging in there. Very pretty 4th street for Ite. Also a suited 4th street for Bryn. He does not have a club in hand. Nor does Taylor have a diamond in hand, but she's in front with the jacks. 250 ahead. Will bring us to 5th. Nine and a queen respectively. Taylor still betting. How do you feel about this fork in the road, Jared? You know Ite's tight. She's showing the jack and ace. If she doesn't have our 8s beat, in all likelihood, she's going to have that diamond draw or at least a Broadway draw. When we have the king and queen, maybe we remove that more so. And so you see the split 8s conceding there from Kenny, and I tend to like it.
I love it. And an ace is such a powerful card in stud. Kenny, it was good for him to get away there.
I got Alan's Lucky Juice.
Yeah, really good.
You drink it?
Alan's Lucky Juice.
Is that of him?
Mushroom juice.
Oh my God.
From my shaman.
Oh wow.
With a little frog poison in there.
Oh my God. Don't bring up the frog poison.
Why not? You always got to make fun of yourself, right?
You know,
not allowed to make
juice.
fun of anyone else if you don't make fun of yourself.
I'm a fan of juice, Jared.
That's true.
Watermelon, carrot,
and it's just
apple.
mean.
That is very
Mushroom is a juice I've not explored. Fungus, not really where I turn to for my juices.
Yeah, I love I like pressed juice.
Yeah, pressed is good. Sure. Mizrachi pressing with the king of diamonds after Taylor with wired 5s completed it, forced to invest 500,000. Story continues to be told by the grinder, and Taylor concedes. Given the inflated nature of that pot, I confess I'm a little bit surprised to see Ite not hunt 5th Street there for a small bet. She's trying to keep it clean. Well, things have been cleaned up this year at the World Series of Poker. If we're talking about weights to buy in, the cues all but eradicated, courtesy of a step forward, maybe even a leap, some might say, into the digital era. WSOP Plus app, what I'm talking about. Players have received it very well. Some perhaps too well, as maybe you could think better of just mashing the rebuy button in the app and just getting right back in there. Those walks give you something to think about. Maybe bullet number 9 isn't necessary.
The #1 improvement, I think, here at the World Series is the app, the WSOP app. It just makes it so user-friendly.
I thought you were going to say you in the booth for the 50K was the #1 improvement. And I don't know that everyone would argue.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I really wouldn't. The WSOP app, you know, to be able to go broke and then to be rebuy in like 30 seconds. The only thing I don't like about it is I went broke in one of the tournaments, but then we went to break, but it doesn't actually show that you're out. You have to actually go to a floor mat and then tell them you're out of the tournament to rebuy, because it doesn't put you as out, so you have to wait to actually re-enter. But overall, brilliant job by WSOP to get that app going.
Kenney bringing it in, 3 to a straight. Wired aces here for Taylor. Showing the king, completes it into the ace of spades for Mizrachi.
And again, the beautiful thing with Ite's hand is her aces are buried here, okay? Mizrachi really doesn't want to fold, but he knows how tight she is.
Yep.
And if Taylor's opening a king into an ace, it's probably a pretty good hand.
Yeah, Kenney also with no appetite to draw inside or maybe find backdoor diamonds. So he'll let it go. Again, the tilted sunglasses suggest that bottomless mimosas were a part of the, you know, Esther's morning. But, you know, not today, but just in general. I've lived in Vegas long enough. You go out, you can spot these characters that are, you know, on the back end of a rough Friday night. But it's nothing more than just the tilted sunglasses, genuinely. Split kings here. Nothing tilted about it. She opens again. Gonna take it down. Trying to put some more runway between herself and Kenney once more after doubling him up.
And it looks like we're going to start playing 08 here. Like I said earlier, one of Ite's better games. She's going to play. She's going to open up a decent amount of hands on the button here. Looks like Bryn's got the button to start.
Yep. For those less familiar with Omaha 8 or better, there's a quick peek at the rules. You touched on, Jared, the way in which we kind of skew ourselves in pursuit of high hands once we're playing short 08, more so than the low stuff. A hand like King 10-5-4 is a candidate to make both sides.
And I would like to see Mizrachi raise it here. Ite limped, she completed. She knows that Bryn's got 2.2 million in chips, so she's going to play a lot tighter here.
Yeah. I mean, she can limp even the pretty premium stuff.
Yes.
That's kind of an ICM responsible approach.
And again, Mizrachi has a hand at three-handed. Mizrachi actually, in an interesting way, flopped kind of good here.
Well, they both have themselves a Broadway draw. Mizrachi's a gut shot. Taylor's a wrap.
And again, the fact that there's 2 low cards on board, Taylor's never going to raise here.
No.
Just because she's losing to an ace. And there's a decent probability that the low is going to come in 63% of the time.
She, of course, isn't going to fold, though, as we see her make the call, a board pairing jack on the turn.
And I would actually love for Mizrachi to bet again. And the reason for that is that Ite doesn't have a lot of jacks in her hand when she calls the raise pre-flop. And I think, look at this, I love it by the grinder. And it puts Taylor in a tough spot, out of position. She's got no hearts. She does have a wrap. And I could see the way that Ite's playing here that I think she's going to fold right now.
Yeah.
And she does. Well done by the grinder.
Yep.
And again,
he bought the ability to rep the ace-X combo.
But Ali, you're watching why aggression is so important in poker tournaments. If Ite were to open, okay, and Grinder would have called, and the flop and Ite bet and Grinder called, and then Ite bets the turn, now Grinder almost has to fold. But because Grinder took control of the hand, he was able to bluff the better hand out.
To be fair, he has the luxury of taking a lot of control right now with that monolithic stack versus more on the molehill side of the spectrum for Taylor, and she is appropriately showing some deference and passive, you know, defensive posture, given her desire to secure the 300K pay ladder with Kenney lurking 2.2 million deep. But facts remain, of course. Queen, Jack, Jack 6, Mizrachi limping. Kenney says, let's see 3, and those 3 are ace, deuce 3. Nobody with a shot at a low.
Now, I would like to see Grinder bet here, and I'll tell you why. Him having that 6 is very important.
Go on.
Yeah.
I guess at this...
Nuts.
Really?
Checked all the way down. But
how bad?
Yeah. I mean, you know, Grinder got lucky that Bryn just didn't...
Got a blocker.
I was actually live
want to
even
bluff
for
at
the
it.
king and queen.
Everything, like we said,
I didn't
Ali, he's
think I was
going Grinder's
live.
way today. He can't do anything wrong.
I'll take 50 back.
Light number 4 in this
Yeah, the absolute worst hand.
50K PPC.
Yeah, we both had like the worst hands combined possible.
Preordained.
No low on that board and jacks win.
Grinder's on the button. I expect him to open up a very wide range here on the button, especially with Ite in the big blind. Again, if you have any sort of two-way hand here, Grinder should be raising. He has 7-6-5-3. He limps on the button. Not a fan of it. Again, you're inviting Kenny to come in with a weak hand in the small blind.
Yeah, and take the price.
And now Grinder's going to call, and I expect Kenny to fold here in the small blind.
Unclear what's prompted Ite to shoot it up, but my guess is it's premium, and sure enough, doesn't get a whole lot more premium three-handed than that. Ace, ace, deuce, queen, and a suit. A Broadway dangler, the nut low dangler, and of course the almighty aces, the most important card in 08.
Not a fan of Kenny's call here pre-flop. The fact that Ite raised in a limp pot, Ali out of the big blind, she basically is telling her opponents that what she has is actually what she has.
Yeah, aces and the nut low draw with the ace of spades on this king 6-4 2-spade board. Kenny's going to bow out in all likelihood with nothing more than a pair of sixes. The Grinder cannot, however, working the wrap with 3-5-7 plus sixes of his own. I am very surprised to see Kenny peel. Maybe the math and the ability to close the action with some real ambition is what's on his mind as we head to a turn. 9 of hearts, giving him the gut shot. Ite still very happy to shovel chips in there.
And I know Kenny improved here to a straight draw here, but I still would not want him calling here on the turn. He's just investing way too much money in this hand where, for the most part, it's just so hard for him to scoop and win a pot here. He has to think his 6 is good. Obviously, his queen's good. And again, I really don't like this Ali by Kenny.
His queen, Jared?
Queen
oh,
gives him
me,
enough
if the
straight.
queen comes in, yes, forgive me.
Yeah.
Ace on the end. This is not a card, actually, that Taylor's in love with because it brings the low. She doesn't have it, though. Top set, however, is the nut high, so she is going to bet it. Not too often is that the case in Omaha.
I'm very disappointed here in the way Kenny played this hand. But again, Ali, we've been talking about this all
you hit
day.
a miracle, buddy.
This is what happens when you play bad hands pre-flop. You get punished when you're going one way.
And listen, I'd love to believe, Jared, that when you play bad hands pre-flop, you get punished. But you and I have both observed throughout our years, people play repeated bad hands and do the punishing.
I want a 6. That's my.
The deck shines down on seats other than our own.
Yeah.
What was 6 for trip?
I mean, Kenny started that hand with almost, what, 2 million in chips?
6 was...
6 maybe trips, a deuce I scoop.
You had a worse trip.
Deuce, I scoop with a deuce.
You had worse trip.
You won it all?
No.
Oh,
I had
okay.
a 6 too.
I figure the ace on the river was pretty good when I had
had
some.
worse trips.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not saying you should. I just thought you wanted to scoop it.
No.
Oh, okay.
I want to play a little longer with you. I enjoy it here. So fun.
And Bryn's frustrated right now, but I mean, I'll tell you this, he still can't get over the triple draw hand he lost. But he had no business being in that 08 pot. And here he is opening it.
This is 500 of just 700 that he's sticking in from the button.
And I would like to see Mizrachi actually fold this hand just because it's so weak on the high and it's very poor on the low, even though he's getting a great price. The fact that Ite called out of a small blind, she's going to have such a big hand here, Ite, calling out of the small blind.
You hate too much to fold.
Yeah, I think maybe he takes a shot.
And I couldn't be more wrong.
I mean, 8-7-4-3.
Ite, what are you doing?
King 10-9 rainbow. Kenney with the Broadway gutter, backdoor diamonds, a pair of 10s.
250 with 100 behind.
Versus an open ender.
Oh my God.
The jack would be no good for Ite.
I can't fold, obviously. Thank
There's
you
no
for
low,
Grinder.
and Bryn's all in.
And this is a
300?
disaster for Ite
I have
because
an
Jack would make
open-ender
Kenny the
and
nut
a pair
straight.
draw.
Right.
I don't
A pair
falter
draw.
for calling though.
Part of your open ender is no good.
I didn't think it was. How about a pair?
No, pair's no good.
He's
She has a
good
gutter pretty much. A gutter or backdoors.
She needs running clubs or a 6. That's it.
There's Ray Henson on the rail.
Or running.
Well, I didn't even see running club.
Or running 2 pair.
Jamie Lindsay out there as well.
You couldn't have put in the 250?
You need a 6? I had a 6, by the way. So this is it.
Good hand.
Lonnie Huey, Bill Huey's wife, also out there, and the jack rolls in. So
850.
Kenny locks it up.
Straight.
850.
Resilience on display from Bryn Kenney.
Yeah, nice flop.
Good hand.
I had a jack too. Nothing else.
Yep.
Good.
That cameraman might need a pee break. Just if that's a restless leg situation that
4 mil.
created the vertical oscillation. Could be a misread, of course. How you holding
All
up, Jared? You good?
about Raz next,
Ladder
so
status
make
is
or
on
break
lock?
in.
I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, you haven't drank any water, which is kind of a pro move.
I
Though
really-
that Diet Dr. Pepper, you've put a significant dent in.
The only thing I actually regret was not playing this tournament as soft as it was. But I will say this is my favorite moment of the entire World Series, being able to sit here with you. I'm such a big fan of everything you've done in poker for over 2 decades, and it's just an honor to be able to commentate, in my opinion, the second best poker tournament of the entire year behind the main event.
Well, I got to tell you, man, it's been very refreshing. You have brought a different approach into the booth yourself. I think it is difficult to find those who are much better served to get out and play these particular events and make these deep runs, willing to come into the booth and volunteer their time when the EV of getting out there and grinding is so much better. But it shows your passion for the game, and you've been very unvarnished in your takes. You know, at times I'm sure there are those who might be feeling a little bit polarized by it, but honesty is the best policy, and Jared, you've brought that to the booth for sure, and you've made some fans in the process.
I'll say this. I lost out on a lot of money by not playing this event, and I'm currently missing the 10K PLO, which is my favorite tournament of the year.
Did you really miss that
Well,
one?
I mean,
to be
I'm
here?
going to register day 2.
Okay.
But more importantly, and I want the viewers to know why I'm here, most importantly, I want to grow the game of poker. I want people to start playing mixed games, because as you know, you've been playing mixed games. We came in playing no limit hold'em, but the draw games, you know, the stud games, that is such a more fun form of poker to me. As great as no limit hold'em is.
Well, let me keep it real also. The value of playing in mixed events with all of the computing power that's getting thrown at No Limit is still where you can find opportunity, Jared. And, you know, even if there are courses of study on all of the games in the PPC, let's say, right, it is so much more challenging to master all of those disciplines, and you're going to find more parity in the field, perhaps evidenced, as you've alluded to, by those who have punched their way into this final table this year at the 50K. As we transition to Raz, Taylor to bring in with the queen, Mizrachi limping with Big Little in the hole, Kenny wagging his finger with 3 to a 9. Mizrachi going to invest the extra 175K. Every one of these pots is critical for Bryn. Mizrachi picking up a 7. Bryn with the deuce on the 9 draw.
And Bryn needs to continue the betting.
Grinder's check here tells me he's not on a draw better than 9-6.
And I would agree with you.
And so Kenny comfortably fires this 250. Grinder shows the 5 as the 9-6 for Bryn here. Both players having paired.
Now here's the thing though, is that both players have paired without their opponents seeing that they've paired. Kenny checking here.
And by the way, do you think that Kenny's check showing 9-6 deuce is 100% an unmade 9?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Paint for both players on 6th.
I do, because if he has a 9, Ali, he just has to try and get Grinder out to try and, not make him make a better hand here. It looks like Grinder paired the end.
No. Yeah, he did. He ends up with a king low.
And what's interesting here with Kenny is I actually don't like his river bet. I like his hand better as a check call, having so little chips behind. He probably has the best hand, but I feel like he makes more money here by check calling there on the end.
It would have been really ambitious for him to try to represent a 6 or a 7, given the check back on 5th.
To your point, Ali, you look at a tournament like this, right? And why is it so great? Bryn Kenney, the best no-limit hold'em player in the world, right? In my opinion. Stud, he's probably below average in this tournament, okay? So think about that.
Yeah, I paired my...
There's probably only 4 or 5 poker players in the world that are truly elite across all forms of poker. And you're watching the best no-limit hold'em player play below average stud right now, and it just makes it so interesting to play all these games.
Well, listen, just because they don't have a tremendous amount of experience at times in some of these disciplines, and I'm not alleging or zeroing in on any of that right now, everybody out here has a poker mind, right? And they understand tournaments to varying degrees, and so that will carry you
Give me 50
a good way.
Dum-dum. I deuces.
Mizrachi.
He's
3-4 powerhouse.
You could have made it 750. I made it 500.
How? You can get some Raz ones.
All right, the mystery solved, by the way, on the rail. It's Alan Richardson
Your
hanging out
average
in the
Raz
box.
like starting with a 6.
Is more brownies. He must be the brownie plug out here.
I don't know what he's doing.
He's really hawking this stuff.
All I know
Yeah,
is this Grinder wants to be 3-handed right here for the rest of his life.
Or you're opening any two, you just got 6 minus.
I could see a situation where Grinder has like 30 million and like he's heads up with an opponent that has like 1 million. And look at this, Grinder showing an 8.
Yeah, has a split pair, which you hate to have.
Up against any two,
Look at Kenny getting sticky with the ace-6.
And again, for the viewers watching, why is he calling there? Because Mizrachi has a forced bet. A forced bet means in Raz, when you're showing a card like Kenny that's a queen and you have an 8, you have to raise 100% of the time because your opponent most likely is going to fold. In this spot, look at Mizrachi being overly aggressive here.
Wow, and look at Kenny making the call. He's openly paired the 7, has 3 to a 7 working. Grinder catches good. So does Kenny.
And again, look at the awareness. You just talked about the poker mind of Kenny. Kenny is really reading this situation perfectly, Ali. He has a queen up. He's got a pair of 7s. And he feels like Grinder is really weak here, and he is.
Well, like you pointed out, he knows that Mizrachi's complete is forced, and therefore doesn't have to be 3 to an 8,
and
which would be a made 9 and a redraw. Instead, he's split paired. The best hand he can possibly produce is going to be a 9-8. He's squeezing hard here. Drum roll, please.
Now, Grinder needs to bet everything that doesn't,
Oh, and he says you got it.
You got it.
What did he wind up with? Unclear, but of course Kenny with a 7-6 was going nowhere. Mizrachi would never be able to produce a hand better than an 8.
So in that spot, if you're Mizrachi on 7th, you're not value betting 9s necessarily, but you're betting all other hands, which is obviously all bluffs. If the sick thing is, if Kenny didn't make a 7, he actually would have folded, and it would have worked by Mizrachi.
And that's going to be frustrating for Taylor to observe as Kenny gets past a bunch of chips. Well, think you can pick a hit every day? Jump into the Splash Sports MLB Hit Streak Survivor for a shot at $5 grand. Start by selecting 2 hitters and an alternate, all from different teams. If one gets a hit, you move on. Each day you survive, the pressure builds. Last one standing wins it all. Play now at splashsports.com. Restrictions may apply.
both have 4 million.
I think you have a bit more, right? Five and change or something?
It's pretty close.
No, you have more than me. Question is how much? Yeah, like 5 or something.
2, 3. No, I have like 4. I have like 4.
All right, we're back
2,
here.
3,
Another
4.
Raz hand.
Oh, it's only 20 high, that one?
I think you both have 4.
Looks bigger to me. Yeah. 4, 3 or something. 4.
Taylor with a 6 up, not a forced bet.
And again, Mizrachi's reading the situation well, has a pair of 8s, but it doesn't really matter because instead it's not really about what your hand is as much as what your opponent is showing.
Whatever you guys want.
Where's the stupid tournament at?
I'm fine with 15.
Is Gladiator? No, 15's okay. The Gladiator's not on break for 25 minutes.
Okay.
We dodge it this time.
Okay.
I would
For
love
the
to see
first
Bryn
time all
Kenney play the
tournament.
Gladiator. What is that, a $400 buy-in? $300 buy-in? His ROI's got to be
Literally
like
for 3 days.
4,000%.
Literally the
in
first time all
Gladiators.
tournament, I think. Every single time we come back is Gladiator finished. I don't even know how it's possible. I guess they have a break every like hour and 40 minutes like us.
No, well.
Because otherwise, how does it keep hitting?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's supposed to be like every 2 hours, and ours is less than every 2 hours, so I don't understand.
I don't get it.
I was trying to think, I don't understand
we have weird times.
how it could hit every single time.
Look.
Feels like Mizrachi hits every single time. Look at this ace-6-4.
So sick.
You need to run some SPF 50 out there. This man's going to get sunburned.
I'll tell you, and what's interesting about Kenny is Grinder lost that pot to Kenny, right? But people are thinking, oh, that's really bad for Mizrachi, but it's actually
Still
not.
alive.
Because if you look at the chip stack, again, he wants to be three-handed. He wants to be in a position to keep on taking advantage of his opponents here that both have similar chip stacks. Because now they're forced, based on ICM, to both play very tight, which is going to allow Mizrachi to keep on winning a lot of hands.
Yeah, the mallet is in his hand.
Kenny here with a 4 showing.
Bryn and Ite are forced to enter the OR with scalpels.
And again, Ite here is going to complete. And I would like Kenny to just fold right now here. I like it by Kenny with the queen in the hole. For those of you wondering why is he calling there, having a queen, he knows he's ahead of Grinder. And if Ite comes in for a raise, he can actually just fold and get his way. So he's not putting any more money in with a hand like that. And now we're playing Pot Limit Omaha, a game.
Your favorite.
A game that a lot of people would regard me as one of the best in the world. A game that I've been playing for a very long time. And it's a game to me, Ali, that is getting, there's still a lot of, there's not as much education on the game of Pot Limit Omaha as there is to No Limit Hold'em. I still feel like there's a lot of mistakes that get made by a lot of players in this game. And PLO is growing year over year. A great game here. I notice how Bryn limps here on the button. I don't really like it.
I think that Pot Limit Omaha, on average, is the game that most mixed game players are the least experienced and comfortable playing. Most people who excel at Pot Limit Omaha are incentivized to just play PLO, right? Why would they bother playing mix, where you're going to get more action and more spots available to you?
You're 100% right. The mixed players don't have a lot of experience playing PLO. And I would say the game where people play the worst overall in the mix is probably Oh My 8 or better.
Well, Kenny in the
again,
worst shape here as he ends up mano a mano against Mizrachi. Double suited aces. This is basically the dream in Pot Limit Omaha. Top set on the ace-queen-6 board. Kenny with really poor prospects from here forward. Should be a straightforward muck after 600K. He shaved off his stack. C-bet and take it for the Grinder.
Good flop for you.
Top set.
Lathering up his rail with a peek. As they're going to head to the break here.
Ace is double suited.
In the 50K, as they do. Let me give you a peek at the leaderboard in this one. Brought to you by PokerStars. There he is, right where he started this one. Chip leading with almost 25 million in front of him. Esther Taylor, 4.5 million, trying to out-jockey Bryn Kenney for a $300,000 pay ladder here at the PPC. Jared and I are going to step aside. We'll be back in about 10 with more from the final table.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Packs at the table, 0.33, although that figure was not available. You see it, right? This is his new snack.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know, perhaps an overlay associated with the blatant furnishing of the brownie.
And notice how 3, 4, 5, 6 goes right into the muck. Again, not having a deuce. Having 3 deuce is way better than having a 3, 4, 5, 6 because it's so much harder to make your hand. Look at this. Mizrachi's going to go 3. Kenny's going to take 2. Mizrachi should be checking here at almost 100% frequency.
Yeah, but he picks up the 8-7 perfect draw.
And here's the thing.
Does check it as you suspected. We don't know what Kenny's working with. After Grinder limped, faced the raise, made the call. He check pops it. Now Kenny's going to take another peek.
And I'll tell you this right now. Grinder's check raise here is actually a bad play because here's the thing, right? There's a lot of times where Bryn should still improve. And the fact is that the fact that Kenny's, okay, here's what I'm saying.
So it's going 1-1.
Yes. So Grinder is putting more money in out of position with a lot of times a weaker holding here. He doesn't need to build a pot. Now he's going to check it. It's going to go bet call, 1 pat. And this is a spot, Ali, where you always you need to keep the 9 if you're Kenny, right?
Of course, with the open ender, you can't just hope to make a deuce as an 8 or a 3 would give you a straight and be disastrous. This is the second best card that was available to him.
Yes, and now this is a spot where Grinder's going to think and make a call, and if he makes his 8, he needs to lead.
Can he assume that the fact that Kenny is betting in position after he got check raised and it went 1-1 is almost 100% going to be a pat?
I would say Kenny is probably 95% pat here.
Okay, so given that, the 8-7 isn't quite as durable as you'd hope it to be. Even when you make the 4, you're not really getting value out of your hand all that often. You're forced to check and call or bet and concede to a raise.
Yes. Look at this. Mizrachi pairs is an 8.
Top pair oftentimes likes to bluff, but this is not one of them. And Kenny able to show that 9-7 and take it down. You see Grinder realizing that in all likelihood it was the open ender that found a 9. Do they have deuce to 7 on Play Poker Go? I don't know, but you know, I would love to see it.
But again, Mizrachi said it perfectly, right? Folks, if you're trying to learn these poker games, this is must-see coverage right now. You're watching some of the best poker players in the world playing in the most prestigious tournament on planet Earth. And Albert here comes in the small blind. And look at this. Ite's going to 3-bet this.
Of course, drawing 1 to a 7. So 100% 3-bet spot for her against Daher, who came after her liberally with the 8-4 tray.
1.2? You started with 1.2?
No, more. 1.4, around 1.5.
Okay, thank you.
So the fact that Ite has 4 to a 7 in position against a 2-card draw makes her such a massive favorite in a hand like this. And I'll tell you this, if they get to the end here, Ali, there's a good chance that Albert might be all in, because he only has 3 big bets left.
Well, he's going to have to put another 200,000 out there, which he does. It'll go 2-1. He didn't come here to make a 9-8. Going to check, very standard in the dark against the lower draw.
You bet already?
And Ite makes number 3, no waiting.
1.
And
Daher
again,
with the 8-6, he's improved.
And this is the problem.
There?
Okay.
Hang on, I gotta look. My hands are wobbly.
Albert is in a spot where he's drawing to an 8-6. And the fact that he's taking 1 card near here, now he's basically forced to call down this street as well.
Oh, he's made the 9-8, but Taylor having padded, I don't think he's going to be in the mood to get sticky with something like this.
And again, this is where it's easier to play against certain opponents like an Ite, right? If you're playing against some of the top players in the world and you're Albert with a 9-8, there's people that could argue to pat this hand, right? Maybe get my opponent to fold a better, break a better hand. Albert's really thinking more about calling here or folding in a spot. I can't imagine Albert keeping the 9 here. Regardless, this is a very bad spot for Albert to be in.
Is 8-6-4-3 good enough to invest against this pat hand?
I think it is, just because Ite took 1 from the jump. So the fact that she took 1, her hand is not supposed to be as strong as it actually is. The problem here is if Albert improves, he's out of the tournament. And in this spot, he's going to check fold.
Yeah, but the other problem, of course, is that it cost him half of his remaining stack to pair this 4.
And you know, we've talked about it, Ali. The limit games in this format play a lot bigger than the big bet games.
First glimpse at the big bet action.
Yeah.
Oh, no limit.
Yeah, and by the way, we've seen
Everybody
everybody
makes
play a
7
hand so
You know,
far,
I haven't made one the
except
whole
for
time.
Andrew Ye.
Not 1-7.
Seems easy.
Huh?
Seems easy.
Mizrachi, couple
Literally
of sixes.
not 1-7. I'm not even saying real.
Clicks it.
1-7.
Put the blinds at 50-100. Kenny, King Jack, making the call.
And notice how Kenny, okay, they're both 9 million plus deep here, no limit. Kenny and Mizrachi are not looking to play big pots here with each other, again, because of the fact that Albert is so short.
I'm used to like limit games.
Ace-9 tray and a couple of diamonds.
I know how to.
Flat calls from Kenny
No,
versus
I know.
an early open from Mizrachi should contain some pretty strong combinations, and you would think that he's not going to have an appetite for 3-betting and inflating things with Daher's tiny stack out there. So the ace-X's of the world do continue to loom. That king of diamonds definitely factoring into Kenny's peel along with position.
And again, this is where Kenny is so good at no limit hold'em, okay? He's playing the situation, expect for Grinder to look to check here, and I look for Bryn to potentially start betting here. And this is the problem when you're playing against the best no limit hold'em player in the world, out of position. And look at this, Kenny checks behind, thinking maybe his King Jack is good. At this point of the hand, look for Grinder at this point. There's no value in him betting. He's not going to get a better hand to fold. Look for Grinder to check here.
And by the way, this line does not remove ace-X from Kenny's holding. You could see him being very cagey,
I'm not
given the
best, but I
dynamics
can hang in. I'll
stack-wise.
just try to survive.
And Kenny just shuts it all the way down. Mizrachi not put into an uncomfortable situation as the pure value of King High, perhaps more on Kenny's mind than anything else there, and the perception
I'm not
that
playing any
Mizrachi
hands
is getting frisky. Jungle Man, Dan Cates, by the way, 2-time winner back-to-back, with the second of those victories being so incredibly improbable, given one specific pot involving Ryan Lang, as this pot once again involves Mizrachi with 6s. Daher going to try his luck with a King Jack. Didn't work for Kenny.
I think it's going to be a very long time until Jungle Man wins this tournament again, Ali. I would short Jungle Man for the next decade.
Any particular reason, Jared, for that? You play with him a little bit lately? You feel like maybe he's not at peak form?
Let's just say I have a little more information than most about Jungle Man's game as of late.
Right.
Now look at this, Ali. Albert, 3 bets to 500K. Okay, he's pretty much all in. Now Joao has an interesting decision here, right? Because, this is so interesting, right? If you're Vieira, because what do you do here, Ali, right? It's hard, you can't really call. I feel like you could either fold or even put a raise in here.
Yeah, the call is so treacherous because the Grinder can just come back and put you in a blender if he actually had any sort of holding, or even if he didn't. And not feeling comfortable enough to re-raise, he's going to allow the Grinder to ask for the last 50K, and we're off to the races. 1.4 million in the middle, and once again, a player all in and at risk. Ben Lamb got showered when he was in this spot. Daher hoping for a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, if Joao in this spot were to put more money into the pot, Grinder would have folded his 6s.
Ace Jack or something?
Yeah, look at that.
What?
Out of Jack.
Sixes is king jack.
And again, we've talked about Albert's talent of reading hands. He knew exactly what Vieira had.
Oh, more else.
Queen 9-5.
He needs a king
Add
jack or
10s to the cards offering salvation.
Queen 9-5. Queen 9-5.
To third on Lebanon's all-time money list.
King
Updates
jack
being given
against
to the rail.
10.
Joker.
Gut shot. Couple of overs.
3.
None of what's needed on offer
game,
on this
boys.
turn.
Good game.
10 outs
no,
with
there you go.
2 missing.
Oh my God, you shouldn't have said that. That last little thing.
Grinder
Professional.
trying to claim another pelt already. Will the chip leader
Smallest part of the tournament.
ascend further? Yes, he will.
Good game, brother. Good game. Well played.
Enjoys golf, arcades, e-gaming,
Okay, so
and ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff.
Andrew here is opening ace-9. Grinder here has I really like this by Grinder. Again, taking advantage of the fact that Vieira is short on chips. It puts Kenny in a bad spot in the small blind. Andrew has one of those hands where he probably should just fold here when it comes back to him, even though he's getting such a great price.
I mean, that ace-9 offsuit does lack durability, even though he knows Mizrachi is a candidate to get frisky and leverage some ICM. $500,000 to go. Taylor
and the thing is
hung up on king-5 offsuit for some reason. There she is.
So Ali, like in this spot, right? Andrew has to call 275,000 to win. You know, he's getting a great price, but he also has to factor in Vieira at the table that has almost half the chips as him. He also has to figure out that he's out of position. He also has to realize that Grinder's a better player than him. And what does he do when he flops a 9? Does he think it's the best hand? What does he do if he flops an ace? And this is why no limit hold'em is such a difficult game to play at, because it's hard to know where you're at in a lot of these spots. Let's see a flop.
Andrew up to the task as a little bit of speech play came in from the Grinder, and a better hand comes in on this Queen Jack 8 board where he's got a pair of jacks up against the gut shot. Andrew checking over. We're back at the Horseshoe Las Vegas for continuing coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker 50K Poker Players Championship. A grueling 5-day affair has whittled down 107 entries to just 3 individuals. Not talking about yours truly, Ali Najad, Jared Blesnick, and Natalie Bodie, but rather the 3 on your screen right now. Michael, the Grinder Mizrachi, a 3-time champion in this one, a 6-time bracelet winner. Might he find glory in the PPC for a 4th occasion? Not if Esther Taylor has anything to do with it, as she's on the hunt for bracelet number 1. Bryn Kenney, poker's winningest player of all time, on the hunt for number 3, but they have their work cut out for them, as Mizrachi has an absolute mountain of gaming tokens in front of him in the quest for the Chip Reese Trophy, the bracelet, and $1.3 million plus in payout.
to the box.
Continue the action here. Pot limit Omaha.
To the suggestion box.
Double suited.
Down the hall in a room that no one goes in.
Is Esther sort of disjointed, but working
What are the blinds?
basically the full spectrum of the deck here with this holding.
And again, I like the raise. I don't really like the sizing. She's going too small. Pricing Bryn in the big blind here.
Even with ICM pressure, you think she should dial it up?
Yeah, I do. Because, you know,
Okay. Well, I don't see
the
any
big
in
blind
my stack.
Annie. Let's see a flop 3 ways here.
Yeah, queens and jacks, both a part of the affair. 8-8-6 with a couple of clubs on board. Nobody with the 8, nobody with the flush draw. 2 checks in front of Ite, who has a gut shot.
And again, we have not really seen much bluffing from Ite here. She checks off to the turn. I would like Mizrachi here with his queens to lead, especially having the 6 blocker here as he does. And Bryn has an interesting decision here. He's got an overpair to the board. He has Ite behind him. He makes the right fold, and Ite expects to release here. But again, that's the power of having chips in a poker tournament. It allows Mizrachi to like bet small and win a small pot here.
Two black queens.
Obviously,
Yeah, I had like 1 and 1, but it was like Jackson spades, so I
doesn't
no
hurt
redraw.
either as you look at the chip denomination.
I was checking
now,
if I had
brought to you
Jack
by
10,
True
9 in the
Classic,
gutter,
quarters,
and I might
100Ks,
have
and half millis. That's what we're working with.
I would love to get to a poker tournament where you have those $500,000 beautiful pink chips right there.
Yeah.
Just know your queens are good. Just betting it like fucking nuts.
I would love to be in a cash game where you have those chips.
And look at this, Mizrachi on the button, makes a small raise. I expect his hand to be somewhat weak here with the min raise. And again, it doesn't really matter as Ite folds.
3.5.
I would love for Grinder here to open up 100% of buttons. Not 100, I'd say 95% of buttons in PLO. He's going to defend a lot out of the big blind. Remember, there's a massive pay jump between third and second here, and Mizrachi knows that.
So do Bryn and Esther, specifically in the neighborhood of $300,000.
Kenny has a hand here that's going to open for a raise. An ace suited with tens, very strong hand, three-handed here. And he decides to limp. Interesting. Again, really, you know, the strategy behind him limping here is he's basically saying, I'm a better player than Taylor, and I really don't want to hire the variance here, and I want to see more hands. And try to just get head up here with
Mizrachi getting a free peek and flopping top pair plus a gut shot.
And this is a great texture for Mizrachi here to lead out here. And notice the sizing here. He goes for a very small 1/3.
No heart on board, just the 10s and the 8 dangler for Kenny. He's going to call.
And again, Ite here has nothing but a bunch of back doors. She's going to fold.
She's going to take a second before she presumably does, and there it is officially. Down to heads up.
Let's see a turn card.
2.250 or something.
And now the Grinder picks up kings up with his straight draw. And I would love for him to continue the betting here. I'd love for him to bet like 650, 700. And actually, it's a spot where he could bet fold if Kenny were to put more pressure on.
425.
And I like it by the Grinder.
Well, he's come with a little bit leaner sizing of 425, Jared.
And I like it because he realizes that 425 and 650 kind of accomplish the same thing there. Kenny has a hand that's most likely going to raise or fold in that spot. And again, just look at the pressure that the Grinder continues to apply.
With an 8 too, or no? No, just because I had an 8, so I was wondering if like.
5-6.
Yeah. I had ace 10, 10, 8.
Now Ite here on the button here is going to be very, very tight. Again, just because she sees how short Kenny is, I could see her maybe limping here or min raising. With a hand like this, a suited ace, this is a mediocre hand on the button. And there, as I said, she limps. Not optimal in a lot of spots, but again, she wants to see a flop in position with a suited ace. Mizrachi's calling, very bad hand, and I expect Bryn here to just check.
Pot.
Well, Kenny has different ideas as he declares pot.
And again, nothing wrong with it.
I have the 2, 3, 4, 7.
For 50, unless if you
I guess it's fine in the spot where a top PLO player would limp a stronger hand there, and I think Kenny just knows that Ite's just going to fold there.
Maybe even quads with your stack.
Like fucking good start for deuce to 7. What the God.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking every time we're playing Raz. Like, that's a good hand in stud.
I'd love for Mizrachi to raise here. He's got a really bad holding. But again, he's also sitting there. Nothing wrong with a fold. And I would love Ite to put more money into the pot right now.
Well, in general, it feels as though what you would love is to see more aggression out of all parties right now. Regardless of who it is, if they're going to be willing to play a pot, you want them to shoot it up and you want them to apply pressure to one another.
Yes, and I like this raise by Ite. She has an ace in her hand. She's going to win on a lot of ace-high boards.
And not just any ace, but a suited ace, but no heart on board here. She's working top pair, top kicker against top two. Advantage Bryn.
Now this is going to be a difficult spot for Taylor. If I'm Bryn, I would like him to actually lead here.
Why?
And he does lead. It's a good lead, and I'll tell you why. Because Taylor has a hand now, because of Kenney leading, his hand is heavily weighted towards a lot of draws. So now once the lead hits, it looks like a draw. So now Taylor's hand with ace-queen looks like it's the best hand here. It's a very wet texture. If Bryn had like jack 9, 10, 4, he would do the same thing here. He has more of the top of his range, and I would not fault Taylor to putting it all in here. The other thing about leading is this, is that Taylor can't call here. She could fold or just put them all in. And I'll tell you, as tight as Taylor's been playing, I almost see her just putting it in here. I mean, ace-queen is the best hand here at a very high frequency, but she doesn't know that.
You can see her struggling with it a bit. The dampness of the board texture is not lost on her, nor the propensity for a hand that has a lot of equity in a game where equities run close to be willing to go with it for this 1 million.
Like, no way
She
to
also
improve,
has
like every way to improve.
She has a spade in her hand, she has an ace, and she also has a pair of sevens as backup. She folds. And I'll tell you right now, she made the correct fold. A lot of PLO players in that spot would probably just put it in. But again, ranges in a limit tournament for big bet are actually going to be a decent amount tighter than they would in like a PLO tournament.
And that obviously factoring into her decision.
It should be one. This happened yesterday.
Look at the bio board on Bryn Kenney.
Yeah, because it was
From your neck of the
125,
woods.
250, so there's no way it can go down.
Founder of 4 Poker and former #1 Magic the Gathering player. He's actually now just #1 on Poker's all-time money list with a paltry 77 million in career tournament earnings.
He was a #1 ranked Magic player?
Yeah. Did you play some Magic, Jared?
I've never played it my whole career.
Yeah, I'm going to pause the clock. I just was on the wrong one. So I can wrap my head around.
I had top 2.
I know David Williams is one of the best in the world at
I had
it.
top 2.
No, the small blind should be 150, not 100.
Noah Boken.
It's limits.
Okay.
Huh?
Justin Bonamo
Yeah,
played,
no,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Michael
that's
Axton, Eric Froelich, who we
Yeah.
talked about earlier.
Yeah, you were in bad shape.
All right, so we're ready?
Good flop for me. I had like king, queen, jack 3, 1 suit.
I had that hand in not great shape pre, but.
He's going to fix it. Let's go ahead and get the game back going. Thank you. We are 153. Thank you guys for
Thank
that.
you.
Limit. Now proceed.
First hand limit 150.
Are we playing Limit Hold'em?
Does look that way.
Okay, Limit Hold'em. 153.
Game plays fast, game plays big. On the button, Kenney shoots it. Ite will find the muck.
Now I want the viewers to see that they're playing 3 and 600,000, and Kenney and Taylor both have about 5 big bets.
Yeah.
That's not a lot, Jared.
It's not. So my point of saying this is that I believe the money here, there's a decent chance that Kenney or Taylor is going to be all in this Limit Hold'em round.
Offsuit, huh?
9-3 spades.
Oh, really? Wow, what a fucking good fold.
What a nit.
Yeah, no.
9-3.
You're like, yeah, today you're just making too many big hands. You're like, hey, let me just knock it out. Don't lose, 3 million chips with 9-3.
Yeah.
Mizrachi,
first plan.
The powerhouse 3-handed, ace-10 off. Second floor, queen 5 off in the big.
And I don't know how much I love this defend with queen 5 off. I know Mizrachi's opening a wide range here.
King, jack 5, bottom pair with the queen. Inserted between the king and the jack. Mizrachi wants to see a queen as it goes check, check, but the ace will work as well.
And I'll say this right now, I'm actually surprised Mizrachi didn't bet the flop. He's a pre-flop raiser.
Wow, how about Kenney calling with the queen 5, 600K? Broadway gutter in the 5 as it comes 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, I don't really fault Kenney. He's got a straight draw, a pair of 5s, could be the best hand. At this point, Kenney beats almost nothing. But again, this is the problem, Ali, when you play weak hands pre-flop in limit games and you flop a pair, you get put into these really bad spots. And let's see if Kenney makes the right fold and gets away from it.
Have it again, huh?
And Mizrachi's being very generous, telling Bryn exactly what he had.
Well, not only is Octopi Poker home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, but they are also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. Could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars like Stephen Chidwick. Enter for free now at pokergo.com/winmasters for your chance to win.
And I want to say, I know it seems like I've been kind of talking about how Taylor's misplayed some hands. You know, I'm friends with Ite.
So we have like the same?
I've known her a
Looks
long
like
time. She is a great poker player. More importantly, she's a great person. And for her to get three-handed here in this event is such an accomplishment. And I want people to realize what she has done to get this far. She broke a 10 in single draw yesterday. It was a hand where 99% of poker players would never break, and she would have been out of the tournament.
Yeah, she broke it correctly.
She broke it correctly, made a wheel, and here she is three-handed. And it's such an amazing accomplishment for her.
Well, here we are with ace-queen versus 8-9. Kenney, the pre-flop raiser. Mizrachi defending and finding middle pair. More than we can say for the ace-queen. The check raise costing Kenney 600. The extra 300K demanded and delivered. King on the turn now.
And look
Kenney
at this.
With the Broadway gutter, 1.1 left and 600 the price to try to realize.
And this is where Mizrachi is so good, okay? A lot of people would probably check that turn. You know, a king, if an ace he would have checked. He just knows where he's at in the hand. And his instincts have just been spot on.
Listen, he can afford to be wrong too, though, with a stack as big as his and the upside of realizing that near 300K pay ladder if he, you know, gets lucky after being wrong or just loses two big bets. The setup is still really good for the grinder.
Not mine.
You know,
but if you said to me, Ali, the difference between the way Griner's played and his opponents, it's simply he's just way more aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, and if you notice, a lot of times in these poker tournaments, aggression wins.
Well, listen, he's run very pure, respectfully speaking. When you're aggressive and you're running pure, it's a lethal combination. If you're aggressive and you're running cold, you're just right out of there.
Yes.
You know?
And look at this, we're all in here.
Yeah, Kenny's ace-queen was out of there a moment ago, but now delivered back to his doorstep. He finds himself all in against Ite, who's got king 8 and the worst of it. Better than 3-2 favorite. Is Kenney to double?
Ace, queen, king 8. Ace, queen, king 8.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Flip.
Yep.
King 8, ace, queen.
Oh,
Ace queen hanging on to the
lead.
lead.
And a disaster for Taylor here because the king is no good.
Anxious moments.
Oh, that's a good
And
card
now actually Taylor's picked up outs.
Yeah, 9 or an ace
that was
to bring Kenny's run to an end. An odd way for this to be a poor development for ace queen. Improving, but now having to hold its breath and nothing more than an 8 on the end for Taylor.
And that pot, I know it didn't seem that big, but that pot money-wise was worth a fortune.
$1,050,000.
Can't fault Ite there.
Your turtle
King 8 on the button, kind of has to go with it.
Good hand.
Thanks.
Huh?
At the World Series of Poker, it's not just a game, it's war. Gear up at the PokerGO shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
Isn't that the same dude that reads like the movie trailers before the feature when you're at the theater? That guy had that deep professional rasp. Did you clock it? I mean, it sounded like that guy in a world. You know what I mean? Like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have less than
Is he
starting
slumming
stack
it?
again.
Yeah, for
What's
sure.
going on?
Starting stack again.
Mizrachi here with
today?
Jack 10.
No, that's not less
Oh, no,
than
oh,
slumming
yeah.
it.
300 starting.
Very playable. Ite.
Oh, wow.
In very hazardous waters here. And look at Kenny. Ace King.
And I know what Bryn's thinking right now, but Ace King is such a strong hand here, three-handed.
What is he thinking? The apprehension is centered around Ite having so little and maybe just allowing her to get whittled out before risking any of his chips?
Yes, and the thing is about limit hold'em is that Mizrachi's never going to fold on the button. If he flops a pair, you know, look at the percentages. Ace King's only 63% against Jack 10.
Well, seldom will you see the Ace King flat pre-flop, but that's exactly what Kenny did, influenced by the ICM of that lean stack in front of Ite. 8, 8, 9, and he's going to take this 300K and make a call versus the open ender. The queen comes in, and again, sizzling is the grinder. It just shows the nuts.
Yeah.
Is this rigged?
Like I can't get all in
Ite asking if it's rigged.
Well, it's like if I 3-bet, I just like, well.
And I don't blame Ite for saying that.
No.
Should have checked that turn. Let me hit a.
We might be seeing a head-up match where it's like
close, probably.
grinder with 30
Since
million.
I really don't want to call off 2 bets.
And his opponent with like 2 million. I feel like that's what's going to end up happening here.
What are we doing?
No limit deuce to 7 single draw now, where you can get it all in whenever you like.
100, 250.
Again, straights are against you in this game. Flushes are against you. You want to make the best hand is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. In this game, if you make a 7, you're almost never going to lose. If you make an 8, it's very hard to lose. Making a 9 is usually going to be the best hand in most situations.
Yeah, I mean, in triple draw, obviously, you're looking to make 8s and 7s. Here, you can get by with a 10 or a 9.
Funny how fun when tournaments are this way, huh? When you just get the landslide playing 3-way with like.
It's a really good 6 spot. You don't get these spots very often when you guys are fighting like.
I wonder why he's smiling. You can't tell with grinder at all.
Tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports.
That's actually true.
71
Me
bigs
too.
the average right now, but the lion's share of the heavy lifting
Bryn's the one that's just
to bring us to that
I'm hit or
number being
miss.
done by that
Catch me on the wrong day.
mountain in front of the grinder. Pat 9-8 here for Taylor.
Wow. You know what? I would love to see Taylor raise here and not just move in. Her hand is so strong. Make a small raise, Ite, please. Go like 350.
You have what behind 900?
Because the thing is, if Bryn is in the big blind, he's drawn to a 10,
1.1 total.
he's going to more likely call, but he won't call a shove here. I really want to see Ite do well here. I want to see her get head up.
She open rips.
I don't like it. I really don't. It's just, it's too strong three-handed.
Look, maybe she would even get action from a draw 2 out of Mike if she clicked. With the 7-6 deuce.
Wow.
Kenny's going to give action, though. He's
Yes,
got
he
a straight
is.
6 and can draw 1 to the smooth anything.
And Kenny, like you said, is forced to call here. He's going to draw a card. Ite's going to be a big favorite here. Only a 7, 8, or 9.
And she's got an 8 or a 9
Yes.
in hand. So interfering
They're all in.
with Bryn's outs, but you see the vulnerability.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You need to dodge a 7, 8, 9.
One draw, she's pat.
You can sweat it. I don't.
Yeah, Kenny's a huge, not a
What's it gonna
huge
be?
dog here, but if I had to guess, he's probably 70,
What's the
30.
bar saying?
What do you think it's gonna be?
I don't want to say it. I can't root. I don't want to root against none of you.
I agree with Grinder, by the way. It's so hard to root against any of these guys. Wow, and he makes a wheel.
This is awful.
Wow.
Number 1. Look at Ite getting so much love from Bryn and the Grinder. She performed valiantly. Nothing for her to hang her head about. Jared, I think you did a good job of already pointing that out. The deepest run ever for a woman at the PPC, and the chorus of applause is well earned.
Ite, I couldn't be happier for her. She made a lot of decisions that were good. That, you know, a lot of other people, to her credit, anyone else in this tournament would have been broke before she got 3rd place. I want the viewers to know that. Anyone else with her cards would have not gotten 3rd in this tournament.
Adding almost 600,000 to her career tournament earnings of 2.3 million. She notches career cash number 143. The 43-year-old dispatched with a bronze medal and a helping of pride. But we're going to step aside as you look at the leaderboard brought to you by PokerStars and rack them up, where it's going to be Mizrachi with a massive, almost 15-1 chip lead over Bryn Kenney for the title. Stay close. More PPC after this.
We have 2 million.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPokerGo, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPokerGo lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPokerGo on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Enjoys golf, arcades, e-gaming, and ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff.
Andrew here is opening ace-9. Grinder here has I really like this by Grinder. Again, taking advantage of the fact that Vieira is short on chips. It puts Kenny in a bad spot in the small blind. Andrew has one of those hands where he probably should just fold here when it comes back to him, even though he's getting such a great price.
I mean, that ace-9 offsuit does lack durability, even though he knows Mizrachi is a candidate to get frisky and leverage some ICM. $500,000 to go. Taylor
and the thing is
hung up on King-5 offsuit for some reason. There she is.
So Ali, like in this spot, right? Andrew has to call 275,000 to win. You know, he's getting a great price, but he also has to factor in Vieira at the table that has almost half the chips as him. He also has to figure out that he's out of position. He also has to realize that Grinder's a better player than him. And what does he do when he flops a 9? Does he think it's the best hand? What does he do if he flops an ace? And this is why Nolan and Hold'em is such a difficult game to play at, because it's hard to know where you're at in a lot of these spots. Let's see a flop.
Andrew up to the task as a little bit of speech play came in from the Grinder, and a better hand comes in on this Queen-Jack-8 board, where he's got a pair of jacks up against the gut shot. Andrew checking over.
Now the problem here is if you're Grinder, okay? The problem is if you bet and get raised, it's a complete disaster. A lot of players would check here. Again, a fair amount of players, you could see a bet, which is fine. He's looking to go pretty small here.
Yeah, and in an otherwise dry desert, a little oasis of humidity given this board texture.
And again, Grinder's bet's so small where it's Andrew's almost forced to see a card here. Let's see what the turn brings.
Deuce of hearts?
Yeah.
That's a perfect card.
Deuce of hearts.
close.
7 of hearts. Not adding any excitement to Andrew's holding. And let's see, Mizrachi, we know he likes to be aggressive, but 2 million in the middle. Andrew called our 3-bet pre-flop and called our post-flop follow-through. Bet check bet is often the line assumed by a hand such as this, but not for the grinder. Comes after it one more time, and this time he means business. 1 million.
And again, grinder has the best hand. He realizes how Vieira is short. He's using that as leverage. Because here's the thing, right? There are situations where Andrew could actually fold a better hand than grinder. If Andrew had a hand like Ace-Jack, Ali, what does he do? You know, in a spot like this.
You think he check folds?
He
We
could.
know the Ace-9 check folds.
Must have been a real.
Really sad to see him go in most spots except for this one. I don't think I could be any happier. I love you, Albert, but thank you.
Not personal, just business is the anti-sweat. And Albert will get a kick out of that and understand. As we bring you up to speed here, 1 in progress. Mizrachi, the opener, to 200,000. Vieira defended and has flopped top pair, which is still sitting pretty on a flop that gave Mizrachi a flush draw. It went check on the flop, and you can see Vieira felt comfortable enough, understandably, to fire 400,000. And now Mizrachi, having picked up the open-ender to go with the flush draw, is leaning on Joao, asking him for the rest.
This is one of my best friends, and this
How
is my
awkward is this if you're Vieira?
Well, so here's the thing. Vieira has made, I would say he makes a lot of tighter folds than most. I like this play a lot by the grinder. The fact that Vieira's in the big blind, his hand is weighted towards a lot of hands, like about what he has. It's very hard in this spot. There aren't that many spots. The fact that grinder's raising with 3-4 suited. See, I don't think Joao realizes how loose grinder is opening. And if he did here, it'd be a lot easier for Vieira to make the call here.
Got to elevate.
But again, it makes it easier for Vieira to call the fact that he is the shortest stack in the tournament. He has to make a stance at some point. We've seen a lot of big folds from Vieira. I would be a little surprised here if he actually calls off here.
It's so awkward. Pre-flop raiser checking back, and then on a deuce of spades turn, suddenly asking us for everything. We have nothing more than a weak jack, but perhaps some suspicions. No shorter stack than ours remaining.
But here's the thing, right? Joao knows that Mizrachi's not doing this with like a pair of 5s or a pair of 9s. Those type of hands are most likely to bet the flop.
That's a good card.
He's also not doing this with 3 deuces either. So Joao has to think about a type of hand that he beats that checks the flop on a draw-heavy board and then raises all in on the turn. Does he think Mizrachi's doing this with like ace-deuce or ace-5 or trying to get him to fold a better hand? I don't know. Like I said, the way we've seen Joao play, he's leaned on the side of more folds than calls. Let's see what he ends up doing here. Grinder looks so comfortable. And there is the fold by Vieira. I don't love it. I expected it.
Tommy, what's up, buddy?
We get down to 3-handed. We go to 6 hands of each, and then heads up 4 hands of each player. Or of each game, rather.
All right, so this
is 6 is Vieira forced to bring it in again. And I think he will go with this one.
So Ali.
Grinder completing 3 suits for Kenny with the queen.
I would have actually loved for Vieira here to actually open as a complete with his hand. Because now look, he's going to invest all his money here, okay? But if he opened as a complete, then a hand like Mizrachi might have folded that hand, and then he might have gotten heads up against Bryn with a lot better hand here. See, like, I don't like this because now he's playing 3 ways, and his equity goes down tremendously in a 3-way pot.
Well, even if he had repopped it here, Jared, I don't think he's going to lose either player.
No, but what I'm saying is he was to bring in for 50.
I get it. Yeah,
I would have just actually completed it to 200 with all the money in the middle. If he's not folding, he should apply more pressure early. Instead, it's going to be, he has the best hand, but he's only 45% to win 3 ways.
Yeah, the grinder, having caught the ace, leads at it again. Vieira now all in. Dry side will take shape between the grinder and Bryn. Oh, open aces for the grinder. Diamond draw acquired for Kenney. So we're going to keep this train rolling.
And look at the math here, Ali. Kenney has 4 to a flush, and he's flipping against a pair of aces and 3 to a flush. And now Vieira is most likely to be out of this tournament here.
He hasn't improved.
Pair of 9s.
And look at this, Bryn makes a pair of 9s with 4 to a flush. This is getting interesting.
Looking at open aces, though, of course, Kenney isn't going to be leading out.
And again, they're check. Now here's the thing in this spot. If I'm Mizrachi, he makes aces up, but in this spot, he doesn't actually have to value bet. He knows Kenney most likely has a draw. I would like for Mizrachi to check here, aces up, even though it's most likely the best hand.
And by the way, Kenney could have some 2 pairs, probably not queens up, but maybe something modest wired. Kenney not having improved here.
And look at that, grinder does check, and I like it. Again, aces up. In a cash game, I would bet it. In a tournament, there's really no value in betting.
Yeah, I don't. I caught the.
And not to be overshadowed, Jared, the fact that Joao Vieira has been eliminated. Some respect being shown to one of the finest to do it.
I will say this. Ite has made a lot of really good decisions on the river in this tournament.
You know, there were times where both of us maybe skewed a little bit critical of some of her aversion to getting involved in situations where we felt like perhaps her hand warranted it. But that conservative approach has earned her way into the Final Four of this PPC, Jared, and the results speak for themselves in that regard.
But look at the limited experience that Ite has playing shorthanded poker. She's got double suited 8-8-6-4 and limps the cutoff. And again, she makes the wrong decision, but she's probably going to get rewarded.
Well, Andrew with queens and 7s shoots it up to 675. Now the grinder, ace, king, 10-8 with clubs.
Now here's the thing for the grinder, right? He has a suited ace with ace-king. I would love for grinder to throw this hand away, because when Andrew raises a limp from a tight player like Ite, he has a hand. I feel like that's the bottom of Andrew's range. A lot of the raises that Andrew has here are hands that have grinder's hand dominated. So I would love to see grinder fold this hand, especially in the small blind. He also has to be worried about Kenney in the big blind as well. And also the fact that Ite has 9 million in chips, she's capable of limping a really big hand there in the cutoff as well. And I really hate this call by grinder. If anything, I'd want to 3-bet and maybe raise to 1.2 million to get head up and get Ite now to fold. I really don't like this play by grinder.
675.
And now you're going to price Ite in to call with a hand that could bury you. And that's what he does. Poorly played pre-flop right now by the grinder.
Listen, he lives and dies by the aggressive sword. Obviously, flat calling is not aggressive, but perhaps speculating and looking to claim Andrew's pelt, as Ye has just $500,000 back in an inflated one, is what's on his mind. It comes ace-jack-9 with 2 diamonds. Here he is with the 2-way straight draw and top pair. Comes out swinging right away. Ite with nothing more than the 8-high diamond draw to take any pride in. She's going to peel queens with no flush draw. I mean,
here's the thing, right? Going back to the pre-flop here, if grinder liked his hand pre-flop, I would have liked him to try and 3-bet or 4-bet and get head up with Andrew here. But now he puts himself in a bad spot out of position against Ite, who's fairly tight.
Well, it would have been a 3-bet because remember, Ite limped and Andrew raised. He would have been third into the pot and perhaps would have shed Ite. Instead, he's going to have to contend with her, but he is outperforming the entire field and Andrew's doing math.
And I'll tell you this right now, Andrew really cannot continue here. He has no back doors.
Oh, but he's going to do it. After 4 3/4 days of grueling competition, at long last, we're heads up in the PPC. And if you're looking for a place to lay a big price, look no further than this one. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi squaring off with the lion's share of the chips. Ali Najad, Jared Blesnick in the booth, Natalie Bodie standing by on the sidelines. Will the coronation come the Grinder's way here in the PPC for a 4th occasion? Sure looks that way. His heads-up record, 32-10. Knows how to finish. And he knows how to work the big stack, as has been evidenced all the way throughout this one. Bryn Kenney, not too shabby at 25-19, heads up across his career. Poker's winningest player. It would take something special, Jared, for Bryn Kenney to be able to come back in this one. Stranger things have happened, though. These gentlemen guaranteed $887,000, roughly $450K, separating second from first, along with the Chip Reese Trophy, engraving, and a bracelet. As you look at the dearly departed, brought to you by Octopi Poker.
Two things here that are very important. Bryn's super short. He's one of the hardest people on the planet to eliminate from a poker tournament. And I want all the viewers to understand what I'm about to say. This tournament has been running for almost 20 years. And in the history of the PPC Players Championship, there is no one that is better in this structure, in this field, than Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. And I need the world to understand that. You are witnessing, like I said earlier, Ali, this is the greatest accomplishment. If he can get this done right now, 4 times, the most prestigious event. You asked Daniel Negreanu, which tournament does he want to win? He wants to win this tournament. For Grinder to do it 4 times in less than 20 years is unbelievable.
Well, Kenney raises and takes it with pat number 2. In deuce. That is deflating, especially considering that you're going to have to draw 2 quite a bit, playing no limit deuce heads up. And there's more than one way to run good.
And again, I expect Mizrachi now head up to play a little more passive, to not higher the variance here.
This segment is brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And it was the Grinder who shook out almost everyone at this final table, bringing himself heads up with such a commanding chip lead. And he's going to ask for all of it with a Pat Jack 10. Unclear whether or not Kenney is going to have designs on obliging here. 6-5-3 would be ambitious.
And it also goes to show you how good of a poker player Bryn Kenney is. We've seen him make some mistakes in stud, 08, but he's that good in some of these other games to be able to get him here to be head up for the title. Kenney cashed in the 250K. I know he had a couple other deep runs, cashed in some PLOs. You got to be rooting for both players here. I mean, Mizrachi's one of the most humble poker players I've ever come across with his results. And Kenney is just such a talent in the game of poker.
In poker's bedroom, these guys are the monsters under the bed, Jared.
Yeah, I mean,
nightmare fuel.
I know Kenny's got 2 million in chips, but if he doubles twice and gets to 8-9 million, he is going to be a big problem. It's going to be a big problem for Mizrachi. I tell you that right now if it gets there.
He doesn't want to be too hasty, of course.
No.
But he also doesn't want to allow Kenney to chip up and maybe play some cards, as we see.
And here's a spot where I understand Kenney now makes a jack, but he has no value in betting this, even though he probably has the best hand. I expect him to check behind here with a jack.
It was draw 2 versus draw 1 in a limped pot pre, as Kenney trying to conserve those precious chips.
And again, chips lost are way more valuable than earning more chips here. Again, a lot of single draw is not just having the best hand, but getting called by worse.
525K as Kenney pursued value. Very thin.
I would say it's fairly thin, just because Mizrachi took 2. But again, you also have to realize what are the type of hands that Grinder's going to be calling with.
When you're drawing 2, typically the 3 cards that you're drawing 2 are fairly small and smooth.
Yes. And does Bryn think that Grinder's going to call him light with a pair of 3s or 2s? I don't know. And again, Grinder here in single draw. Bryn is very short. So a hand like this, I expect him to just move in here. He has a jack. He doesn't want action. And he does move in. It's a great play. And again, it makes a hand like this for Kenney. He can't call taking 2. You know, when you have a jack in single draw, you're happy to just win the pot right here, especially with the big blind ante. The big blind here is putting 400,000 in. All right, we're going to move on here. It looks like to another game.
1-1-3.
Okay, so now that we're head up, we're playing 4 hands of each game. It was 6 when we were 3-handed. Again, heavily favors Mizrachi. Head up. Mizrachi's a phenomenal short-handed poker player.
Well, I mean, the shorter it gets, the more his aggressive style is rewarded.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is that Bryn, I would love to see his track record playing head up. I would say Bryn must have one of the highest records of head up play, and as good as Bryn is, it's going to be very difficult for him to come back from this. But it looks like they're playing a stud game right now.
See the antes.
We're playing stud high-low. So since we've started the telecast here, this is now the start of the 3rd orbit of all these games.
Obviously, orbits completing quite a bit faster here, heads up with 4 hands of each.
And again, if I'm Mizrachi here, I wait for a mediocre to good spot to get my money in. I don't need to chase a high variance spot when Kenney's so forced to go in there with such weak holdings.
You don't want to allow Kenney to spin up here. You want to keep your thumb on him, and one of the ways in which you can do that is not get in there thin. You know, make sure that if you are entering the pots, you're doing so with worthy holdings.
And look at this. Notice how Grinder just limps head up. Right? It's very good. He's lowering the variance. He knows where he stands head up, and he doesn't want to give a chance to Bryn Kenney to get chips.
Both players with 3 to a 6. Grinder checking over.
Yeah, he checked.
Kenney betting it. Mizrachi, of course, making the call. Now he makes open 10s. That is huge. The ace is very key for Kenney as he's on the 6 low draw and now has 2 overcards to those open 10s. So he's not going to be mucking.
Now here's the problem with Kenney is he doesn't have a lot of maneuver with his chips here. So I know he has 4 to a low.
It's that ace and the king in particular, now add a queen to it, that are of great utility. 3rd heart in front of Mizrachi. He does not have the flush draw, but he does have the perception that Kenney isn't already on a low, understandably based on the action. And so he taxes him for 600,000 once more. We squeeze the rivers. Mizrachi's check, suggesting he hasn't improved.
Chop it up.
And it looks like Kenney's made a low. We've seen this multiple times in the tournament. Kenney just drawing a lot there for half. Again, can't fault him. Limit poker.
Well, there was a 3rd participant at this table once upon a time, and she's standing by with Natalie Bodie.
Not going to waste any time betting that like you're ever going to fold in the
Esther, 3rd place finish at this final table. How would you evaluate your performance today?
I think I played pretty well. Yeah, once you get into this spot, it's like foot on the gas. And yeah, I actually don't really have any regrets about any single hand I play, which is rare because a lot of the times I'm like, I could have done this different or that. And yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with how I played. Happy with the result, of course. It's obviously a little frustrating. You know, I've been in this spot before, and you are trying to win so bad. So the emotions and everything, I would be lying if I would say I wasn't disappointed, but overall picture of 5 days and playing a tournament with the best players in the world, literally, can't really be upset. So.
I understand the disappointment. You're a competitor and wanted to win, but in achieving a third-place finish in the Poker Players Championship, you've made history as the highest placement by a woman ever in this event. Congratulations. What's your reaction to that achievement?
My reaction is, I'm proud to represent women in poker. I think my whole goal in really playing this and throwing my hat in the ring in a huge tournament where I'm not even 100% comfortable in all the games, but I really am hoping that more women in poker will kind of transition into mixed games, because there's very few. And but that being said, there's many very good women poker players. So I would love to just kind of start a little movement on getting some of these killers into the game, so I'm not the only one here and they don't make fun of me for 5 days. So, yeah.
Well said, Esther. Thank you so much for the time. Great run at it.
I got to give Ite her flowers. She played great. Completely agree with her.
They'll be an all-in soon, that's for sure.
All the hands today were pretty much standard.
So
she played really well.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I really wanted to see her win this tournament. I think it's great for the poker world. There aren't that many women that play poker, let alone this event, the mixed event. There's a lot of great women, no limit hold'em players. And I feel like if she won this event, it would introduce a lot of women to start playing mixed events.
Yeah.
Call.
But Ite, amazing job. You should be so proud of what you've accomplished, playing some of the best players in the world for almost 5 days.
Yeah.
And like I said, anyone else with her hands, they would have been out. They wouldn't have made the final table today. And I want people to understand that and think about that. Is if Ite doesn't break that 10, she's out on day 4 of this tournament.
Yeah. Take pride in what you've accomplished, Esther.
Yeah.
We know we speak for a majority of the poker world as well. You could feel the emotion just beneath the surface for her after such an intense 4 3/4 days. As we see Mizrachi betting with a pair of 4s and Kenney raising it up.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, with Ite is she's so good for poker. She's so energetic. She likes to have fun. I mean, poker is really all about having fun.
Now, for a second, I had my no-limit deuce goggles on here, but this is indeed triple draw. Kenney has made a 9-7 here. The road traveled was a limp and a check back. Draw 2 for Mizrachi, draw 3 for Kenney. Mizrachi's lead, we saw get raised. He called, drew 1 versus Pat.
Now, watch what's going to happen here. Is Mizrachi is going to pat. And Bryn has such an interesting decision here, Ali, because he has a made 9, but he's drawing so smooth to a 7.
Yeah, and the check and raise from Mizrachi suggesting 8 or better. We don't expect this from something like a 9.
Yes, and I'll tell you right now here, Mizrachi, I believe, has announced that he's already pat. If Bryn breaks this, he's going to be probably a 2-to-1 dog to win this hand. All he has to do is pat, and he's doubling up to $3.5 million.
And you see him chewing on it right now. The fact that he drew 3 and then stood pat has a lot to do with why he's thinking about it, because he knows that the grinder is not going to assign him that much strength. It's tough to be smooth after you draw 3.
Yeah. Wait, so grinder took 3 and made it 10-6.
That's
he took
3?
No.
It's Kenney who drew 3 and then made this hand.
Oh, wow. That makes it even more interesting.
Right.
Kenney has such an interesting decision here for his tournament life.
What are you thinking there, Whit?
What do you think?
I don't know.
You're pretty good at that.
Ace high?
Ah. What am I thinking? How tilting it'll be if I break the winner.
All he has to do is pat and lay claim.
What'd you break?
I'll tell you.
9-7-6.
Wow,
That was good.
No, fuck.
Wow.
He broke
Bryn
the winner.
broke the best hand, Ali.
He broke the winning hand. Now he's drawing one for the win.
And I don't really fault him.
Credit to the grinder for finding the check raise for not even a full extra bet.
Wow.
And now Bryn.
He broke a 9, 7, 6. Yeah.
for his life
After
in
10,
the
6,
PPC.
5. He needs a.
If he doesn't make it, it'll be tilting. If he does, it'll be extended play. Grinder one card away from a 4th PPC
Get that
title.
card out of there. Yeah.
Bryn squeezing.
Got it?
Who the fuck cares? You're gonna see it.
Deuces in the end. Wow. Michael Mizrachi wins his 4th PPC.
Ali, this is the greatest accomplishment in the history of tournament poker. You're watching it live. 4-time champion in a 19-year history of a tournament. Unbelievable by the grinder. Unbelievable.
No doubt beating himself up for breaking the winner there. As the grinders rail, awash with jubilation. Their 4th chance to celebrate. But it's going to be a rough night's sleep for Bryn Kenney. 1.33 million richer is the grinder. Add that to his $17.7 million in career tournament earnings coming into this one as he leaves Kenney to claim the $887,000 as you look at the way this final table shook out here. Brought to you by Poker Stars, Lamb, Daher, Vieira, Andrew Ye, Esther Taylor, and then mission accomplished for Mizrachi as he got rid of Kenney in a hurry. It was always a tall order for Bryn Kenney, who's now forced to observe Michael Mizrachi accept the honors and a 4th engraving on the Chip Reese Trophy as we send it back down to Natalie Bodie, who's standing by with your champ.
Michael Mizrachi, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Extremely tough final table. Take me through how you did it tonight once again.
I was just tripping through it. I've been getting a lot of cards. I got lucky a few times. I don't know, but I was playing great. It was my best poker I've ever played, probably in any 50K. And I held my own. And can't believe 4 titles, crazy.
A historic 4 Poker Players Championship wins.
Yeah.
On our broadcast, commentator Jared Blesnick called that outcome the single greatest achievement in poker. What is your response to that?
Well, I'm going to have to agree with whatever Jared says. He's the man.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
I'm
it.
going to present you this bracelet, your 4th title at the Poker Players Championship. Michael Mizrachi, congratulations.
Well, Jared, sum it up for us.
A fairly soft final table that turned into a lot of these players playing great poker today. Grinder came in as a chip leader. A lot of things went his way. Overall, I thought the play today was really top-level poker. Again, Ali, thank you. This was unbelievable. Folks, if you're watching at home, please start playing mixed games. I promise you, you'll love it.
Well, we certainly hope you love the coverage. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas, I'm my partner, Jared Blesnick. This is Ali Najad saying good night, and we'll see you next time from the 2025 World Series.